Let me put on some music. Dude, hold on. I'm gonna play. I haven't played this in a long time. I wonder if they still have like the same lists. You know what? This is good enough. I used to play these on like my VOD reviews, dude. That's kind of loud. Alright, let me do that. Let me set up a timer. Real quick. Timer for 35 minutes. Cool. And then let me open up times txt. Pull up. Let me message him just to make sure. Pull up I'll just queue up the video. My one tiny pet peeve about this is that the submission order doesn't end up necessarily being the order of VODs, so I always have to click through and find the actual VOD. So waiting for ad to finish. It's funny. Get started so I don't waste much time since it is technically 2, and I did accidentally start at literally 2. 11 minutes? Alright, we can watch the whole set. There you go. You didn't miss anything. I have to do like... I just have to set up the stuff. I guess I can technically type in the same notepad I used for times for notes too. Let me just press enter on the game so we don't hear the menu fucking 80 times while watching the thing. New ad? Get bodied. Do I have regular ol? Yeah. I do have ol enabled. Something funny. I'll get to the round start. Why do I have my hitbox on my lap? Pause it. Let me see. Now you should be good. Yeah, that's fine. It's cool. Luckily, they don't run a lot of ads on my channel, I think. Like, I never, like, people don't get hit with, like, 3-minute ads because I don't have that enabled, and they don't force it, I think, on, like, affiliate channels. Which, honestly, I wish I could unaffiliate. I'm sick of people getting ads, like, as much as they do. Sorry, I need a chug of water. Nothing specific, mainly just the idea. Just as the idea, correct for the game plan, from what you can tell, and anything worth noting that could help other small optimization of character knowledge. Yeah, it sounds like this is more. There we go. It's a pre-roll or two. Yeah, that's just Twitch. Round start. I'm gonna keep it a buck, and I'll try not to pause because I like to talk about these things in training mode more. Round start, air dash back jump S is kind of like my usual default. It's not Tatami in this matchup because if he reads it with the right button, you absolutely explode for air dash back Tatami. But air dash back jump S is like kind of impossible to bait. So you just grab the last. That's fine. Don't worry about it. If anything, the final games are usually pretty indicative of like at what like point you guys progress to. Like by this point, both of you kind of know what the other person is gonna do. Let's look at bait. Yeah. Versus Slayer, backdash is okay. Honestly, if he throws you, just blocking is fine. Or trying to block is fine. Slayer, when he throws you, doesn't have time to dandy step anyway, so it's usually just close slash 2k or 6k, and that's kind of it. And even if you backdash close slash, he's still gonna make you block far slash a lot of the times. And 2k would be like a punish if you throw it a lot of the times, but that's still not really worth it. The idea is like when you're wrong, this happens. So it's kind of not worth gambling too hard on. If he 6Ps, you just die. Azami, yeah. So Azami's like an interesting one. I don't find the Ayazami too much in this matchup. This is a good mentality to have in neutral. It's just like, let the Tommy do the work. Missed air dash back to Tommy. Here, you just block it out. Here, getting out works, but it's a little dicey. Yeah, try to make a habit. I mean, some of it is like obviously misinputs, but like here, I can actually see that this is like jump back and not like air dash back. Right. And so it's like here, you will generally want to default to air dash back like always with Baiken to avoid stuff like this, because you'll just sink like a rock if you double jump away. Momentum doesn't really carry backwards in this game. It carries forwards, but it doesn't carry backwards. And so you at least have to be careful about that. Okay, first point. Bursting there is very important. In fact, I'll probably make a note of it because I think this is a matchup worth knowing burst points in. Because Slayer on paper has a hard time versus you in neutral, and you need to make sure that resource is like always doing this basically. Gold burst hits. I like not teching, that's smart. I'll talk about Azami on reversal, but Azami is kind of like backwards in logic. You kind of want to like stand Azami Slayer more than you want to crouch Azami. And then technically he can still bait it, but the reason you don't want to is because crouch Azami will get you killed like this. But stand Azami will get you killed slower. And like, it doesn't really make a difference because he's gonna have to guess one or the other, if that makes sense. The idea is like, you don't usually get the same value out of that option, so it kind of just matters less, honestly. Nappa. You're in the corner. Rock on Sogi, but okay, it doesn't cross up. Didn't believe in the Tatami. Slayer sneaks out of pressure very well. First point again would be really helpful here, because he doesn't have anything to deny it. And Azami gets baited, but you die slower. The idea is if you do the crouch Azami there and he baits it, you basically die with the resources he has. Catches, misses the close slash spacing, or like the link timing. But this is just over, yeah. See, and then the big thing is like, because you don't get your burst out of the way, every situation after it gets progressively more scary to burst, because you start to think, all right, well now if my burst doesn't hit, I lose the round, and that kind of logic kicks in a lot for a lot of people. Nice, I like the mash. No Roken Sogi, there's tough. Kabari's good. You have to fight out of the corner here. Slayer doesn't care about Oki. Air dash back to Tommy. There you go. This is the mode you want to be in, like 24/7 basically. Because it's just good by default versus Slayer. Space around the air tech, yeah, it's fine. Kabari, he's gonna maybe RPS. That's fine. This should knock down. Jump forward to Tommy. Tick throw. If he's smart, he might burst, but like he doesn't need to. You can pick up here with jab. Jab is a lot more common on midweights. Here you have to 5p right now. If you press 5k, it's a little too slow, so they don't use. On a lightweight, that probably would have been fine. But midweights or heavier tend to either not get comboed, period, if they got low enough, or usually jab is what you want to do. You do like jab 6p into like jump cancel, or like jab close slash, whichever one you'd rather do. It's about the same, honestly. If you're gonna do another Kuchinashi jab, 6p is probably better. I like this. Take a knockdown. There is something I don't see. So there's like two things. Let me see. I'm gonna write them down so I don't forget. Alright. Two things to consider in general, honestly, because I just haven't seen them. So I'll talk about them. Called out low, but this is okay, right? And then if you think about it right now, because of the way the punish works on the stand Azami, you would get to burst 2D right now, even though you were just wrong. He hasn't built 50 bar, so it's like, not only did you gamble on a mix-up, and if you had done... if he does overhead, you want to do the uppercut. You want to do Kuchinashi on under, or it's late, so that you get the counter hit. Sakura is a little slow, and it might not counter hit it. It can, but a lot of the times, you'd rather just Kuchinashi anyway. It's better for, like, most of the shit he's gonna do. But the point is, like, you were wrong, and like you still could have like reset and played neutral more, which is kind of like what Baiken would want to do in a matchup like this. It's not that you don't want to gamble, it's like you have to restructure your gambles a little bit, and you have to make sure that you're gambling with like a backup plan in mind. I always say like you need a plan to be wrong always too. right? It's easy to plan to be right, but like people also need to learn to plan to be wrong. Oh, it sucks as a misinput. It's tough. Forward air dash Tommy. This is fine. Yeah, this is fine. This is a good mentality to have. This is okay. Careful with the follow up. This is gonna hurt a lot. Air dash back here so that he can't end up underneath you like that, right? The idea, and I'll explain it actually, because air dash back does remain good forever. And I'll explain why, because there's a little bit of RPS involved, but the RPS is kind of like, it's skewed in your favor if you don't want to be greedy, basically. Okay. And that should be it. I don't think I need any more, like, I think there's already like a handful of points we'll go over. We'll watch their set, and like I'll talk about some of the decision making for sure still. But I feel like I have like a couple of things for you to try already. Or like incorporate. Most of it's fine, honestly. I haven't really noticed too much. I will say the one thing you haven't really done is you haven't backdashed on the dandy step pressure, or not pressure, dandy step mix up in the middle of the screen. It's pretty alright. It's pretty alright. Like it'll either get clipped and knocked down by the overhead, or it will sorry, I won't pause as I talk about it, but either the dandy gets backdashed because he does dandy low and you actually just get out, or he does dandy overhead and you're either going to backdash the overhead or he might delay it and it'll catch you, but it'll never counter hit you, so you'll just get knocked down again. That's like the only mix-up I haven't seen. Burst point here, if he doesn't react, by the way, is just like in general, it's an important burst point to know. It's a pretty easy Roman cancel, low-key, if he is like trying to react and he sees your burst gauge / like the character model. But if you get hit by grounded crosswise like pretty deep like this, it's always guaranteed. You can even practice it in training mode, because if you set Slayer to do it and you burst and it says counter hit, you hit him out of the recovery of crosswise heal. Fight reset. This isn't gonna knock down, but it's probably gonna spend the bar. 5d6 would have been a pretty guaranteed burst point. Unblockable. Yeah, you have to blitz it. Azami does not work on undertow, by the way, in case you didn't like lab it afterwards. Azami does not work on that unblockable. So it's like something to keep in mind. There you go. Kind of spooky to air with the JS. You can oftentimes do JP. You can just do like jump forward JP off of your tatami splats, and it's really consistent. You'd be surprised how far like jump forward JP reaches off stuff. Bite again. Baits your burst a little bit on the scramble. Mash is pretty good here. I like that. You can do micro dash 5k there and you still get a combo. You can do micro dash 5k close slash. Or far slash. Reset. Right idea. You were just wrong on the throw timing. You just needed to delay the jump and throw like a smidge. There it is. Boom, boom. And so like it can get spooky, right? Because you just don't have like burst is definitely a mechanic you want to make good use of in a matchup like this, where by default you are trying to be like the guy that's lame in the matchup and just do this over and over. See, like even when they try to sneak around it, it's pretty good. 2H is also pretty good in this matchup. Like as like pretty YOLO Abare anytime you expect dandy steps or like maybe a backdash that's not good jump cancel. This is also burstable. Not that, so like I think there's like a couple points. So like this hit, if he doesn't have bar, is like, oh, he's a little far right now, but a lot of the times it's pretty alright. This hit right here is like really scary. I would not burst it. But the one before, if he doesn't have bar, is like pretty alright. He's in pile bunker recovery for a while, so oftentimes like if it's a counter hit and it hits kind of deep, like you're usually good to take that burst point to reset. That's okay. We just zone out. Nice catch. Here again, a lot of the times it's just like, the thing about Kabari is that, right? Kabari is great, but Kabari's weakness, if it had one, would be the fact that it does recover in a way that like Tatami doesn't. Yeah, you look at the height and kind of the like horizontal distance between you guys, because sometimes he can hit pile bunker kind of far. But there's some pretty deep ones that Slayer hits a lot. Like P pile bunker tends to hit pretty deep on like frame traps. Take a catch. 2H Tatami. JS JD. Boom. Boom. Mosquito happens. Yeah, that situation is spooky if you know, like, if you're not comfortable with like setting up the reset. The way I think of it is like something that is important to practice in a matchup like this is it's pretty much like the way you're playing it is right. Like you don't really want to actually engage with Slayer until you get this. Like this exact exchange is exactly like what you want with Slayer before you actually like fight him. There's kind of like no reason fight him, whoops, outside of that. We were like right here. Actually, we were a little further. Yeah, we were like over here. 6P. 6P is pretty safe on Yozansen. You just delay it a little bit. It's good versus a lot of tech buttons, not all of them, but it's mostly about just not overcommitting if they don't tech and the air throw misses. It can get kind of awkward. This is fine. Yeah. The only other piece that I would say, at least in terms of like to complement and doing a lot of air dash back to Tommy that helps, is sometimes, although it might seem crazy, like once in a blue moon, if somebody is finally respecting like Tatami, air dash back to Tommy's enough, you can oftentimes just run up really confidently, like right here, and do 2K. Run up 2K after you've established a lot of Tatami RPS is like pretty good. Learn to practice 6P tech buttons, you often lose the interaction. You're thinking of doing it. You're probably doing it immediately. You have to do it a little bit delayed. If you do it immediately, oftentimes people tech after it, like it's kind of like done being upper body invul. And so like you just get kind of smoked. But if you do it like as they tech into you, a lot of tech buttons lose. Not everybody though. There's like probably like a third of the cast that has a really nasty tech button that'll just win. Like Jam has one. Jam tech JH tends to beat it. Overhead, overhead. It's a good escape. That's a good mentality to have. You just hold up and get out. It's more important than overextending. And you basically just do it enough that he gets... So like that's why things like uppercut are better versus the dandy step follow-ups. Because Sakura tends to miss on Helter, or it might not counter hit a certain follow-up or whatever. That's gonna hit because of the Roman cancel. Funny enough, it might have not otherwise. See, it's like Sakura's weakness is if you don't like pull the trigger insanely fast, it's just kind of slow. And even when you do, it is the slowest follow-up technically. That's supposed to be like the balancing part of it. Can Baiken do throw and super right away? Only in the corner. Yeah, that's exactly the interaction you want. Backdash. Again, it's spooky. Just know, obviously, if you 6Ps, you just explode. And if you block the 6P, it doesn't like Slayer doesn't get punished. He's only -1 on regular block, so it can get pretty dicey, honestly. Boom, boom, boom. Reset. A little early. Same thing. Just like kind of early. People tech a little late out of this by default versus Baiken, and so like you just are like a little early. You need to throw like right here. In fact, it looks like you were. Yeah, actually, we were a little late. My bad. We were a little late. There you go. Yeah. Fuzzy jump out of 6P is solid. Panic burst. H Kabari is the go. Here, you just reset. Do it all over again. Every Baiken is so much more down to do this than me. I feel like if I learned to play like this, I would be so good. I would be so good, but I always crack and I do the Axel. I'm like, oh, I'm doing so well. Let me go in and see what happens. You're very boring. That's a perfect mentality to have on Baiken. Cannot imagine a stronger Baiken player than someone that is just down. Beautiful mentality. Let me see. I already kind of covered them, but I'll like speedrun Slayer burst points. The most common burst points you're probably gonna run into versus Slayer are 2D and J2K. At least like in terms of how often they happen. I'm plugging my hitbox real quick. Ugh. A lot of people give you crap about it. Fighting game players are babies. I think it's just like, you call it whack in the moment and you're like, GG's, man. I gotta learn to play versus it. It's just what it is. Used to mash backdash versus Bdonp a lot, and you tried more other things. Try funny enough, yeah. So if he's doing his usual block string, once Slayer 2Ds, this move takes an eternity to recover. It's pretty guaranteed. This is a very common burst point if you're wrong, especially as a character like Baiken where you're mashing Sandazami like this. He's gonna do boom, 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 and he's gonna sweep. The other one is like when he does this extension. J2K, if he doesn't have bar, a lot of guaranteed burst points often are like with the asterisk of like if they don't have meter. But J2K, like that rising hit, as soon as it smacks you, like you just burst and you get it. And it's pretty great because Slayer generally needs that hit to extend his damage in the corner. Otherwise, he's doing like punch, 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 kick, dust, and it's like he just puts you in the ground right away. Pile bunker when it hits like this in the corner, so like This pile bunker is burstable if he doesn't have bar. Like, deep hitting pile bunker like this, because he takes so long to recover, is another one. Deep hit crosswise like this. This one's a little dicey, but it's probably fine. And this one's great, because like I said, if you actually react to the hit and you do it fast enough, you'll even see the game will, like, tell you did it right. Because it's counter hit recovery, so it'll say counter when you burst them. Those are the main ones and pretty much the only ones you really need to worry about. I'm sure there are other situational burst points that come up, but for the most part, those are like pretty static, pretty guaranteed. You kind of want to know those. I mentioned it too, but generally speaking, high Azami is more bang for your buck in this matchup. If he does this, it is his moneymaker, right? And so this is what gets you killed, so when you crouch Azami, nothing really happens. But if you do this, especially if you're mashing the follow, which will be kind of hard, because I'm, like, currently... Let me see if I can... Oh, I'll do it like this. Right, so, like, if I am, say, like, mashing this... Oh, shit. Oh my god, please. Good luck. Oh, I don't know Baiken's reversal timing. I only play soul now. There it is. If you do it fast enough, you'll still get the counter hit. So, Sanazami's great. He's in the mid screen, he has to 2k. He can't 2H you. In the corner, he can 2H you and you die. But in the mid screen, he doesn't have good grounded punish. Like, he doesn't have high damage low punishes. He can bite you, I guess, but you can mash out of that, so it's not that big of a deal. Let me put the timer before I forget. We're pretty good on time, though, I think, yeah. Oh, yeah, we're good on time. So, usually it's good. The other reason it's pretty great is because a lot of the times when in general, like, for anybody, like, curious, people probably know by now, but, like, backdashing Slayer Oki is, like, pretty solid. Like, it's a pretty great, like, thing to introduce. It usually gets out of the low. It doesn't get punished for a lot by the overhead. And if he 6Ps, he can't do it in the middle of the screen, obviously, because it's going to miss. In the corner, it's a great read for the backdash, because it catches a Maraborn, but not in the mid-screen. So, a lot of the times what ends up happening is, like, if you tell yourself as Baiken, alright, I'm gonna, like, try backdashing as, like, level 1, and they see it, a lot of the times you can start to lean more towards stand Azami, because Slayer's usual counterplay is he'll do something like he'll knock you down like this, and he will dash through you, right? However he wants to do it. Sometimes they just get the knockdown and they do, like, double dash like this or whatever, right? But it doesn't really matter. The point is a lot of Slayers will preemptively dash through before you get to backdash, so that the most tempting option is not available for you, right? That's how they directly call it out. They get a pretty decent, by Slayer standards, like a decent punish, I guess, right? A couple hits. If you're crouching, you get hit by this combo, but if you're standing, it gets a little less. The big thing is that Azami doesn't care about cross-ups. So it still works versus that, right? He still has to worry if you're going to opt for things like normally just backdashing out or like fuzzy jumping or whatever. But stand Azami won't care. The only things that are going to beat stand Azami are like his kind of low reward 2k and bite. And those two things aren't that bad. It's better to do stand Azami, generally speaking, versus Slayer than like anything else. That's not really true as much in the corner, by the way, because he has a reason to press this, and if he does this, a lot of the times as a reversal, like, I think we may have to be closer. He'll go, like, through you, get his guaranteed counter hit, and you just kind of die, right? He could technically do this, like, in the middle of the screen, too, but it would be kind of like a hard read, honestly, and I, like, wouldn't even hate it if he did it, like, if he did something like this. But don't worry about it too much. Just know, in the corner, everything is basically kind of scary, but in the middle of the screen, this shit's pretty good. The other thing I'll say is, offensively, I don't see you do quite enough. Like, the thing about Baiken is that she does not really guarantee a lot of offense. She has good offense, probably way better than she deserves, honestly. But, like, there's a lot of static resets, especially with Slayers that know, and Bdomp's a little better at it. Like, this always has a gap on it, you know? Like, Kabari has a built-in gap, and then it has only a small amount of frame advantage after. So keeping a character like Slayer locked down is, like, virtually impossible, right? So you, like, while the offense is good and you still obviously want to lean to that most of the time, I will say, even as basically the world's least Suzuran throwing Baiken, I do think that you should do a little bit more Suzuran throw. Especially if someone isn't actually good at reacting to it, you can do it kind of early instead of, like, pushing yourself, like, all the way out and doing it. Sometimes you can just do things like close / Suzuran throw, even though it's a little close. But Suzerain throw is great, man. Like, the big thing about it is, like, no matter what, it's gonna force interaction with the opponent, or they will pick some kind of preemptive thing, but you can play around it in a way that's pretty solid for Baiken, right? So the idea is, if you fight somebody that's good at throwing you out of Suzerain throw, then you kind of just space out a block string. Usually I like something like anything into 2S that spaces pretty well like that, right? And then you pick the stab as you slide right in front of them. This is around the time people react and you're out of throw range and you get a guaranteed counter hit if they press 4H, right? If they like to jump, I will just assume that they're going to do it on reaction to Suzerain, and I will input up and then back throw, obviously, because her throw is reversed, so you want to put him back in the corner. And you'll do this. And the beauty of Baiken is, like, this shit's not even really a commitment, because if they don't react and they stay on the floor, you just press JH to taunt. So it's like, you're not really levered, like, it's not that big of a risk, as long as you know they're not going to, like, mash a low or something. You just do this, and then you reset your offense. It's pretty cheap. And the other thing is, if they start to just gamble on jumping out, the other thing you don't do much ever is like Tatami YRC, or just Tatami in general. Tatami is like pretty great. Like it's her one thing where like it often leaves a small gap, and if people are just holding up, you'll catch them, and it will be big damage. The trade-off is just that like you don't get anything else if they block. You have to accept that sometimes you're just trying to catch something for high value, right? Baiken does have to do that at times, and the downside isn't a big downside. It's not that you get punished, you just kind of lose all offense, and that happens. Like, that's like, it's better than trying to force continuous offense and they just squeak out anyway. But keep that in mind. If people are being preemptive, do Tatami YRC in general off your cancels like this. You can even reset and get strike throws again, right? The other thing you don't really do much is if you do Suzerain throw, a lot of people are pretty bad at actually getting out of it. So, like, you can actually just start doing more Escabari in pressure. That's probably the thing I saw, like, I want to say the least of. Is, like, when people start to jump or you start to give them spots where you're noticing that habit, then you just do Escabari. Especially if you have 50 bar. Because Escabari with 50 bar isn't technically a commitment. You can always leverage 50 bar and kind of force them to block again. Right? Or you can just give up your turn. Like, that's fine too. Like, the spacing here is pretty good a lot of the times. But I will usually leverage something like this a lot. Or, like, I'll just rip the follow-up with no meter sometimes too. A spaced out Roken Sogi is very hard to punish if they don't IB it anyway. So sometimes I'll just do it. But keep that in mind. Suzerain throw specifically and Escabari are really great, and oftentimes they work in tangent, like they work together. A lot of the times people jump out of Suzerain throws in the spots you do them, so like learning the Escabari will just be a lot of value. And Escabari is a pretty free hit confirmed. They just get hit by it and die basically. The only other thing I would say is like you do default a lot to air dash back to Tommy. You kind of always want to do it, and honestly, in the spots, let's say Slayer is like right here when you jump, and you tell yourself like, I don't want to do air dash back to Tommy because it takes a long time and I'm gonna die. Do more air dash back descending jump S. It's way faster. It does essentially the same thing, but you don't get a combo, right? It covers the retreating space in front of Baiken, and nobody can really contest it that well, right? So you just basically do like this, and then all this is doing is making sure they can't run at you while you're retreating, and then if you have more screen space, you air dash back to Tommy after it. It's a really strong combination for her, because a lot of what people are trying to do is to get around Baiken jumping like at this height, where it's a lot easier for maybe more like characters that have traditional movement can do it, because Slayer's teleport dash makes it a little hard. But like somebody with a run here isn't a good spot to just run and chase you air dashing back. So you'll do something like this, clip them, and they'll get hit usually like right here running. And then you're still in a weird spot because realistically you don't want to interact with Slayer, so you just now you use that extra frame advantage to reset, like fully reset, right? It's a tool that's more about like this guarantees my space like this, and then you can just do this. The wall Baiken can create with Tatami and IED back JS is so annoying. Yes, the reason it's annoying is because, and the reason you always want to keep this mindset as Baiken is that this is what you want. You want Tatami splat so that when people really overextend, they pop up and you get the Fisher Prize my first hit confirm combo that is jump forward JP JS JD, right? It's awesome. She just hits you for free, knocks you down, and if you have solid execution, you get free Okazemi, right? That is insanely strong, right? And the only downside is that, like, if a character knows you're gonna do it, they might do something like... I wonder if I can even... Let's try like this. I have not practiced. Oh my god, I'm not gonna be able to do it. I'm not gonna be able to do it. I haven't practiced forward dash anything with this character. Okay, maybe I can do it. Wait, what? No, it's forward. My bad. I'm doing the input backwards, I see. Okay, I might be able to do this. Oh, I'm doing it way too fast. Alright, we won't worry about it. I'll try, I think this will... If anything, I think I'll be able to fix it if I do it like this. It's pretty close, okay. Let's say I'm, like, here, and I, like, do this. Oh my god, it's so too fast. Okay, I gotta wait for him to, like, land. Like this, right? So, yeah, okay, I have the timer. So, like, when you do this, let's pick Slayer Jab, and I think we got a good example. Right? So, when you're in, like, this awkward spacing like this... Oh, shit. There we go. Okay, this should work. This is kind of like a niche example, but it should be, like, good enough. Let's say, even though you wouldn't be playing blank, let's say they're, like, in a range where they can do this. They can chase you down, and then they can jab you out of the air dash tatami. A lot of Baikens learn to, like, internalize that range. You don't stop doing what you're doing. You just do this instead, see? And oftentimes, you want to reverse Gatling and a jump punch like that. You always want to buffer that reverse Gatling so that you become way smaller. It's more about just, like, decreasing, like, your current, like, hitbox on you. You get this hit, you land, and technically you're plus, but... The idea is, like, you don't actually want to interact with a character like this. Like, most of the time, Baiken doesn't have an interest in playing neutral in a range where none of her buttons hit, right? Why would I do that? So you use the frame advantage on the retreating JS to actually, like, land and then do this. And now you get what you wanted as Baiken. You get all the space to do everything you wanted before, right? Be careful. This is a hard thing to get away with the more you do it, obviously, because you start to walk yourself into the corner a lot. But the logic still applies. Even if I was here, I would still do this air dash back to Tommy. It's that strong, right? The concept of, like, this into this is so strong, I will never stop doing it, basically. And even if they become really confident, and they're like, I know he's going to do this, so I'm going to get hit and then dash forward and chase the tatami, you can wash, rinse, repeat till the end of time. You can do this, and then you can do another air dash back, JS, and then you can do tatami. It never changes. The idea is the only reason you kind of don't always want to do jump S is because tatami is what's going to give you the combo, and you need to put it out there. And tatami is also the thing where if they get a little too passive, right, if they just aren't doing anything, then you can run forward and press a button, right? That's what's better about it. I can't do this and run forward very confidently, but I can do, like the tatamis, right? I can do, like, tatami run forward. Right, even when tatamis don't hit, they're still pretty good because he can't stick a button out. The tatami's in front of him. So by the time he would stick a button out, I am probably already pressing 2K, right? So even the ones that don't hit are still pretty good at running up. This is like the one thing I was saying where even when they don't hit, he can't really press a button there. The tatami covered my whole approach. So he can't press a counter poke. A lot of the times people have to hold this or instant block or like reversal as you're running up. And those are all things where you can just stop and bait it, right? This is the last thing I was going to say. Is like, this is the only thing I don't see you do too much of. You want to do tatami zoning like 85% of the time, maybe even 90% of the time. Like, you want to default to stuff like this. It is very strong. And then once in a blue moon, especially like in the mid-range, like here, don't be scared to, like, actually run up very confidently behind 2K like that. You have to do it. That way you can actually run some offense. And then Baiken's cheap because, like, maybe you get contact and, like, all you needed was contact, right? Like, maybe you had 50 bar and so you'll do old reliable. You're like, oh, I got a hit. I confirmed the block. Close slash is a mix-up because I can do 2D or I can do Zansen. Don't worry about actually doing that specifically. The point is doing this and being confident means you can start good situations like this. And what ends up happening is, like, people want to stick things out or stop you, and so you kind of, like, dash in, jump, stick tatami out, and they'll, like, whiff things in place a lot of the times. That's, like, the value of this, right? They might see you like this, whiff a button, right? This exact interaction happens a lot. And by the time they recover, right, on this situation, you can, like, retreat into tatami splat, and then it's like, what are they going to do? Stick a button out? They can't, right? And so you produce the same situation, but you get that off of showing that sometimes you are just willing to run at them. Smart players will slow down, if that makes sense. And so they will wait for your tatami zoning, and you kind of want to do that. But yeah, those are like the big things. Those are all things, and honestly, those are a lot. Like the burst points are obviously Slayer specific, the zombie stuff Slayer specific, but like Suzanon Throw and Escabari, you want to like keep that in mind versus like basically everybody. And the air dash back to Tommy, air dash back jump S thing is good to remember versus everyone you don't want to play aggressive neutral versus, right? So any of the non-zoners, like that's all like fair game, right? Like a character like Millia or other characters are like, I don't really want to play neutral with you until I get Tommy splat, and then it just kills you off the knockdown. But yeah, those are the things I would say to keep in mind. Something you've seen both me and Baiken studying a lot. You figured that was what it was, but you weren't sure what it actually is used for. Yeah, it's for people that fuzzy jump out of the Suzanon throw animation on reaction. Basically, either you're fighting somebody that can't actually react to Suzanon throw, and so you just RPS between a Suzanon every now and then, or whatever they're doing to get out of Suzanon preemptively, right? Like mashing lows or holding up as soon as they expect the special cancel. And then people that actually try to react are still guessing between 4H or fuzzy jump, no matter what. That's just the nature of the move. You think understanding the actual protection of Tatami is something you've been too scared about? It's dicey because a lot of it is spacing dependent. You have to really pick up on when Tatami is splatting kind of in front of them like it just did, right? And then you'll see like the extra value of it is usually how it works basically. In general, you struggle with trying to understand how worried your opponent actually is. I mean, I would say it's less about don't worry too much. I mean, it's trickier at the beginning because you don't have a holistic picture of what's going on. But the way I would put it is, as you play interactions, don't put too much thought into like what is this person worried about necessarily, and just think about it more as like, what do they pick? Like what does they kind of pick? I don't tell myself like, oh, I think you're gonna jump because you're scared. I tell myself like, well, you've just been guessing when you think I'm gonna do Suzanon throw or whatever, so I'll just stick something out for the jump. And Baiken is really good in the sense that like she doesn't have a lot of commitment behind a ton of her options, right? Everything that she does is they end up being committal in some ways, but she hardly ever gets like truly punished, or she was leveraging a lot of reward if she's getting truly punished. The other thing I'll say, it didn't come up much, but you can do a lot of IEDJH in the corner too. Don't overuse it because it's not great as a whole game plan. But if you're ever just fishing for like, I really need a reset, this into like 6k is a great chump check for a lot of people. A lot of people will try to throw it, and you'll just get a 6k that counter hits into a free combo, or you'll get free frame advantage a lot of the times. Some people will like press a light normal, and sometimes that's fast enough off of this to like actually interrupt it. And at that point, I think I just do like 2k and I play a little bit of RPS with them. Or I just do this and this. Does IB throw guaranteed on IEDJH? You know, honestly, I don't know. I know that sounds weird to say, but I don't know. I feel like I looked it up once, and like, if I do it, I think as soon as possible it might be. Like, but she can technically do Yozansen, I think, like this. And if you react too early, this would counter hit, pop you up, and she gets a knockdown. So much of the matches are like doing one string and not realizing you've changed it in like 3 interactions. Yeah, I would just say focus on your offense at that point then. That's a thing to consider. Like just don't worry. What I often tell people is like, obviously the game is very fast paced and it's hard to actually think about things in the moment. Sorry, that was probably really loud. It's hard to think about stuff like in the moment, but my advice would be like, just be pretty okay with losing. Like I mean that, like really mean that. Like just like focus on what you want to work on as it's coming up. Don't worry about like trying to put up a good fight or any of that shit. If you have something very concrete in mind that you want to work on, and it's a matchup like versus a person that's playing in a way that will let you kind of work on it, like work on it. Just keep working on it. It's way more valuable, at least in terms of increasing like your progression with like you know, your skill, to just like have that mindset. Like I'll have like matches like, or I just don't do anything when I'm playing Soul Bad Guy on hitbox, and the whole time I am basically just like, wait, what? I thought, my bad, I thought I picked, wait. Sammy, did you link the right VOD? Oh shit, I didn't see you. Okay. I only saw MKJ. You're good. I'll switch to capture. I only saw MKJ. I got very confused. That's what you were focused on today when you were spamming matches. Yeah. It's a good mindset. Baiken has great pressure. It's just you got to remember to rotate it a bit. We're a little early, but that's fine. I like being a little early. Well, actually, we're right on time. You edited it for a smaller video? No, you're fine. You're fine. I saw it said like 4 bread MK versus MKJ, and I was like, why did he put me versus MKJ as his match? Anything can be worked on for sure. Sweet. We'll skip. This is a pretty long one, so I'm gonna skip ahead. Well, I guess actually there's a couple people, so we'll watch a little bit of each person's matches, but 16 minutes is usually a little bit more. Not that this is bad. You can always submit whatever amount of footage you want, but I try to leave a specific amount to talk about things. Is more. Thanks for the review. Yeah, no problem. We do it's bi-weekly usually, so feel free to stop by. Speaking, I like this. I like getting note out. This is a matchup I think you're forced to walk in my opinion. It's not something you want to do, but this is why you have to walk and block a lot, I think, as I-no. I'll talk about it more because I think Chastity also links something, and it's really funny because they're not actually here, but technically they're like, that's fine because they linked me a VOD of somebody else playing, or it's like they just want me to talk about it, so I'll do it. This is a matchup I think your priorities as I-no in neutral are more about never getting hit than it is like making sure you get note out, as weird as that sounds. This trade's about neutral. So like that is scary. That is very scary if he wakes up with sniper shot. Right? Where like if he does sniper shot right now, you just get counter hit. He just wake up sniper shot, boom, counter hit. Right? And the note might mitigate some of the danger here, but that's not really the point. Is damage positive at least for I-no? Yeah. The idea is you have to play under when characters just own you in neutral, like I imagine Elphelt tends to do versus I-no. You have to play with respect for their options 24/7. That's just the name of the game. Obviously, like you want your win condition, but it's a lot about like here. It's just like I would get this note out and I would walk forward. I would walk forward and like if I see the Pineberry coming at me, I'm gonna do like air dash back to H. Right, I'll give up a lot of screen space every now and then. You basically want to kind of like coax them into like approaching you, but not in like a bad, like not in a spot where they can really like apply offense. So like here, I would even probably like try stroke. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I like walk rather than hover a lot of the times. Because the thing is even when you get this note interaction, it's really hard to make anything decent out of it. If anything, if you're gonna get note out, I would say mental note in this matchup is like just do note IRC more. Because otherwise, even if you're right, a lot of your exchanges will never lead to what you actually want. That was a good dash up. Here, you gotta respect a little bit. That was a good mash. Safe knockdown. JD? No, it goes low. Alright, here, you gotta be more willing to do direct mix-ups with I-no. Even if you're like, I don't want to get thrown, you at 2K would have hit. And that's the kind of character I-no is. Right, it has to play off of the potential for JD. Like it has to be. She's very deliberate on picking like her land into low options. It's super important for her. Yeah, it's super. We've seen it enough times in our lives. It's gonna pop and ruin the Ogi. Right. See, so like same idea, right? Where it's like you want to tell yourself like, oh, they're not right on top of me, but it's like sniper exists. It's a mechanic. Like you have to assume that they're gonna sniper anytime they can. Because when you don't, you just kind of like lose the interaction this high. And like you were pretty doomed, to be fair. You were kind of fucked no matter what, obviously. But the point is more like you have to try to always play with that mindset. Okay, it's tricky. Oh, what a 5K. Boom, you gotta respect the pine toss. Here, they have to pull into something. Extends the offense. Oh, that would have been a throw. But that's like just nuance and pressure. This is tricky, but also like guaranteed burst point potentially. A little late. There's also a thing I'll talk about that doesn't feel good to do, but is like pretty good, honestly. And I'll explain why. It'll probably come up in general a lot with I-no, so I'll write it down as something we'll actually look over. Oh, it's tough. Missing the 2K. That's tough. Boom, boom, boom. A little greedy, but he doesn't instantly tech. Boom, boom. Oh, it's tough. It was an S stroke, so it wasn't long enough for the low profile to persist through the burst. I get the idea. I would say not to like keep reiterating, but like it's really hard for you to get that situation consistently unless you YRC. If you YRC, this is a lot better. Anytime you get this out, I would recommend YRCing if you really want to force something to happen. Because otherwise, like, it's really tricky to actually get a note spaced naturally long enough to get that. Obviously, when you get that, it's great, but it's just so hard to get it. Right. And then part of the reason, I'll talk about it in general, like more in training mode, but walking is strong because all of your options are at your disposal. And things like this are built to catch you if you just kind of like sit in place, if that makes sense. To the point where like even walking can mess up some of the spacing on people's options. And it's never something you want to do, but when neutral is doomed, you have to grasp at the safest straws available, basically. This matchup's interesting. This matchup is a similar idea, but you can actually just like dash way more in this matchup. Oh, that's crazy that doesn't hit Venom. Nice, nice, nice. That's a good retreat. This, funny enough, is a better example of like maybe getting the node out is pretty solid. Just get check with the 6p. Nice 2s, nice dash over 2s. I will also talk about, because I don't see it, and I think it's a nice concept to introduce, is like, let me see the button sequence. Yeah, I'll talk about it. I'll have to remember what I-no button it is, but if there's a button in her kit that's pretty nice to like show some love to every now and then. Let me see. It's interesting because I like it a lot once I-no players are... So like, a really common thing that comes up for I-no players is the concept of how do I apply pressure versus people that understand when I am too far to dash safely, right? That's like a super common problem for I-no players that you'll run into while learning her. Because a lot of people will internalize the range at which your normals like don't reach anymore, basically, right? So like, let's say you do this and they block, right? So like here, a lot of people, and this is kind of a bad example because it's 2D, but once you're here, a lot of people are basically going to preemptively mash or jump, and it gets really annoying for I-no to deal with that, especially if she doesn't have HCL YRC to help her like slow the situation down and just react to everything. Good burst from him. And I'll talk about it because I think there is a tool that like is a little underrated, especially like the idea is if you have really good execution, I think flight can still do a really good job. Like Marlon does a good example of showing that like tri-dash flights and like different angles can really help in that situation. Nice knockdown. Oh, I love when people don't block both overheads. That's just the classic. That shit is the classic. Nice setup. Ooh, too early on the throw though. So that range, right? Although you know, like your turn was over there, but people internalize that range a lot. And I think there's like an easy thing to look for. Nice. Early on that is better with I-no. I will say so far I have noticed you're definitely a lot better about like when people block and you go low. I do see like more of like timing the 2K more deliberately or doing like 2K 2D on occasion. Instead of always like 2S is not something you want to do a lot in these situations. Here. And you used to do it a lot. You used to do a lot of 2K 2S and it's like super fuzzy blockable with I-no. So it's good that you already... So this spacing is like... This spacing sucks. For I-no. Because like people internalize like, oh, I-no can't reach me. She has to dash. Let me just mash some shit. Right? And it's super obnoxious to like consistently punish. Far slash is a pretty good button for it. In fact, if you're really far out, far slash is the button you use. There's another button I like that's like closer up. You agree you've been walking more in other matchups? You haven't considered it versus Elphelt, like versus Jam and Raven? Any matchup where the neutral's starting to feel kind of like cheeks, just to move around, period, Sammy, it's like you kind of have to walk more as I-no. Because it's no longer worth just risking it. Yeah, so like, this situation is a pretty good example, I think. Of like, you have to do that because you're scared of the 6p, but like, you lose so much in this situation. And there is something, admittedly, I'm not like too familiar on it. I'll check it while we're in training mode. Because I'm pretty sure I know, like, I'm pretty sure it's like a thing, but it might not be. And we'll have to double check before I just tell you to do it, basically. But honestly, everything seems solid. It's easy to just be like, do better I-no combos, but you will obviously eventually get more mileage out of the character as you like execute better. But the general decision making has been really solid. This is another instance of, this worked. This got out, but there's like another thing I was going to talk about that's like, I think nice to consider as I-no from time to time. I do it with Baiken because Baiken also has a hard time getting out of the corner, but for like different reasons. Nice that angle. I like respecting the space. Here backdash is a lot more valuable than pressing a button in place for like a handful of reasons. This is good. Protect yourself. Oh, that's a cheeky set. I hate when veteran players do that shit. Alright, that's good. We'll watch like a game or two of the Joy set. This one will be interesting. This one will show me... This one actually will also probably be a good example of showcasing like why it's hard for I-no to like reset her pressure on people. And it's by design. She's not supposed to apply a lot of pressure. But there's like an option that's like a solid mid-ground is how I put it. Where it's like, it's not going to lead to a lot, but it feels better than always having to gamble on your offense as I-no is how I look at it. Hard baits. Luckily he throws you out of the mash, so you don't get IK install. Boom, boom, boom. Here you have to be careful. Nice angle on the note. That angle maybe? No, just gets hit. A lot of hits because of the note, yeah. It gets a little weird. Doesn't help that the 5H was a misinput, I think. Just wants your burst and basically doesn't want to win. Yeah. Boom, boom. Ball Oki. Do the faultless. The faultless is good. I don't remember, honestly. I think some of the lightweights are too skinny for this shit, but I honestly don't remember. She might be tall enough, though, that it works. But it's usually like a width thing. But when you do the faultless here, you want to do a stand faultless is usually how it works to help with like the usual level 1 defense versus Kun. But generally speaking, this is a great matchup to learn burst points into. I'll talk about them if they come up again, because you still have your burst. Plus frames. That's a good burst point. That's fine. People undervalue bursting Kum's Okizeme, I think, in the matchups that she plays. Because, like, the thing people don't realize, this is a bit of a tangent, but it's important to remember, like, because it will apply, like, when you fight, you know, like, Joy the next time, is Red Ball Oki is a win condition. And the thing that people oh, this is going to be a weird hit. The thing people forget, nice, one more exchange, he's probably going to blitz, because, yeah, he tries to escape. Kum is a grappler. You have to fight her like a grappler, right? If Potemkin is on top of me, I am going to burst Potemkin away from me and not run at him. But people run or do things versus Kum, and it's like, she's a grappler. Her neutral's kind of whack, but she has an insanely defined win condition, point blank. Right? So, like, here, you can burst right now, and she is still in Red Ball startup. People, like, undervalue this burst just because they don't want to burst at the end of a combo, but, like, it was a short combo. So it's like, they had to do a short combo, and right here, right around, like, oh shit, I hate when I do that. Right around, like, here, a lot of people will be like, Red Ball. You can see Red Ball a couple frames in because she charges it. And so you oftentimes burst, like, around here, and she's still in the animation. Kum is, like, blowing it away still, right? You can oftentimes burst Red Ball Oki and avoid, like, this situation, right? Because it's like, now you get knocked down. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, wait, they did the one that doesn't knock down. Right? But the point is, like, they would have knocked you down Red Ball Oki again, right? Like, she's like Slayer, where it's like, her neutral's, like, not that great. Resetting is supposed to be, like, a thing that you could think of as, like, a good usage for your burst. I can't believe that didn't get super. There it is. Good job not teching. It's always better not to tech there, even if it's super awkward. You never want to tech there because of that. It's just, like, it's fine, because if they fish for it, they're always misspaced. There's like one more, but we'll skim it. We'll skim it. And I think I have notes. Boom, boom, boom. Nice catch. I like this. Nice snipe. Oh, that sucks. Here you just wait. Oh, it sucks. 5P is a little better there, I think, because you're not sure what side she's going to end up on. Boom, boom. This is also, like, this is, like, minor thing to keep in mind, but something important to remember is, and it's hard to pay attention to this in general in a match, but I've talked about this on my stream, which is when you recognize that you are in disadvantage, it's pretty instinctive for a lot of people to want to, like, do something else in place immediately or gamble or do anything, but you are technically minus, right? And so the idea is like a lot of people will overextend with this option specifically versus you, air dash, where if you had stayed crouching here, Koom would be right above you and you would mash 5p and you would hit her. Sometimes it's just about recognizing you're in a bad spot and telling yourself like, they're gonna chase me. They've been chasing me. It's usually just hard to realize in the moment because people tend to fight or flight those moments and they don't stick with you. Like you don't think about those as like conscious decisions so much as you think of it as like a necessity. Like I need to get away here. I'm in a bad spot. When it really is a decision that you are consciously making, technically. And if they hard read the decision and they air dash at you, kind of like Joy did, you end up in a really bad spot off of it. Especially where patience would have been directly rewarded if you just kind of accepted that you might decide to block this time, that kind of thing. It's not about always doing it, it's just like sometimes you have to, right? Sometimes people are really tapped in and know exactly how scared you are. Goomba Oki again, right? Like imagine having burst here. You'd be able to get out of this, right? It's good to save it. It's good to save it because at worst, like they're gonna get scared and they're gonna wait and block and then do like blue ball YRC or something instead. The point is you can usually react to it, right? I don't think he gets it, but yeah, he keeps not taking any extra loops, which is interesting. I was gonna show the one you can get on Shinken, but like he hasn't gotten the hits for it like ever, so it just hasn't come out. 2D mash. 5p is really good after Hayabusa, I want to say, if he's close enough. Nice catch. This is gonna hurt. Actually, no, it's not because it moved too far forward. Yeah. Same kind of idea, but not exactly the same. Where it's like if you just waited in place and crouched a bit, you'd catch him. But that's more like a Joy specific thing. He tends to just autopilot like air dash into people a lot. And if people stand into it or like try to jump out of it, it tends to find its mark. It's a good block. Boom, boom. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, she's a big girl. I think you need a jab there. I don't know what you'd do after, but I think you have a jab there. All right, really quick. I need to see it. Because they look the same, but only one. It is 2H, okay. Yeah, 2H is plus 6. There it is. So, talk about it. Most of it looked fine. I mean, I like some of it was like do better Oki, sure, but I do think a big thing to try to do a little bit more of is I was mentioning it earlier, and like technically the holy grail of what you want to do is you want to like be able to like try dash around people mashing crouch normals really well in a way that's like scary to deal with, right? Marlin is really good example of this, right? Like that's you'll do something where like you're in this range and so they want to mash something on this dash, right? And so you do like instant instant try dash up, right? So you kind of like go directly above their button and then you like go directly down, or Marlin will do a lot of like super jump FDC in these spots, like super jump at them FDC, and it kind of like try dashes onto them essentially. The thing is though, it's very hard to pull that off consistently, like just execution wise, right? But something like what's the input? It's like JD faultless defense, right? Yeah. So he'll do something like super jump at them, and the faultless defense will like. Oh god. Let me see if I can actually get an example of it. I have to remember the timing on this. Wait. Oh my god, there it is. Okay. Right, he'll do that, right? He'll kind of like go above people and then like land on like that. That's a really good example of it, right? Because you end up going so high up in the air, you dodge shit, period. Like someone has to, it's almost like a bedman try dash, where it's like bedman try dash doesn't really get hit by shit on the ground, right? So Marlin does a lot of that. One, you can't really do that with your burst unless your name is Marlin Pie. But two, it's just like hard to replicate in general. The other thing I was gonna say is like, I think this button's pretty great to like just like toss out, right? I want to say if like people are like preemptively mashing and you do this, let me say, let me do it like this. It just like trades pretty well, or like it's like really active. I want to say, let me say, yeah. Right, and so like you end up getting this, and like imagine if you had 50 bar and you did this, right? And your goal isn't really to do that, and technically this thing is like +6, so like right after that you have like other things. This move is also special cancelable, by the way. right? So it's like you can press a move that is like pretty chill on block and like a lot of other things, right? Like you can end up in a space like this, stagger like a timing, right? Like let's say you do, and you can press 2H here. And it becomes something that's really good at like kind of destroying people for fuzzy mashing all the time, right? The trade-off, if you want to call it one, is like it has pushback, right? Like you are doing something that is not as good as like what you would want to do. But I like the idea of it because it's like a lot of people will mash on redash here, right? And like a lot of Enos will tell themselves like, oh, like that's annoying because like I don't want to just do this into like maybe I have to RPS again. That's the Eno classic, right? Is like you do something like kind of low immediate reward and you set something up, but the thing you set up is like interactive, and that's not really what Eno wants, right? She's not built that well on Wake Up, right? Like she has like, I don't remember the input. She's got like this super, right? Like she's got a good super, she's got a good 4H. Yeah, it's great on width. Like people can't punish you, so you can like you can just use it. And this move is not a move you want to use if you can avoid using it. But I do think that the developers probably put this in her kit so that she has like a soft mid ground. In fact, this is the thing I wasn't sure about, but let me see. Is this a counter hit confirmed? Yeah, see? Isn't that pretty solid? So it's like you're kind of like fishing. The pushback is okay because there's great RPS on 2H on block. Yeah, I mean it's up to you. You're probably thinking of it a little bit better than I am, like in terms of like what Eno could do. Because honestly, I'm not too sure what I would do, but I do understand that defensively, a lot of people will react the same way to Eno. A lot of people will block like this situation, right? Let's say I do like 2 buttons into a low, and people will fuzzy mash a lot here. And the Eno classic is like they might do like this, right? And this is like the frame trap they go for, but like this doesn't really lead to anything like ever, right? It doesn't really lead to anything. It doesn't feel good on block because technically you're minus, right? The idea is like a lot of Eno players do it, and I think it is good to use / here because you can, this is the whole point of this button, right? It's like I think decently disjointed. So like / is the button that you're supposed to use, but you want to use it like further out. When you're applying some closer pressure, try to think of it as like just like Kai close slash, right? Like you remember when you played Kai and like if somebody's just mashing, you just do like 2P close slash with Kai. Try doing the same mentality with Eno. It's like let me set up a frame trap with a move that is plus on block and can cancel into like other shit. You can still do like delay to HYRC, I think, on this. Well, let me see. I might be wrong about this because of the block stun on it. There's might not be a thing. It's really hard to get this. Maybe this isn't a thing. Oh wait, but I'm plus. I'm fucking stupid. I'm plus. I can just do this. I don't need to link it out of the cancel. I'm fucking plus. I was like, wait, can I do it? Like, you know, like, can I do it delayed? I'm like, wait, I'm plus. I can just do it. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, I'm plus. But does that kind of make sense on why I think, like, yeah, that's a good thing to introduce so that people have at least a little bit more reason to be scared to, like, just get hit on. Like, just to, like, mash or, like, check the way they usually do. And it's still a situation that, to me, feels like it has more control than, like, pressing / here a lot, which is what I feel a lot of Eno players do. And in fact, this is like why they have to do this so much, because they block the / and you're like, shit, I feel really like I have to do the cancel now. I have to do this cancel because I am minus. But when you do this, you are plus, right? You're only +6, so it's not like you can dash off of it. But the point is you are plus. You can even press it / after it, right? It's a good like pressure button for Eno to use. The only thing this button isn't is jump cancelable, which would be busted if it was, right? But yeah, the idea is like you can do that. You can even just fish for the occasional stroke if you're like worried about them like fuzzy jumping maybe, right? Yeah, you can do a 5H. 5H is the one is like I don't give that example because like you have to be able to do like the thing Marlin does to get the best usage out of it. You have to be able to do super jump forward into the like fast fall on top of them, I think, to like get good value out of it. This is like slower than I remember, I think. Maybe it's not. But yeah, does that make sense? This is like a big thing I think you should just try. You should just try. And think of it as a soft mid-ground. Don't let it become the whole game plan you do, but when you tell yourself, man, it's really annoying, all this person does is gamble versus me. When I'm in mid-range, all they do is gamble. Because my punishes aren't good enough, my Oki's not strong enough yet. And so, like, even though I'm picking up on the actual fighting game interactions that are happening between us, I am basically just getting execution tested. And, like, the problem is, like, when I-no's doing a ton of, like, stroke, or, like, this, you burn all your resources, or, like, you're engaging in RPS every time with them, right? Like, none of these situations have you in a spacing where, like, they might just press something and miss, right? Fuck with this button way more, man. Just like, try it. I don't see any I-no players at intermediate level give this button the love that they probably should. Because it's not what she wants to do, but man, is it really... I think it's really strong when you need, like, a decent mid-ground as I-no. Where you're okay with maybe being forced to, like, get pushed out again. The other thing I was gonna say is, like, a lot of the defense is fine. Honestly, if somebody is, like... If somebody is hanging out, like, around here versus me, I think something, like, just jump at them, and if they didn't whiff something that looks... So, like, this is really common, a lot of the times, is, like... People will see this jump, and a lot of people won't throw you into the corner. It kind of depends. It's not, like, one size fits all. But sometimes, every now and then, I will, like, jump at somebody, and then I'll kind of, like, just jump out of the corner and, like, block on the other side. I-no's not good at getting out of the corner, right? Like, she just isn't really that well built for it, because once somebody is, like, this far from her, a lot of her fast buttons don't reach anymore. You don't want to press close buttons, and, like, you can't move at them easily, because you don't have a dash. So, like, I-no players will jump a lot and gamble here every time. And, like, it's not bad. I think I-no is a character that has to do things like super jump S-dive every now and then. But honestly, there were a lot of, like, subtle moments where you'll get the initial jump out. Like, you'll get to, like, here, and then you could probably just, like, double jump and accept blocking. It feels really bad in the moment because you don't solve your problem. But a lot of people are way better at getting out from the middle of the screen versus a lot of the casts than in the corner, right? And that's a really underrated thing I think that you should, like, just try more. Is like, if they're holding a space, like, kind of closer to you, or you get a certain jump, you have to think about it from, like, a risk-reward standpoint. It's pretty chill. Like, honestly, the punishment for doing this is kind of, like, non-existent. It's the Street Fighter, like, it's the Street Fighter 6 to me. Like, I call this, like, just eat crosscut, bro. Like, just eat the crosscut DP. It's okay. Like, you can eat crosscut DP. This is, like, the Guilty Gear version of, like, you just eat crosscut DP. Because, like, Venom's a bad example, obviously, because, like, he can air throw you into the combo. Yeah, worst case, like, you get back thrown in the corner, but you'd be surprised how many people will, like, throw you into the middle of the screen sometimes on accident. But it's, like, the big thing is, like, when you do this, when you jump, like, at somebody, and then you jump over them, like this. Oh, whoops. Oh, shit, I have my buttons all fucked up right now. Alright, so when you, like, jump at somebody and you do this, think about it. Even in a game like this, like, we have a bunch of fucked up anti-airs, but that doesn't matter if you just block. The hardest part about the corner is getting out of the corner. That is the hardest part about it. So if somebody actually lets you, like, sneak out like this, it's not bad, technically. And yeah, exactly. Like, worst case, you just kind of get thrown back in the corner, and it's like 10 damage, and a lot. This isn't, like, entirely true. The true Oki demon-ass characters will probably be the exception. But if you think about it, most characters don't get, like, the craziest Okizeme off of air throws anyway. A lot of the times, it'll end up being, like, RPS right away, right? A lot of characters don't get crazy Oki off of their throws. They'll still get Oki, right? But the point is, like, you're still accepting the smallest punishment. It's not a game plan, but it's, like, it's solid. I do this a lot when I'm just really desperate. I'm like, you know what? Like, I just want out of the corner, man. I just want out of the corner, right? And then the idea is, like, you can start to do things more like jump at them and then air dash back, and they overthink it like this, right? The big thing is, it looks a lot like other shit, man. It's just learning how to do other stuff, right? Because when you jump here, you're either gonna jump through them away and maybe get air thrown, but, like, What if they're like, oh, I'm gonna air throw the moment he's here, right here? You'll double jump out of it, right? So like, I'll give you an example. Let me do this like, let me do this backwards real quick, and then we'll like finish talking about it. These are like the two biggest things. Honestly, everything else was pretty alright. I didn't really talk about it too much, but I guess I'll like glaze over it a little bit. I kept saying like you should try to walk a little bit more. The idea is that it's the same. You're taking space. You're taking space the same way you do like this. The difference is that matchups that are bad and neutral for I-no is because during this moment when you can't block or do anything, there's a lot of shit on screen probably that is scary. Sniper, shotgun, Raven dashing through whatever button you pick or whatever, right? Like Venom balls, Axle chains. Well, Axle's a crazy example. I shouldn't use Axle. But there's a lot of shit you can't interact with. When you are walking, you can always go back to blocking. And the big thing is if you're really scared and you're taking space and you're like, oh man, they're like running at me, you can air dash back like right away, right? You are fully actionable when you're doing this. That's the big thing about walking is like you can block, but honestly, more importantly, you can still always jump back and then air dash back or be really defensive. In matchups where you can't take space aggressively, consistently, or you don't, like, it's one or the other, right? I-no is the kind of character where either she tells herself, like, it's fine because when I get the hit, I just win, right? Like, an example I would give maybe is, like, with Answer, it's kind of okay to, like, run at Answer. Even though he, on paper, hey, thanks for the follow. Even on paper, like, even though he should win all the time, right? It's fine because, like, if you knock Answer down, like, you will just, like, win probably. And it's still, like, not as bad as other matchups. But there are some where it's, like, by no means are you, like, gonna consistently dash at a character like Elphelt. It's just not gonna happen, man. It's, like, /5H, shotgun shot, shotgun stance. Like, it feels bad to do because it is bad to do. But it's better than trying to, like, fight against the odds that are non-existent is the way I think of it. That's the truth of the matter. And like you'll hear me talk about this more when I watch the later matches, but being able to remain actionable, and even like if they run too close and you get one of these, like the whole point is that you're playing to walk and be reactive at a distance where like if you can get maybe this close, then now things like HCLY or C are better. Or now, like, at least you're close enough now that if they, like, whip a button or you time it right, the dash might actually make it. Because you don't have to close the gap anymore. You just have to dash at them, right? Like, from here, you can get, like, a dash JH to touch on, right? So you want to try to enter the range where at least no matter how good their options probably are, like, they kind of have to respect the concept of dash JH. You can do dash JH to H as a counter poke even, if you think about it, right? Like, if you're like, this guy just mashes. Just do that, cover space. And the takeaway is, like, you're never committing. You're always, like, taking the space slow, and people will throw shit at you. People will throw shit at you, and you're gonna, like, super jump and then back off to a really far distance and do it all over again. And if you notice, look at my meter game. I will build bar as I play like this. The big thing is I'm not overcommitting. I'm just not giving up what I call freebies. I always call it freebies. Like, when you're getting hit by shit and you don't really have to commit, those are freebies, man. Like, you can just play slower. Play it like Street Fighter. Play it like a Street Fighter game where you can always air dash back and tell them fuck you. A game where you can do this. Street Fighter where you can do that to people when they walk at you. Yeah, I would say that's like a big thing for sure. And then I didn't finish talking about it, but like the jump out of the corner thing is good because let's say Venom, this is like for real the last thing we'll do, but like let's say she does this and she does this and Venom does 2S and he tries to throw you. This is why this is doubled, like jump into them, jump out is good. Right? A lot of people will like hold space like this, and if you can time your jump the moment they press a button, a double jump will always like punish people that are like programmed to do this. And what ends up happening is like you dodge air throw if they go for it and you're out of the corner. You might still have to block, but you're out of the corner. If they whiff it and then they 6P, then you just FD because you're like, okay, they're probably gonna 6P me the other way now if they can do that, right? But the idea is like a lot of the level 1 interactions versus jump like into them lose to like jump forward like that. And if they start getting a little bit more keen at interacting with it, you can honestly start doing things like jump forward, air dash back JH like this. And now it starts to like really mess with them because they'll like wait, they'll accidentally block something like this, and then you might sneak out and apply more offense. A tool like jump, I really like personally, I really like the concept of like jump, air dash back, button like this if you've educated people to think like they can't just do like right, like if she does like this, it'll like show it probably. I'm saying if she does like, right, so like let's say like this happens, a lot of people will react and then like try to like air throw, and they might still like actually get it. I'm just gonna throw it. Dude, I keep pressing my down button a lot when I'm like super like trying to regular jump. People will do this, and so this is why you can't do that normally, right? 2S into throw the air dash back button is gonna work, but guess what beats that, right? Guess what beats that and looks exactly the same? Double jump, right? It's the same idea. So it's like, keep that in mind, too. Is like the air dash back button is pretty good to mix in once they're really paying attention to the double jump. A lot of, you're thinking about doing that's pretty ashamed you didn't think about because it's pretty similar to Foss, where his best air escape is jumping into a mix-up with this option. Oh yeah, even that. I forgot you have FDC, bro. If you can FDC on the way down, it gets even harder to like anti-air, on the way out. And there's even more value. I didn't even think about that. That's a good point. There's even more value actually then to like introducing just like jump into like regular jump like this. If you have like the ability to like FDC on the way down and hover a little bit. Yeah, it's a lot like Foss now that I think about it. Yeah. Just take it slow, right? It's the idea, Sammy, is it's a lot like why the neutral you have to walk sometimes. If you have shit options, you kind of just have to accept it and like pick the safest shit to get out sometimes. Like the safest, lowest reward type stuff. It's like, I have accepted that I probably will not beat this character defensively, so I'm just gonna, like, RPS out. Yeah, try it more. The idea is, it's again, man, like, sometimes the odds are non-existent. People will psych themselves out and think things like, well, it's a bad matchup, so I have to, like, gamble. And it's like, sometimes that's not true. Sometimes you can just play to be as hard to kill as possible. And there's a lot of value in that. Because the harder you are to kill, the longer a match goes, the more you might nail your win condition. That's what it boils down to, really. That's all it is. Fully on board, you can win any matchup if they're knocked down, even if you're not exactly good enough yet. Yeah, exactly. So it's just like, these are tools to like increase the longevity of rounds. Like, this is a mindset that's like, I'm just gonna slow shit down. This is exactly how my soul plays a lot of the times. Like, if I'm just hard to kill, I will get to where I need to be eventually. And these are all tools that are good for that. And then honestly, if people like start to respect things enough, you can even start like actually sneaking shit out like this and just taking screen space. Right? Walking is not broken, but it is hard to punish, if that makes sense. That's why it's solid. It's not that it's actually like, oh my god, everybody should walk. It's just hard to punish. Like, you're taking space in a way that is not gonna lose to people sticking out corny ass, disjointed, or dumb options in neutral. That's like all it is, really. And this game, believe me, this game has a lot of shit that's like that. Like, oh, I just threw this out and they got hit. Don't mind if I do. Shit, for me, you shouldn't have. Alright. Time for the next one. But yeah, keep those things, keep those main points in mind, and hopefully it will aim to improve your consistency at setting stuff up. You're not going to kill people faster, but my goal is to have you die slower. So that eventually you can just Oki people more often, if that makes sense. More specific knowledge checks on the matchup. Not lying. Fine. There's a lot of stuff you were checking. Okay, that makes sense. Learn, I imagine you're here and I don't have to actually like at you, but it's nice when people are like, yeah, I'm down, I'm here, I'm actually here, before I like start. Let me see. Let me make sure I have my times correctly. Yeah, learn is at 3:20. You're here? Dope. Alright, we'll get started then. Gen 3 music's so good. Yeah, it's really good. I like all of the like peaceful town music in Gen 3 a lot. Let me see if this thing works. Since I see her, she assumed the position, so I'm kind of down to turn it on. Let me see. She's been really enjoying being on the bed a lot recently. Oh, it's not focused though. Come on. Yeah, good enough. Just chillin'. We'll have a special guest for the VOD review. Special guest. Why is my cam up there? It's weird. Oh, she might just move. When she does that, it's like a 50-50. Yeah, you bitch. Well, actually, she might hang out. We'll see. She's like thinking about it. Alright, timer. Since it is time to start. Hey, that's you at the setup across? Nice. Dude, yeah, hold on. You really did this? Hold on. I don't mean to delay your VOD review, but like... Bro really said this. Dude, what's up, by the way? No shot that you emerged from the shadows and hit me with this. This shit is so funny to me. Bro really did this during somebody else's VOD review. It's like, yo! That's me, bro! I'm fucking famous. That's funny, though. It is funny when you catch yourself across in the VOD reviews. Or, like, not VOD reviews, but, like, when you see yourself in the background of Handycam shit. That's fucking funny. Alright. I will say, you have the correct assessment. I mean, Sol does not win the neutral versus Kai, unsurprisingly. Kai tends to win the neutral a lot. That's kind of his thing. I think a big thing to keep in mind in this matchup is that you don't win the neutral, so a lot of it is entering a spacing where, like, hopefully Kai either has to start to press things that are minus or interactive. A lot of this matchup is learning to interact with Kai's pokes, like, on block more than anything else. We'll talk about it. This is one of the ones I just remember, like, watching when it happened. I caught this, like, halfway through, and I remember that, like, the big takeaway and, like, the elephant in the room is, like, you do a lot of Bringer. And Bringer is objectively just, like, not consistent. It's just not a consistent option. It is, by definition, like, a Hail Mary. Backdash out. That's a good burst point. Just because, like, most Kai players don't want to, like, do anything. This is some general advice for, like, anybody. I like to tell this versus everybody because a good mindset to have when playing Xrd in general is the mindset is more about what happens if I'm wrong and not I need to do something where I'm rewarded if I'm right, if that makes sense. And what I mean by that is, like, when you run forward here, it's because you want to take space, but what if you're wrong on thinking, like, oh, I just bursted them, right? Like, I just bursted Kai. Obviously, what if he's just gonna land? What if he does tech JD into seal or anything like that? You want to take the space aggressively in case they don't run at you. What you have to realize is if you commit to an option like this and they do run at you, you lose too much. It's not worth it. You can't take these types of gambles. I think they're bad gambles in general anyway in a game like this. But definitely if you're down in a round, whenever you burst somebody, and my general advice is if you bursted somebody because you're getting your ass handed to you, don't run forward after your burst. Accept the fact that you're gonna push them to full screen, and if they do this at you, you can 6P or anti-air them or do whatever. You punish them for trying to cheese their way back in, and only things that are like the dark arts get past this, right? Like if they force more RPS and they do like air dash blitz or whatever, the classic, then yeah, they got you. But it's generally safe to assume that's not gonna happen, right? So you don't want to do that. In my opinion, in general, in any matchup, if you bursted somebody because you're getting fucked up, don't do this. Right? It's easy to say in retrospect because you're like, oh, because he did it, he lost. And like, what if he had done it and it worked? That's not the point. In this game, you plan for if you're wrong, because look what happens when you're wrong. This shit feels real bad. And now it's just a tough spot, because like, the extension here is going to be like a big deal. Yeah, Cook says something similar with 6P, yeah. Holding space, understanding when to hold space because somebody is running at you is like really important. Gets the hit. Safe jump potentially. I like not gambling safe jump. You can combo off that, but it's hard to be ready. I've been getting better at this recently. But when somebody trades with the light normal here, which that was, it was I think like 2p or 2k, you can press // and you'll get the combo. Is the idea to make decisions that don't necessitate you being exactly right for them to pan out? Kind of. Again, the big idea to me is like, if the decision you're making because you're like, I want some more reward, comes with a really obvious downside, and you don't need to make that decision. And what I mean by need to make that decision is like, you are cornered and they are doing offense and you need to make like a defensive decision right now, etc. Right? Like, if you're not actively pressured, then like don't overextend. Moving forward is overextending. Don't overextend if you don't have the lead to do it, or don't overextend if it seems like they have even slightly a chance of like getting greedy, right? It's about knowing when you just can't overextend in a game like this, because Xrd is frequently a game played in like chunks that are knockdowns. It's pretty rare that it's not that. I like the confident run up 2D. This is really tough, but I like, yeah, using your meter is good because like you kind of have to as Soul. If you reset to neutral there, it's pretty dicey. I like just Gunflame RC. It's good. Backdash. So again, you just this is okay, right? And we're gonna talk about this because I'll give you the matchup specific, but blocking this button is okay versus Kai. There's something important to like understand about this, and like we'll talk about it because it's Kai specific, but this button is not that good at this distance unless it hits you crouching or counter hit. And if you block it, it's actually pretty alright for you to do more stuff after it. And we'll talk about it. And that's a big part of this matchup because that button is the whole reason he gets to just stand far away from you and do stuff. Again, Bandit Bringer's a little too YOLO. Like, it's not that Bandit Bringer can't work, it's the fact that it's not worth when it's wrong. Again, it's, you know, in a sense, it's a Hail Mary, you're overextending. A lot of resources, right? And then, like, I get it. Like, you don't want to move forward because you're being respectful. This is fine. This is fine. The big thing is, again, it's just, like, you're kind of, like, only banking on one option to happen here. And the situation after is very bad. You are point blank and you are minus. You have to guess. You have to guess or block where people are almost certainly going to have their best offense at their disposal. That's nice. Get the knockdown. A little too close. Happens. Alright. That's the real big thing. It's okay to do certain things. Like, Fafnir is a better option than something like Bringer because you can space Fafnir. So it matters less when you're minus, right? That's like an aspect of the move that's important. 2D safe jump. Again, try not to get too greedy, right? A big thing with Soul a lot of the times in general, and we'll talk about this from like a consistency standpoint, is like, if you can set it up, you're too early here, it looks like, but just setting up a safe jump 2D option select here is very solid as Soul. Kai has to kind of respect it, and that's like it. But if you get greedy, and they just check you with the simple option, like throw OS, which is really solid there, then they get a lot of reward for free, right? That's more like a general offense tool in general, but I'll talk about how I think of safe jump Oki a little bit, because there's definitely like a way to play it. I like that you mostly default to Gunflame if somebody has like a reversal. It's a lot more chill, I think, to just like Gunflame versus reversals. 2D, 2D, 2D. This is spooky. Yeah, you faultless defense it, so you can't jump out anymore. That's like a really subtle thing people don't realize, that it doesn't get pushed out very far. So Kai 2K still reaches after, and normally you actually can, I believe, jump out of the... Actually, you might need an IB, I don't remember, because it's only like +3, and he's got like 5... Like, you should be able to jump out of that usually. But the faultless defense makes that actually jail, so you just get caught up backing. This is combo. This is an important situation to understand. Like, this is kind of like the thing I told Sammy, where it's like, sometimes your priority is about just safely getting out of the corner. If somebody isn't directly on top of you and holding space, you kind of respond to that, and yeah, this is fine. Like, taking the space kind of slowly is okay. Fafnir's okay. Here is definitely you overextending. Learning when Soul has pushed somebody into the corner is an important skill. We'll talk about it. Because sometimes just pushing into the corner is fine. Soul plays the blessing. Well, actually, not even. It was really just the curse. The curse of Soul, bad guy, is that the nature of his interactions are, in my opinion, structured where, like, again, this is risky because it's not a safe jump. So this would have been like direct RPS. It's a little too early. This cannot become a safe jump, and your character will land in throw range. The opponent can gamble versus you. They can either do wake up throw OS or wake up tap blitz or anything along those lines, or wake up backdash. And like you can see it, it's not meaty, right? So that's like that's a spooky gamble to take if you're not like comfortable with the Oki situation there. Although technically Soul kind of has an option there, I realized recently. Nice save. That's a crazy save on the combo after you missed the run flame. Nice bait. Hold the angle. This is good. This is solid. The gun flame is maybe a little greedy, but that's whatever. It's fine. It's fine. It's not bad. But this, the big thing is when you feint here and you don't do anything, just in general, the distance that you pushed yourself off that 5H is strong. It's good. It's not a bad thing. Because Kai does not reach you. Even Kai doesn't reach you with his normals here. Far slash, he's got to move a little bit to do it. And you can... Soul's the kind of character where, like, if you give up space because you think they're going to, like, move forward and press a poke, you run forward after the backdash so fast that everybody has to be worried about it in the game, basically. So we'll talk about it, like, more in training mode because it has a lot to do with understanding, like, what I call, like, Soul's effective range. And his options vary in those ranges, and they become really important because you can't run at Kai. You can't just, like, autopilot run at Kai in this matchup. It'll get you killed. Also, there's an interaction here that's pretty funny. I have now kind of internalized and started learning. When you whiff 2D through a poke, high key mash 6P after you whiff it. It's way too strong. It's actually fucked up how good it is to do whiff 2D in a mash 6P every now and then. Because you usually recover like a little bit faster on the 2D than the poke. And so if they panic and they try to press a poke again, they just lose. And like nobody really wants to run up after they whiff a poke anyway. So like it's kind of rare that you like die for it, if that makes sense. Don't make it your whole game plan, but like once in a blue moon it's fun to do. Like it's good. It'll catch people. Yeah. It's relatively low risk and has an oddly high chance at like nailing pretty high reward potentially. That's a good counter poke start. So this is okay. This is okay. This feels bad in the moment, but this is a good thing to tell yourself as anybody, not just Soul Bad Guy, because Kai Far Slash is such an important neutral tool for him, right? Is like this, you eat the poke, it's okay. At this point, don't try to fight. If you're going to do anything as a character like Soul, it's like counter poke 2D and that's it. And sometimes you can buffer the gun flame if you're really confident. You have to experiment on the post. Yeah, it's character to character, so you'll feel it out. I was doing it a lot versus Johnny, and it was pretty nice. After 5k whiff specifically, it was pretty nice. Right, but like, this situation's not that bad. Right, he's blocked out, you just take the space. Right? We'll talk about it. Take the hit. He's being oddly burst safe at the end for whatever reason. This is okay. This is okay. Again, a good example of overextending. The only reason you get hit here technically is because it wall bounces and you're like too close to actually... Oh, you just didn't think it would wall bounce. Yeah, you have to be really slow, dog. If you hit regular 6P here, you have to like wait for them to finish traveling or you'll accidentally get tech button situations. It's kind of annoying, but it basically, like, you do have to, like, let them fly all the way across the screen and then run first. Nice, that was a good trade. 5H, this should be close enough. Boom, boom. This is where you burst, by the way, for anybody that doesn't know. It's just a good mindset to have. It's really hard for Soul to bait this burst. Run Flame hits you right here, right? One thing I've been experimenting with, I'll let you guys know how it goes, is I've actually started considering reacting to the hit count on combos. So like the moment I see that number flash up, I might start bursting reactionary burst points like that now. Because I think it might be faster than reacting. Don't worry about this. It has nothing to do with your thing, but food for thought. Food for thought. But that's a good burst point. Next best burst point is dive kick splash for anybody that doesn't know versus Soul. Oh, that sucks. Right idea too. There's a wall bounce on non-counter hit. 6B happens when... Wait. It's because you ran up too fast. They bounce off the wall if you dash up because it like moves the screen in a weird way, basically. Like you have to not move the screen and then they don't wall bounce. And what it means is you just have to run a little bit later after the 6p hits them. That's fine. That's fine. You're still plus. Nice. Yeah, this is a good matchup that will teach you how to understand how to use Fafnir. I think. This is a great matchup that can really teach you how to like again, Fafnir isn't a whole game plan, but it's very good at like setting up a lot of fear is the way I would put it. We'll talk about it because it ties into like holding the corner and understanding Soul's effective range. It's a really rough situation. He's holding space, so it's going to be really hard to get over him. You're going to have to fight through him. There's a good DP. Safe jump 2D would go crazy here, by the way, because no meter, so you don't have to worry about the blitz on the safe jump. Nice catch. Boom, 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 boom. That was a nice delay. Oh, what a crazy revolver. That's actually crazy. That's so spooky. It's okay to just not commit there and like feint and run away again because you have him in the corner. Oh, crazy jump, but it worked out. It's okay. Just don't get impatient. Yeah, Soul, honestly, you don't really want to commit too hard to... I don't really like Gunflame in this matchup. I don't think it's that great. Because you have to stand like so far away from Kai's effective range that Gunflame is kind of like hard to use. It's really hard to use effectively versus Kai, unless you have to, like, you have to spend bar like that. Again, Bringer's kind of rough. It's just like, at that range, I think it actually was a guaranteed throw, but it's hard to say. It's okay. Oh, that's tough. If you delay slightly, the /5H hits, but that Kai's got a nasty hurt box. 2D, I like that. It's getting scrambly. Both people want it. YRC? Oh, he didn't YRC that? He doesn't want it. Plus. I like waiting. Yeah, right stomp. Right stomp happens. No, honestly, not even like a bad right stomp. It's just like, you're in a weird spot, so it's like, it's just hard to find anything of value in that situation. Like, all your options are just so innately risky. Alright, we'll talk about it. Full bad guy. Kai key skin. I might actually, let me see. Let me turn on frame data for myself. I should add, maybe I should add like a... You guys don't really need to see the frame data though. So it's okay that the mod doesn't like show it if you do game capture. I have to do monitor capture and I'm kind of lazy about doing that, so. It's like Johnny where you have to be patient. It's an easier version of the Johnny matchup because Kai is actually minus off his enormous pokes instead of being very plus. So the dynamic shifts a lot compared to a character like Johnny. One of the things... let me pull up my notepad too so I remember what I wrote down. First thing I'll talk about is honestly, man. If they have 0 bar, if they don't have 25 bar, just do safe jump, 2D option select versus Kai. Like, just do it. It's fine. Like... The big thing you have to realize, especially now that you're actually pretty comfortable doing Soul's pressure compared to how you used to be, is that you just need a consistent way to get to it. So a safe jump is just really safe. If they don't have 25 bar, they don't have counterplay to this. If you do safe jump 2D, it should still usually clip the backdash a lot, and a lot of people aren't ready to react, and you can oftentimes just revolver. Even on the black beat, it often works. And even if they don't, I think you can clip them and then 6p and it tends to work. But the point is, like, this is just good. The other thing I'll talk about is, honestly, if you establish the idea that you're consistent with your safe jump and a lot, a thing that you're probably not realizing is that if you jump this early, for example, you're too early to, like, do a safe jump. And people really do know their wake-up timings. So when someone sees you jump that early, in their head, they're like, this dude can't safe jump me. Right? Like, they just know how fast your character falls. But intermediate players will internalize that sort of stuff really fast, right? Like, you've been in this situation enough as the guy blocking Soul that you know, like, oh, he's not going to be able to safe jump me. So, learning to set it up is really important because the opposite is true. People will learn to internalize the timing of, this is going to be a safe jump, right? And so you can usually, as a level 1... oftentimes just safe jump people. I mean, blitz is annoying, it happens. The big thing is because people will passively learn to respect this. One, if they don't have a DP and they're not blitzing, you just do this, and in the corner, you just press 5k after it. Like, you just do this, and then 5k, and then You'll option select it, and they won't ever get the backdash because you'll get second hit of 5k. It's a pretty simple option select. It's worth grinding out a little bit. The other thing is, as people start to sit still a little bit more, or do start to gamble on like blitz on it, you do the exact same timing, and then you do what is technically fake Okazeme. You just do air dash instead. The timing is still the same. If I chuck this dude, and I wait a smidge, and then I do this, it's a safe jump. It looks just like a safe jump. It is a safe jump, right? But I can still, at the very last second, air dash. And it's not meaty. Like, this loses to, like, a fuzzy jump. This would lose to, like, some option selects, etc. But the point is, like, you're still the guy controlling that. You can just not do it. You can just do a safe jump. Right? The timing is exactly the same. And the opponent, if they want to gamble really hard and, like, hold up or something on the fake Oki, you're just gonna hit them with your safe jump, and then you press 16, you'll get it. It's a really important thing, I think, to pick up on with Soul. And a lot of people's early defense isn't strong enough at dealing with safe jump or delayed but not real air dash meaty, right? Like, or like air dash mix up, that they'll just start to overthink it. And even then, like, you can even start to do things like, if you learn the timing, you can do fake jump S, like where you press it like right before you touch the floor, where it's like, this can still safe jump. If I do this timing, oh, this is too early. If I do like take a step back, this can still safe jump. In fact, it is safe jumping, right? Same exact timing, but I'll do... Oh, whoops, I pressed the jump S a little early. You just do jump S, like, right before you touch the ground, like that. And you go low again. And the idea is, like, because the safe jump is a meaty option, like, the only thing that usually people's brains will tell them to do is blitz or backdash. But throw OS will stop coming out as much because you have a really easy check on throw OS. You can just do it, especially because a lot of safe jumps don't actually need you to be like insanely tight on them, so you can do it like a little bit after they wake up, and if they really did mash 6p throw OS, like they'll just get hit because you were in the air, like you're not on the ground yet, right? Don't worry about it too much, but definitely like run a lot of safe jump Oki, OS a little bit in the corner versus, or not a little bit, try to OS more versus people like with 5k. And then introduce the mix-up like that, and you're gonna get more mileage than you'd think out of it. The key here is don't get greedy. Don't tell yourself, oh, I'm just gonna do this all the time. It's like, do the safe jump like 80% of the time, bro. Do it like 80% of the time, because the safe jump is what enables you to strike throw, right? Until people start to learn to push you out and do things better, then you have to worry about doing other stuff more preemptively, but setting yourself up is what a lot of Soul players realistically want. So learning that is important. The other thing I was going to say is, in terms of like your offense, learning to like, let's say I do a string here and it does this. I don't have to commit here. If somebody is bad at dealing with Soul options like Gunflame spam or like a space revolver cancel, then abuse it. I mean, that's just fighting games. But the moment it starts to feel like in your head, I like to believe people are pressured to make decisions like big gambles because you have internalized the fact that they are good at dealing with your character's like level 1 interactions. And the trick with a character like Soul is like, you just stop doing them and you end up here, right? You end up here, and the key thing about this spacing is that you're built for it as Soul bad guy. None of their options hit. Even Kai at this distance will not, whoops, oh, this is good enough, will not be able to hit me with any of his big ass, huge ass buttons. He has to start to either projectile IRC or do something along those lines to get out of the corner. I'm honestly, so far, if he projectile IRCs, like, I can blitz it and DP if I want to gamble. Blocking it isn't that bad. You have to block a lot in this matchup. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. It's like a block kind of matchup. Not that it's your game plan, but it's like his effective range is so far sometimes that like you just have to accept you're gonna block a lot of pokes hanging out like in this range. But the more important thing to understand is if you're in this range, if they're running at you, /counter poke, 2D counter poke, if they jump, you can take a step back like that, and now like reactionary 6p will beat like any air dash basically if you do, or like preemptive 6p will be like more Jason Avery and you were talking about. They mentioned how they and Joey mentioned you go for strike throw, or then strike or throw, and go for for strike throw or throw and go for strike, and don't vary the string to be less predictable. Yeah, that makes sense. I would say that's not really like a thing you would worry about too much. I think if you find that you're picking
too much 50-50 as Soul, learning to push yourself out is good. Like, I'm basically saying, like, this range is good because you can react to them trying to get out of the corner. If they jump, you move a little back, and the timing they would have to air dash at you, you would do... so, like, I'll just show it. Right? So, like, let's say I do a block stream. And I see them jump. You just do... Whoops. I'm not space for it. I'm, like, over here, and I see the jump. You can just do 6p. I guess 5k is better for Soul. Actually, let's just fish for this. Yeah. Sick. But the big thing is, like, what if he does this into, like, doesn't commit? And it's like, okay. And it's just like, you're still in the corner. That option is stuck out exactly at the timing. Whatever anti-air you want. 5k is probably more consistent. It's stuck out exactly at the timing that would catch you overextending out of the corner. So it's like, I can do that on reaction. If I see you start running forward, I'm going to press 2D on reaction. Or 6p on reaction, maybe. Depends on the matchup, right? The big thing is, if you can get them to sit still, you have Fafnir. And once people sit still, that's the difference. They don't reach, I reach. Fafnir is a tool that's abusable when people finally sit still or understand that Soul can react to everything if he's ready for it, right? And so randomly, you just kind of like chill out, you Fafnir. If you want to be greedy, you dash Fafnir, because it will end up like right on top of them. And so Far Slash will definitely connect. If you want to be like a little bit more reserved, you do Space Fafnir like this, and you're a plus, but like none of your pokes hit really either. So it's like, just depends. It's just like, Dash Fafnir can get hit way more than regular Fafnir. But does that, like, that's the idea. Like, Fafnir is what keeps them a little scared here. And then the idea is, you play Soul Bad Guy. You just kind of have to read them a little bit, right? Fafnir hit, and they IB it. Okay, backdash Fafnir. Look at the risk. The risk is going crazy. Like, the idea is, you're doing the same thing, where it's like, you're still hoping that they just get hit eventually. But the difference is it's so one-sided. Because it's like, you don't want to press a poke at the wrong time, right? Like, if I'm Kai and I do this is fucking scary. Especially because at any point, you could run up and throw me. You can run up and chuck me. You can run up and do pressure. Like, he's in a range where I have a reason not to press a button versus him. Because he's plus. If I press Far Slash right now and he presses 5H, boom, counter hit, air dash edge. You know the vibe. If I do this and it whiffs, I just walk back. Or stand in place. Or, like, crouch in place or whatever, right? Soul is about, like, setting yourself up to like catch that moment and adjusting how your offense is going to work based on how much they wiggle out. If they always run at you or wiggle out, don't worry about Fafnir. It's not going to work. But once they do sit still, this is the next part of the game, right? It's like, and then like if people IB it even in like a mid-range, 2D counter poke is super obnoxious, right? Even at distances like this in some matchups, a lot of people will press like a 2P and it will low profile some of the 2Ps still in this range every now and then. It just depends, right? Because the low profile frames are like, I think like right at the beginning, like right here, I think. Yeah, Fafnir is great for that. The idea is like, this is Soul's effective range is what I call it, right? Like, he can reach you with some options and he's the guy deciding when it happens, right? You just chill out here. And if they're really respectful somehow, which never happens in Guilty Gear, honestly, then you can just move forward like this, right? And then eventually as Soul, you will probably be in a spot to overextend and do something like this, right? Your goal is not to do this forever as Soul. It's just to do this until you have maybe like 75 bar or you get a hit somehow. And then you can do more of what you're probably going to do with Soul, which is stuff like that, right? It's not your whole game plan, but it's necessary to understand, especially when people are good at interacting with all of your special cancels. There's no point in picking them anymore, right? But you'll get there, right? Like, the idea is, like, if somebody freaks out and I do Dash Fafnir, I do 5H Gunflame, I'm plus, baby. I got exactly what I want. I got you to block Space Gunflame now because you freaked out on Fafnir. I pressed 5H and you weren't ready for it this time, right? People are way more ready to interact with Soul Bad Guy pressure if it looks like this. Because they're just like, I just wait for 5H. Like, boom, there's 5H. Now they interact. They do whatever they want, right? And if you don't pick something like this to recover fast and just be, like, out of it or, like, air-to-air like that, then, yeah, they'll keep RPSing and eventually win versus you. The last things I'll say is, in terms of, like, playing versus Kai, this is, like, a smart thing for anybody to remember. So, the reason Kai is annoying is because you can't win in this range, right? Like, this range is stupid. But the idea is if Kai presses this button at its max range, you have to kind of tell yourself in the moment that you're gonna get ready to interact with Kai, probably, right? So if he does this, I'm plus 11, which is why a Kai player would probably not press / into nothing. If he does, let me see, like this, and I'm like over here, I'm plus 12. I'm still basically the same. I'm actually more plus, right? I'm one more frame plus than before, right? So like, start my turn, or right? The idea is like, okay, what if he does like Fireball? That's fine. That's just Kai Kisuke. Kai Kisuke gets to do this. That's what makes him good in neutral. Is that he has a relatively safe escape. Where if he doesn't want to commit, he blocks the Fireball and he pushes you out. And you're still technically plus over Kai. In fact, if you actually do this into this, you're like decently plus. You're plus 6. So like, he has to be a little scared about if he's going to give up space, press this button again immediately, right? Which is like, in that case, a lot of it is timing, if that makes sense. If Kai does something like this and mashes / after, like this, then a lot of it is timing. You have to time around his big buttons, right? But the big thing, if you notice, is like, I'm okay with blocking the poke. I'm just okay with it. The situations after aren't great. In fact, if you run into Kai players at intermediate level that aren't comfortable with being respectful, they're going to start doing things like this, where they don't hit. Oh, whoops, I'm a little close. I need to be like poke range, like here. This doesn't hit. In fact, it's actually punishable. If you gamble preemptively, I want to say this is like punishable. Yeah. But don't gamble preemptively. The point is like, what if Kai is playing like this and he autopilots the follow-up? Because that happens. I'm plus 31 on Kai, just because I blocked his poke, right? That is better if he gets it in a range like this, where like now if he does something like this, it's better for Kai. But even this, I'm plus 16, because CL isn't actually spaced to block. CL is only good if it hits you, but if you're like playing in a poke range like this, and you whiff CL, you run forward and you take your turn. You can flip guard FD in closer ranges if you're committed to blocking. For sure, yeah. My big thing, like I'm basically trying to emphasize, Sammy, is the reason a lot of people freak out versus Kai is because they think they can't play in this range. And you can. It's just like you can't always press buttons because Kai / will hit you here. But in many ways, you're okay with blocking the /. It's not it's not a very great situation for Kai. Unless he's willing to do like Fireball, space you out, and nothing happens, right? But the idea is like, if he's doing stuff like that all the time, then you'll probably start to learn to RPS with him by doing things like holding up into Kai, right? Like, you'll block this, and like, Fireball's not a true block string, though. You can like, oftentimes like, IB this. What is it? And like, hold up versus it. Or like, even if you want to get like character specific, right? This is a punish, right? The point is, like, the Fireball does kind of carry risks. And either way, like, if they're doing something corny like this, which is the Kai player's special, a lot of the times I just do it, and then I just push him out when he runs in. And his offense gets way worse. Worst case, he gets a tick throw. And then, like, it's chill. It's like, he's just going to throw you. Sometimes you can just get thrown by Kai. It's not the end of the world. Right? But learning to block and interact with this normal is pretty important for Kai. Because what people will do is they'll learn how far it reaches, and they'll stand outside this range. The problem is that now you're so far that if Kai isn't pressing / and you run up, you're just going to get hit by a lot of other shit. You're not really like... Soul can't honestly be one of the few characters that can stand this far versus Kai. Because he's so fast, he might actually make it. And like reach Kai before anybody else would with this poke. But as a lot of other characters, it's not good necessarily to hang out in this range because you're just playing Kai's game. Kai would rather whiff this button than have you block it. I know that sounds weird, but you would actually rather have this whiff than block it. Because if he whiffs this button and like holds a back like this, you're never going to hit Kai. You're just like never going to catch him, right? Like by the time you react to this situation like this, he's always going to get out. The problem is if he commits to this, you have a ton of time to see it because it's on block. And you have like all that extra hit stop. Right? So it's very chill to block this. Or he's going to start spending bar on crazy stuff like this. And that's okay. Like, that's okay. At the end of the day, Kai is supposed to be good off of his /. But a lot of learning to play the neutral with Kai is not always, But sometimes versus the ones that just spam like micro dash far slash a lot of it is just block the far slash. Just block the far slash and see what they do after it. Because again, he's minus. Like if he just does like this into this, like, oh, I don't even know how I would do this because you're so minus. Like how would it's like so hard to even do this because I'm so minus. Like, you just press a fucking 6P. He dies, like, or like 2D, and he dies. Oh shit, maybe not 2D at this distance. But yeah, you could do this. You can press your poke. Like, let me see. Oh my god, I gotta do it later. He's so minus, I have to do it later. Oh, maybe I can't. Maybe I do have to 6P. Well, Soul with 6P. A lot of other characters will press their poke. I mean, Soul can press his poke. It's just, it doesn't lead to anything, right? Oh, maybe Soul can't. No, he can. He can. See? So it's like, he can't get away with that. Right? I already said like far slash 2S, Sammy. Right? But the idea is like, no matter what, he is minus off this shit. Like, he can't, even something like this is like, this is not real. Like, this shit is not real if you like gamble versus it preemptively. Oh shit. Oh, maybe it is. Maybe I'm underestimating how fast Thunder's Virus is. It's like kind of not real. But honestly, like, he just runs up. And this is always something you can react to. So, like, sometimes I will, and Soul has a DP. So it's like, maybe I DP or maybe I backdash. Guess who's suffering 6 seconds of meter penalty, and guess who isn't there? Yeah, or late cancel Stun Edge YRC. Yeah, Stun Edge YRC I covered too. Same idea. But hopefully that makes sense. Keep that stuff in mind when it comes to, like, interacting with Kai in the neutral. And then find timings to, like, play around it eventually. Like, you know, like, hang out around here, and maybe he does whiff it. Maybe you know the general time he does, and run up and press a counter poke like that. And if it misses, then you're probably going to jump back to JP, or sometimes you're just going to block. But don't rely on this. It's not going to catch Kai far slashing a lot. And if he blocks, the situation after is pretty shitty. Like, pretty shitty. You don't have great options here, especially if they instant block. You're just kind of cooked. That I would focus on those. Basically, don't rush it, and learn how to use Fafnir with good intention. Learn how to use Fafnir, and what I mean by that is, like, as you're using Fafnir, a tool, like, from this distance, for example, pay attention to what people do. Do they just block, like, afterwards? Do they block only a little bit and then jump? Because, like, that's a thing, right? Like, if somebody, like, blocks this and they just fuzzy jump, then just do, like, 2k 2d and do stuff like that. Soul is basically setting something up so that hopefully he hits like this, and then you can actually RPS, right? That's like Soul's whole existence, basically. It's like you need to set that up so that you can actually try to gamble. He's a two-step kind of character a lot of the times. He's got amazing pokes and he's got a really fast run, but all it really does a lot of the times is set up a situation where, like, you're really favored to get a knockdown or something that might knock, like put them on the ground, and then you run, like, typical strike throw. It's the reason he's not, like, a top tier, is because he has to be right a couple times in a row, but there's, like, pretty safe ways to set it up, is what it boils down to. But I would keep those things in mind. Other than that, like, everything else is solid. Like, I think your pressure is getting a lot better. When you find people are not cracking, learn to pay attention to how they get out, is the solution to you being like, I don't know what to do when people just block a lot if I keep doing pressure. Like, that's the solution, is like use it to push them into like the corner or get advantage, and then just see how they actually try to get out, because they're gonna have to get out, you know. All right, I think it's Dane. I know it's Kyrie. Kyrie's, yeah. Oh, I think she's the first one. She is. Hello? Yeah, I knew you were here, luckily, just from earlier. I always check if there's anything written. Okay, nothing. Matchup's interesting. I think, I mean, we just saw the inverse of this matchup earlier, right? So if anything, you'll sit on our talk. Yeah, no problem, man. Hopefully some of that stuff starts to sink in some more. You don't feel as pressured to go in as much. It'll feel a lot better as you feel out how Soul is good at holding space. It's a big part of his kit. And honestly, the matchups where he's, like, unhappy in are the ones where it's hard to do that. We did see this, actually. We saw this matchup a little bit earlier. A lot of it, I think, is internalizing that if you reset a lot versus you know, it can be kind of hard for her to like get right back on top of you. Shot. Something I will note in general is, where is it? I'll put it in the notebook and we'll talk about why. It's really subtle. It's actually like a really like tangible thing to just do like right away is if you're in shotgun and you're hitting these the shotgun S on people, don't do shot, do punch. There's like a couple reasons you want to do it basically. A lot of it has to do with like you want to do punch here because it doesn't push you as far and it actually enables you to do a little bit more in that situation than shot. You want to shoot once you're a little bit further out, but a lot of the times you actually don't need to do shot off of the S follow-up. You want your fastest option at your disposal, which would be, unless you have charge shot, obviously, but wasting charge shot there is like kind of iffy. A lot of the time, shotgun P gets the job done real well there. This is a good example of learning to hold space. So like right here. Also, let me double check. I don't think I started the timer. Aha, I knew it. Good catch. This is a good example of right here. It's really subtle, but this is a good skill, I think, especially as an intermediate player. It can feel really good if you get better at this because it'll help you avoid the situation you got put in, which is a really bad situation. Like when you're wrong, right? So when people are kind of like diagonal to you, like here, and you have to like run up to them, but they're gonna tech button, you always want to plan and space around this tech. You always want to space and plan for forward tech button like that, right? A common habit a lot of people will have is, even if you're pretty confident, I am pretty firm about this opinion. It's, you know, like it's a little subjective per character. Some characters don't have the neutral to like support this mentality maybe. But I think even if you're confident that they're going to tech away from you off of the air scramble, it's the same thing I've been saying like all day, where it's like, it's not worth making that assumption and being wrong, because oftentimes the movement needed to cover tech back puts you exactly where you need to be to get hit by tech forward buttons. And the solution is really simple. All you got to do is learn to recognize like this tech scramble situation where you're kind of like at a distance. And as Elphelt, what you do is like right here, instead of continuing to dash, you just stop in place and you tap 5H. Just shoot 5H. She doesn't have a 6P, but 5H accomplishes the exact same goal here pretty much most of the time. You just tap 5H and you shoot him. And if you hit him, if you commit to the follow-up, you'll get like the whole... Well, if it counter hits one shot, I believe you get hard knockdown anyway. So you can tap it once, and if they tech buttons into it and it counter hits, I want to say you just get the knockdown anyway because of the extra untech time. If it regular hits, it's the exact same situation. It knocks them back, and they can tech back into one shot again if they want to be stubborn and just keep spamming that option. You're like, cool, I'm just going to get free damage. If they tech back, that's fine. Like, that's fine. That's okay. Like, it's okay to reset to neutral in matchups where you're like, yeah, or like as characters where you're like, yeah, it's probably fine. The idea is, even if you tell me I don't like resetting to neutral versus insert character, you probably also don't like getting hit and knocked down and put in Oki versus insert character, right? That's the reason why it's not worth running forward, right? Yeah, it does feel bad when people tech away from you in those situations, because like you don't want that to happen, right? Like nobody wants to play more neutral ever. That's okay. We can all say it. That's fine, bro. No, there's no shame. I say that all the time. I don't play fighting games to prove I'm the better player. I just like fighting games, and it's really cool when I get to win. But believe me, like if I could just win all the time without having to think about it too much, man, that'd be pretty cool. But yeah, space 5H. Like, the reason I talk about it because the situation comes up a lot in general when you're not comfortable on confirms. Just make sure you're farther, like this, where they have to tech into you. They tech into you and it's a good spot. And you just press space 5H and you just rinse, repeat, basically. Same situation, or sorry, this was the situation we were just talking about. It's funny, it came up twice in a round. Alright. Get hit, you get to live here. Imagine how Tachi vs. Lost Soul really hit. Can't wait to boot up and hit 5Hs in all these spots. It's really good. It's really good. It's good because it doesn't overextend, and that's a big thing in a game like this, especially with a character like Elphelt, because when they tech back, you're probably just gonna get a free Pineberry like anyway off the tech back, so it's like not the worst thing. And it's about avoiding tech buttons, man. Tech buttons is the game. Shot. I like this. High kick out. 5H is good. Boom, boom. The shot. It's cool. Yeah. Hit. Nice. Be careful. So, one thing I will say in this matchup specifically is like holding the space here is fine, but if you're not comfortable going into if you're not comfortable enough with sniper yet, I-no can technically win like at full screen, you know? Because if she gets node out and you weren't in sniper already, like it gets kind of dicey. You do win if sniper is out and you're like shooting her out of the sky, but you have to be really careful about that kind of thing. Otherwise, like it's fine. Like holding space like that is good. It's just a lot better if you use sniper. It can get really scary if the node sneaks out on top of you because that's what I-no wants. Boom, boom, good catch. Boom, boom. Oh, that's tough. Oh, that's funny. A little high up. One thing I will also say is don't be scared to just take like simple knockdowns if you're like this is actually a really important thing I would say for like you specifically right now is like a lot of your decision making is fine because you have fighting game experience and that's like that goes a long way when you play other fighting games. Is like if you know jump H is gonna knock down because it probably will here, it's okay to just take like a shorter combo and walk back and press like meaty 5k. In a matchup like this, let's say you're not fighting a character with like DP or zombie or anything like that, spaced out, like walking back, let's pretend like you just did JH and you walk back here and you just press 5k a little farther, right? Like you can actually just walk back. We'll talk about that actually. Simple confirms into stable Ukazeme is like really nice to keep in mind. Not everything has to be like a mix-up. And it's like good to like keep that in mind at the beginning. Sometimes just taking guaranteed medias is good. Oh, this is a good example. This is actually pretty good. Technically, you kind of should have lost here, but this is kind of like the interaction you want to happen from further out. And notice that on trade, you get the knockdown anyway. That's the exact interaction I'm talking about from earlier. Elphelt is pretty broken too because she doesn't even have to stick out 5p or 6p. She just sticks out 5h. Hers is like lower reward compared to like some of the better 6ps in the game, but it's like insane safety. It's so safe to press 5h on that tech button situation. It just like shuts down the tech. I think even if they like tech blitz, I don't think you get blitz. Like I actually just don't. If you space it out, I just think you don't, like dead ass, because it's just so big. It's gonna combo. Ooh, never mind, a little weird. So like here, even actually that might actually just be worth you. That's fine. That's fine. This is fine because you know that you're gonna get the JD, so it's not a big deal. But I'll talk about it and I'll show it because sometimes it is nice to know alternatives that exist. Because it's easy to tunnel vision on what is the best thing on your character, if that makes sense. Like, it's so easy to say, I have to do Kita Tatame, I have to do TKO Zansen, I have to do cross-up Ultimate Fortissimo, whatever the fuck, right? Like, it's easy to tell yourself, like, oh, I need to do the cheap thing on my character, when it's like, not necessarily. You want to do the cheap thing on your character. But structuring your playstyle in a way that's, like, good at rewarding you for just, like, getting hits, putting you in spots to get more hits is, like, such a good skill. And it can feel like it can feel really nice at the beginning if you're fighting people at your level, in my opinion, because you're just getting rewarded more and not having to like miss Oki or miss things like that. Everything on your character is cheap. That's why she's top tier. No doubt, this is fine. Hey, you could have spaced 5H here because of the tech scramble. You could have 5H. Bah. She probably got hit, honestly. Funny enough. Oh, that's close. That's good recognition. It was gonna explode. The explode there was guaranteed on the timer, so you can just wait for it. Oh, what a ball. 2H is really good in this matchup. Hey, low key, Sammy, this is exactly what I was talking about, by the way. Where it's like, people will learn to RPS with you, and you can just like mash 2H, and it would work there. Low key, I would catch that. You would just mash 2H. Or you would time 2H, you know what I mean. Oh, that's good bash.
Yes, this is exactly what I mean. Like, just running up and doing a meaty 5k is very good. I will also give you, like, a training mode regimen thing, too, actually. It's very subtle, but it's very nice to practice. Pretty hard to react to it, so it creates some... It's just a safe-ass button, bro. Like, sometimes you just gotta press a safe-ass button, man. Sometimes you just press a safe-ass button that leads to combos if it counter hits. Dude, 2H has, like, no landing lag. That's just got, like, no landing lag. Alright, watch. There's, like, one more, and I think we have a couple things to talk about. What's the timer at? We can watch, like, 2 more. Because I've been getting a little better, I think, at my pacing on talking about stuff. So, I think I don't only need, like, 20 minutes. We can watch, like, 5 more minutes. Scary. I will say, I mean, like, elephant in the room, but I really did mean it a lot, where it's, like, when you know, like, someone is for sure probably gonna meet you, like, don't mash in this game, Kyrie. Basically, everyone can, like, look away from you and they can still meet you in this game. Like, this game, the number of times I've mashed on Wake Up in this game deliberately is, like, so small. It's just such a bad game. Like, it's so scary to ever even think about it. That even as scary as blocking in this game is, like, this happens, like, all the time. Even having a reversal super, honestly, is not a good enough reason in this game to think, like, maybe close slash throw, that's so good. Yeah. Wake Up close slash throw option select is okay, but you have to realize, like, people can just space outside of it, if that makes sense. Like, people don't have to interact with the things that you want to do on Wake Up. The game is fully designed to let them avoid that. You cannot guarantee RPS as the defender unless your name is, like, Slayer, basically. Or, like, Baiken in some matchups. See, like, again, it's just something to internalize. Or it's like, this is a game where, like, 90% of the time, honestly, if your brain told you should have mashed on Wake Up, you might as well just backdash instead as Elphelt. You'd probably, honestly, get more mileage out of it. It's like that kind of game where it's like, you might not mash on Wake Up, but you'll do shit like just, you'll do, like, backdash on Wake Up instead in this game. Stuff like that is, like, our version of, like, mashing on Wake Up. If that makes sense. Nice, that's good. That stuff. If they don't want you to mash Wake Up, why do they give you, 6H? That's the thing, is I can still space my meaty outside of 6H. It's not that there isn't value in mashing, because I'm probably going to do weaker Oki and things like that if I think somebody's just going to mash or gamble all the time. But the point is, when you gamble and I bait it, you just die. And I'm not really leveraging any risk in response. I'm just getting slightly worse offense. Which isn't a risk, it's just a trade-off. Those are different. This is funny. Yeah, see, like, you just gotta hold it, girl. Like, everything is meaty in this game. You just gotta chill. Or Wake Up Blitz. Like, it's one or the other, man. Like, it's backdash or blitz in this game. But like, Wake Up mash is not the wave. If you want to mash your heart out, just do, like, Wake Up tap blitz. Or Wake Up backdash. They're essentially gonna give you, like, a similar idea as what you're probably going for. But they're Xerker's versions of like, mashing on Wake Up. That's a good catch on the tech. Boom. Boom, boom. Like, honestly, it sounds really, like, convenient and easy to say, but really, like, the last handful of rounds are just, like, you kind of getting hit a lot on, like, mashing, Like, it's one thing if you guess wrong, man. Like, I-no was created in a lab so that human beings couldn't block her, right? And that's okay. You just gamble. I'll give you a rule of thumb for mashing, if anything. Because there's, like, a pretty solid rule of thumb for Elphelt mashing, in my opinion. In general, but not on Wake Up. Get the hit. Oh, it sucks. 2S makes it not combo. Lion toss pine. Oh, CQC! You just mash CQC there. There you go. Run up and press 5k. Oh! Run up and press 5k. Oh, I guess you just had a bunch of health. That's fine too. Boom, boom, boom. This Ogi is, like, kind of what is. Oh, they try to reset. Or they might have missed their P-dive. Oh, look, it came up again. This doesn't knock down, but you can do a small walk forward. And even if they don't press a button here, look at. It's just so good.
Take the shot. Boom, 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 boom. You are actionable right here. This frame. So you do a small move. Like, you can practically even just take a step and walk. You might not even need a microdash. And you press 5H again, and 5H would hit at the tip on I-no teching forward there. Same situation. Elphelt gets it quite a bit off of, like, a high hit JH on lightweights. It's, like, pretty easy to spam on lightweights. It's good to spam until people learn to, like, delay tech and try to, like, low profile move into you or something, but not everybody has shit like that. Like, I-no could probably do delay tech heavy stroke and punish it, but that would be, like, a really deliberate call out on her part. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah. Boom, boom, boom. I'll give you some advice, if anything, because there's like a mindset that's like pretty strong into I-no as like a starting point, and it's exactly the thing I basically tried teaching Sammy to like get better at dealing with, because it's a good execution test on I-nos early on. It's like a good defensive mindset to have versus I-nos that are like not comfortable at baiting it. Fine parry toss. Oh, that's why you pick 5K. That's why 5K is good here. Because 5K, I think, is, like, faster in its total frames than 2K. And enables you to better punish it like that. I'm surprised that wasn't a safe jump. Alright, we'll watch this round and then we'll talk about some stuff. I'm surprised. Oh, they baited Blitz. That's going to be a weird hit. Oh, yeah, because the explosion's so high. You didn't need a microdash for that. Boom, boom, boom. Like a dash on their part. Damn, the trades are rough in this matchup. Here you chill. That's a pretty solid burst. Oh, that's funny. That's a pretty solid burst in the sense that, like, it's gonna be hard to get any other burst at that point, even though that combo would have killed. This is a hard combo to hit. Yeah. The extra hit, I think that is one of those ones where you have to do super jump and center dash to hit that. Tech buttons? Yep. It was a little short though. Didn't reach. Alright, we'll talk about some stuff. So, one thing I do want to mention is like... Let me see. Take the Elphelt. I-no. One thing I do want to mention, you don't have to do it if you don't want to, but I do like advising it for people that are like in the part of the game where they're kind of just like, they're learning everything about the game, if that makes sense. Like, every time you boot the game up, there's probably, like, a ton of interactions where you're just like, I didn't know it works like that. Because you run into that shit so much, like, let's say you get a hit like this. And you get a hit like this. This knocks down. Jump H, in general, knocks down, right? So, a big thing to consider is, like, the reason you do this as Elphelt is because... you can get a pretty similar situation and get a ton of corner carry. And this is good. You do want to do this. I'm not saying don't do this. I'm saying it can get kind of weird if you get a hit like this, which might not work, or if you're slightly off on the timing. Let me see. Right? Like, as you get lower to the ground, you kind of get, like, different frame advantage, which, like, plus 63 versus... let me see. Probably plus a lot more. Plus 68. It's like a bit more plus. Really, the takeaway is, like, if you're really just trying, like, if you're just trying to, like, practice the things that you want to work on, a jump H at most altitudes will knock down and give you the time you need to just do this. In fact, technically, you could still do fine berry pull off this. Right? You just walk back and toss it. Right? The big thing here is this is a very stable alternative in a lot of spots. And now you can do... right? Oh, I'm surprised I didn't hit. Right? Or if you didn't pull a Pine Berry in time, like, this is a weird hit. If you're not ready for this, you can just get a knockdown, and 5K'ing at a distance. I will never get thrown here. The only things I'm worried about are like DP, counter characters. You can backdash, but I think she can do, is it 5? Let me see. Here, I'll bust out the reversal tool really fast, since I think I have the folder open anyway. Yeah, so it'll be easy. Let me see what it looks like on backdash. But I don't want to talk about it like crazy, but this makes sense. The idea is pretty much like, if it's not like a B&B you're ready for, right? Because like if it's a B&B, you'll probably be like, okay, like I'm just doing my like command grab B&B off shotgun or something, right? But when you get weird hits, which is pretty common in this game, oh gosh, sweet. So like when you get hits, oh, you do just press far slash a lot of the times. You can do something like boom, and they'll still be in the range. 5K far slash will still reach you, right? So it's cool. The other thing, and this kind of ties in a little bit to what I was gonna say, is like one thing you should try to practice slowly. It's pretty great for Elphelt early on. Is like if you do a string like this and they do get hit, right? Let's say you do like, and they get hit. Try to practice reacting on, let's say, like random block like this. And so let's say you do like this, and she blocks it. Cool. If she gets hit, try to get comfortable doing this hit confirm on characters, right? In other words, the string is still basically like kick SS, and if she got hit, I'll take my shot and I'll bridle. The frame advantage here is a lot better because you'll do this. I'm plus 70, right? If I do, let me see. I'm still plus 45. I definitely have enough time to microdash on this character and toss this and be like safe versus everything. And they just kind of have to deal with Pineberry a lot of the times. Or you can run up and keep the Pineberry for the block. The big thing is if you do this a little too much, yeah, it's cool, you get a knockdown, but if I want to load like Pineberry, which I can't, period, like I basically have to give up all forms of offense here. And like, her neutral's good, but the game is about extending in spots where you're like in a good place to do it, if that makes sense. And all you really got to do is like set them to random like this, and then just run up and press S, 5K SS, 5K SS H bridle, right? Don't press the shot unless they got hit, right? That's the idea. Like, if you don't see the exclamation point, do a different block string, right? I'll do 2H instead, right? Like, you just practice like the hit confirm on it a little bit. And if you want to make your life easy, add close slash to the string. A lot of the times, if you're spaced or have running momentum with Elphelt, you should get the close slash proximity still. And what it does is it makes this hit confirmable, because I see you do it a lot on accident, where you do kick slash heavy like this a little too much. And this is a hard, like, I wouldn't be able, like, I would struggle to hit confirm this properly. Even though you can hit confirm this in 2 hits. It's just a lot harder. Right? So it's like, if you want at the beginning, you can just add an S input. And it's about the same. Like, it doesn't really change anything. Technically, your pressure would be better if you hit confirm 1 hit earlier, but it doesn't matter. It's not important right now. Right? But learning and practice this is good, and then just practice the crouching version of it, where you do the same thing, but you just have to be ready for, and then you do 2D bridle, right? What's up? And this is even more plus than the other one. Plus 69. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. But does that make sense? This is good to practice because it formulates a mindset in your head. One, it's gonna give you better immediate reward for actually hitting and like hit confirming, compared to doing the usual like 5H knockdown where you just like autopilot 5H. The really big thing is like press the 2 S buttons here and it'll help a lot. And the other thing is, like, it means that you're gonna get yourself here a lot, which is fine. Like, Elphelt plays this situation a lot, right? By the time you hit confirm that they're blocking, you're just on spaced far slash. So it's like, you're either, like, 6H after, gonna overextend into 2H, go straight into shotgun S, right? There's a ton of things at your disposal here. You can basically decide what you want to do. You can even do run away if you want, right? But practice that. Like, actually practice that. Just put, when you're watching I always tell people, like, if you're just chilling and you're not really doing anything and you don't feel like playing a single player game, I guess, but you're going to watch, like, a stream, you can just hit them from practice. I do hit them from practice a lot when I'm in Discord, like, talking with other people. So it's, like, it's a nice thing to, like, keep in mind. I mentioned it too, by the way, but I'll return to it because I think it's actually really important to keep in mind. So shotgun shot, I mean, a little regular shotgun shot is 3 frame startup, right? Everybody knows that. I think it's like -5 on block. So -2. Damn, this shit's so good. Is it charge shot? It's -5. Yeah. Oh, it's +5. That's what I was thinking of. That's fucking funny. So shotgun shot is cool, right? It's like it's -2, whatever. Shotgun P is +1. So, and they're both 3 frame startup, right? They're the exact same startup frames. This is 3 frames. This is 3 frames. Well, you know what I mean. This is 3 frames, right? So it's really subtle, but when you do this, press more, unless you have the big shot, where you would be able to like do the big shot like that, and then you're just really plus, which is also really good, by the way, because it's like super hit confirmable, or you're just plus. But more importantly, if you're gonna be in shotgun and you're gonna do this, it's okay to just do like punch, 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 because you're plus anyway, and it gives you more time to like set up a situation. You can even like punch micro dash if they're like really scared of you, but that's not usually the case, right? The idea is like it also sets up, because you're plus. CQC is pretty legit, bro. Like, you're basically like gonna be able to set up like even just CQC raw after this is technically like not the worst thing ever. Hey, thanks for the follow, random person. Yeah, like it's really subtle, but like definitely like just do this some more. You're rarely gonna be far enough ever off of this that like this won't hit. Like, it's pretty rare that you'd ever probably accidentally push yourself out of the range of shotgun P. Like, look how hard it is for me to like whiff shotgun P. I have to do S from like over here. This is still gonna hit. Here it might miss. No, it's not. It's still hitting. The fact that I have, there we go. The fact that I have to go out of my way to like find a spacing where this doesn't hit, and it might still just hit bigger characters. It's good. It's better than doing the other one. It sets you up, and you can just shoot late if you want, right? It is okay to mash this button. It has like very little downsides. And the other thing that's nice is like if you mash it, it will hit confirm into like basically the same situation really easily. So like, right? You just shoot, right? Right, but does that make sense? Like, you even here, you would just like, oh, I got a hit. Boom. Shoot. Even if you just autopilot the shot, it like wouldn't matter. The other really cheap thing is that shotgun shot stays even after punch because you're not moving. Which is like even crazier. Right? But yeah, it's a subtle thing, but make sure that you do that because it will give you a better chance at like catching them and then doing the shot and seeing that they got hit. It will let you maybe CQC more confidently. Things like that are nice to remember. And then there's like one more thing I can't remember I was gonna say. Honestly, those are pretty solid. Oh, I guess so. Like, if in your heart, honestly, you're like, I want to backdash or I want to mash or whatever, most of the time, or sorry, if you want to mash, like, backdash is fine a lot of the time. Like, backdash is pretty good. Just practice, like, set a recording for somebody to do this to you, right? So like, oh, I forgot that's energy block stream. That's funny. Right. And just have her, like, doesn't matter who it is. Have somebody meet you on Wake Up. Look at this. Same thing. Just practice it with other, like, practice it while you're lit. Because you have to learn this timing. As, like, everybody. You have to learn your character's 2 reversal timing. So, like, set somebody to meet you and just practice backdashing. It's a pretty tight timing. So, it's like, you do have to practice this, in my opinion. At least a little bit at the beginning, right? And then you can just get used to, like, pressing backdash 5H some more. You just get knocked down. Backdash 5H, boom, boom. That's too far. But you get the idea. Dragon PvP is an easy burst. Safe OS. Yeah, that for sure too. Yeah, for up and down, that's exactly what I was gonna say. So everybody's sweep will give you like the down facing knockdown, and then pretty much like any normal combo ender like this will give up knockdowns like that. But if I'm not mistaken, let me double check. Elphelts are identical, I'm pretty sure, Sammy. I think Elphelt only has to learn one. She's like Jam. I think she's like 27, 27 if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, exactly right. 27, 27. Jam is 26, 26, I believe. So is Answer, I think. So Elphelt actually only learns one reversal timing. They're both identical. You can just practice either one. The rich get richer, bro. So yeah, learn this timing. It's good. If you don't want to block, do this instead. Do this instead, and then if people get like better at it, I mean that's good for you know. Right? If they do this and they get better at like doing other stuff, the next best thing is like practice blitzing. If they're touching your character on wake up with their own character, you can blitz that shit. This is our version of mashing on wake up. It really is. Honestly, it really is. Like the same way I look at like other games where like someone actually has the confidence to tell themselves it's okay to wake up and press crouching light punch or fucking standing light kick or something. Like our version of that is like if the Oki doesn't look that legit, we're just gonna mash backdash. A lot of people mash backdash, mash blitz. Super is ironically enough like the weakest thing in this game on reversal usually a lot of because like everybody can safe jump, man. Like it's really hard to get away with reversal supers until you like show that you're really good at like mashing backdash and blitz instead. Because then people start to like panic and like pick things that will be like this is a good example of like something like actually let me do this. So like something like this will space around a backdash, right? Or like people will option select your backdash. So like an I-no player, for example, can do like let's see if I can get this. Oh my god. I'll just dash a little longer. Oh my god, I shouldn't do that. Alright, so like, I picked the wrong button, but it's gonna look kind of like this. Alright, so like, backdash. Let me see if I can get it. See, and so that button's gonna come out if I backdash. If people are option selecting versus you, it's fair game, bro. It's back. It's back on the table. Because option selects mean that shit comes out if the button whiffs for any reason. That includes super invulnerability. But my point is, I don't get to do that kind of thing until I see them representing other shit on the safe jump, or I blitz the safe jump, one or the other, right? That's also like the classic in this game is, oh, you don't want to deal with reversal super, here, deal with reversal blitz instead, have fun, right? Does that make sense? It's not necessarily, hey, just block on wake up, but it is don't mash on wake up. Do like backdash, do tab blitz, then maybe do super eventually a little bit. Faultless defense is also pretty good in general if you're like scared for your life on wake up. It's like a pretty decent like just thing, like it just pushes people out. Learning to use more faultless in this game is like it's a lot more helpful than like all the time you've spent in Strive, where it's like you get a lot of fucking mileage out of faultless defense in this game, bro. Like look how far we end up. Right, off just me, like keep in mind I only faultless defensed 2 of the buttons here. And look how far I end up. We're like, look at this versus look at this. Like my far slash still hits here, but if I faultless 2 buttons here, like look how farther we are. Look at, you can see the distance off of just faultless defensing a 2p and a 2k. That's not even that crazy, right? But if you do it like the whole string, then you just end up like in Narnia. You're just like all the way over here, usually, right? Generally speaking, you will never really need to faultless defense more than the first like 2 normals of the string. It's not always true, but like you're gonna get all the pushback you need usually by then. Yeah, I would say like most of the stuff looks really solid. Oh, I didn't show it actually now that I think about it, but I guess I can show it actually because we have like we've literally like a minute or 2 left. But let's say let's just do it like this actually. This is pretty easy. Jog, get forward. So like, say I get a weird hit. No way that knocks down, right? Oh, I have it disabled. Okay, no way. So like, let's say I get a weird hit like this, and she's gonna tech forward like this because I can't combo it. You just shoot a shot. That's it. You shoot a shot. She's gonna tech forward again. You can even like, if you don't believe in it too much, you can even do like, oh shit. Oh my god, this is a weird example to set up, but trust me, it comes up. You just do that. Oh my god, that just knocked down on its own. Yeah, I guess at this point, yeah, this button's crazy. You can just hit confirm that late? That's crazy. This is the spacing I'm talking about, where like when people like have to tech versus you, this is like kind of just like impossible to punish. I guess early on it's probably safe for you to like do the next thing. So the big thing is like you don't see, this is getting more awkward because it's not tech forward button. Tech forward button is gonna do this, but it's hard because this is gonna knock down. That's why I was like, I gotta think of an example for this where I would record it. No, I think this should work. I just have to do it like, maybe this will work. Oh, everything knocks down. Fuck. Let's just do it like this. Hold on. No. This is like a really weird thing. I don't think I've ever had to like actually set up any like before. But I want to say I'll give it a shot with this and see if I can get it. Where it's like she jumps forward, she gets hit, and then she mashes. I guess I-no would mash JK. Let's see how this pans out. Little later. Want to get her hit like on the way down. Okay, pretty good example. This happens. This is what you like are basically like baiting the whole time, right? So like if you get a weird hit and they have to tech into you, this trade versus like most tech buttons is like very good. In fact, I picked one of the best like tech button normals for this. Right? Let me do it from further so she gets owned like this. Oh baby. Yeah. Yeah, same idea. You can just do it, right? And the big thing is like, what else is she gonna do here besides like, if she gets hit, right? So like, well, I guess I would just do it like this. I think this works. Right? What else is she gonna do besides like tech back? And this isn't a bad thing as Elphelt, right? Your stake too juicy, your knockdown too accessible, yeah. So like she's either gonna tech back and give up all the space, or something a little smarter is like she'll tech in neutral like position. So like she'll tech like that, and like notice look at how hard the momentum carries in this game. Oh wait, I'm doing this wrong, okay. It's a recorded example. So it'd be like, we'll just do tech button in place. It doesn't matter. Should work. So like if she techs in place, see, still a good spacing. The key is I'm only playing for tech forward, and you want to space this for tech forward, is the idea, right? That's basically the idea. You just want to play for that. Not super complicated, but internalizing that distance is really important. And if I want to show, like, if anybody wants, like, a visual, last thing for real is, like, if anyone wants, like, a visual of what that looks like spacing-wise, it's this spacing. So, like, so you get a straight hit. It's like this sort of like, I'm not close to them diagonal space. If you're like right underneath them and they have to tech buttons, this shit doesn't work anymore. They have to be far enough that they have to like tech into you to reach you. Like here, right? This is like, and if they're not this far, then don't worry about it. But this sort of like diagonal tech into me from really far away is perfect spacing for this. You want that mindset whenever that comes up. And it comes up for Elphelt like a good chunk because like, every now and then you just hit like spaced far slash and it kind of like gives you that spacing a lot of the time. The good thing is honestly it looks like even if it trades, that shit kind of like doesn't care. Just fucked up. I remember Dane is 440. But yeah, for sure like keep those concepts in mind and practice your hit confirms on random block, on crouch and stand. Do like run up and try to keep the 5k out of throw range and do 5k SS and then actually like do your best to hit confirm that knockdown into like a bridal knockdown specifically instead of the usual 5h knockdown. And then you can worry about figuring out what you do on block later. That's just part of like learning the game. That's the later part of the learning curve. What did you say? You think this was anything basically outplayed in every angle, including bad callouts on your own with where you decided to burst most of the time. You think focusing on the neutral will be less helpful for now? I think most of the time I should be summon, but I wasn't able to make summons go into any advantage for you. Okay. Okay. Yeah, you're here. I was gonna. The other thing I do is I'll just type your thing in Twitch chat, and if somebody's here, like it'll come up. You have so many hours of just being bored and hitting the training mode dummy over and over again. Sounds like me, bro. That's me. That's me living my best life. Wait a minute. Don't think I forgot. Nobody gets a freebie around here. Shit is in the soup kitchen. All right. Let me see. Round start. This is pretty solid. So something to keep in mind is like once you're this far, yeah, summon is free. Okay, big thing to keep in mind is we'll start with this because it's just hard to punish, and it's like Ogi-chan did kind of fall for the one thing. If you're gonna get H-fish out right here, Dane, you have to do air-to-air JS because you already got exactly what you wanted. Ogi-chan didn't jump on reaction to fish. That's like what you're usually supposed to do, so that you don't get caught here. But like, he's on the ground, he's grounded. You do, hold on, we have the technology now. Watch this. How do I project the screen? I'll show it because like this is just easy to show. Well, maybe I'll show it in training mode too. But like, once you're here, Laserfish is gonna hold the neutral down for you, buddy. It's chill. All you gotta do is cover the fact that he is gonna probably jump. And so you preemptively jump S. It's the thing that Ray always does, like, as soon as he recognizes the spacing. And so if this was to play out, you would have pressed JS and he would have fell into this, right? Like, exactly right here. You would have done dash JS, he would have blocked it, and if he gets hit, then it's like, that's fine too. Because, like, honestly, half the time I get hit there is what I've realized these days. Sometimes you just get hit here on purpose as Dizzy, versus Dizzy, because it means that she can't actually knock you down into the mix-up anymore, funny enough. But most of the time, people won't know that, and so you would jump and JS him, like, right now, right? You would have JS'd him, and it would have made a really big difference. That it's like, it's really subtle, but honestly, keep that in mind, because the hard part of what you did was getting H-fish out, and having him on the floor as you're, like, getting ready for H-fish. It's a really subtle thing. He's really good at calling out bubble. One thing too also keep in mind is like you have your other air resource here, I'm pretty sure. Always keep in mind like the minimum. Oh no, you didn't. Okay, I guess it just gets awkward. Oh, burst point. I'm a big fan of, personally, it's not the greatest burst point, but it's hard to bait. It's just tricky to bait. Like as the Johnny player is like you get hit by a standard P Finder combo. It comes up a lot, which is why I'm pretty cool with this, with taking this burst a lot. It's always like kick, button, double jump. Once he does jump kick, like once he double jumps and I see these little hit sparks, I burst. Because Johnny's like reverse Gatling 6P isn't fast enough. He doesn't have like a fast enough button here to bait your burst unless he drops his combo. If he wants to do his combo here, you can just burst that hit and you reset to neutral. And like, so like, see, you did it like a little late. Right? Same idea, but it's like, you have to burst now, right? It's like a little earlier. It's almost like you basically just have to like believe in them to do it. Where it's like, I basically do it like on the jump cancel. It's a scary burst. It is a scary burst. It really is. Like, basically just tell yourself, like, I know Johnny has to do jump kick, jump punch here. But you end up basically bursting like a little late. You'll see me do it maybe, and like if you go and watch me like versus Will. If you ever watch me versus Johnny, you'll definitely see that burst come out, and you'll just see the timing and go, oh, okay, that's the burst I do. Very important to remember. This is super fucked. Yeah. What a confirm. Like, something, the way he structured that was really nice. I can't even hate. It's easy to hate on Johnny, but his understanding of how to be cheap with Johnny there was very good, is the way I would put it. Very cheap, but his understanding of how to set it up was very strong. Don't run at Johnny. Don't run at Johnny, dude. So, like, here, especially because you touch the floor, this is pretty chill. Because you can just air dash back once, and Johnny has to start over-committing into you. And, like, I think of this matchup like how I think of like, Answer in general as a character, where it's like, I'm not going to go in until I get the assist popping, dude. Like, until scrolls are up, until fish is up, like, I don't want to do this because your pressure isn't that great versus Johnny, and you're just going to have to scramble anyway. It's more like, it's good that you're willing to interact with Johnny so that when he chases you, there's, like, a good thing there to stop him. But don't do it until he's like actually like chasing you down like a lot. Like a lot. This is a good summon. Get some pressure. Fire pillar works. Air to air JS, perfect. Yeah, exactly. This is exactly what you needed to do last time. Yep. Get a burst point from him. Don't be scared to check people. Always in general. In general, always. Don't care about damage. If you can link, like if there's a timing where you can press 2K and then Laserfish pops and then you do like 2P, always prioritize burst safety as Dizzy if they don't show that they can actually burst Dizzy. It looked weird there. It looked like you had to do 2K close slash. But if it's an option, part of what makes Dizzy broken is not letting people get resets for free. A little greedy. Get the knockdown. Ice Fish. Chill down. Air to air here, right? The big thing is like if you're gonna... Well, I guess you did D-Fish. This is fine because this is D-Fish, right? Or is it H-Fish? No, it's H-Fish, yeah. If you're gonna get this out, Ray is pretty good about this. People will almost always react to the slowdown. Good players almost always... It's the same notes as before, but basically, good players always react to the YRC slowdown here with Dizzy, almost always with jump back. So if you just get H-Fish out and do air-to-air JS, it's the same thing again. And like, even if they don't jump, they're just gonna block H-Fish. But it's about covering like the one escape option, because that's how Dizzy sets up stuff that's cheap, right? Like, the reason I nitpick is because like these are big moments for Dizzy. Like you could have had this earlier, right? They're huge moments for Dizzy. That's what she's banking on to get hits, and it's like she's working to get those summons out. That's like how she's supposed to be. Here you just zone, don't get carries. Yep, just zone. Even here, you're getting like low key a little too close. Just prioritize like safe summons. He's gonna... Oh, he misses Xerker. Let me make some notes about... Let's see. Let me, before I forget. Summon... Okay. Oh, this is terrifying. Dude, Ogi-chan's so good. The fact that he saw Dizzy super jump and he backdashed like immediately, like pretty good. Get 2D cross up. We can burst on him here. I'll say it as advice. Hi Nora. Oh, she wants to sit on my lap, but she can't. The post burst situation for Dizzy on the defender's burst. And we're going to talk about it because it's like really important, I think. Because you basically did what like you should do, but you missed like one step at the beginning. And it's a really important step because like I do it every time as answer. And it's specifically whenever you get bursted. It's pretty funny. It's not an interaction when you burst them, it's when they burst you. Oh, that's supposed to be 2B. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Oh my god, it's gonna be so hard to burst. Yeah, you're dead. This round's over. How did you not win, Ogi-chan? That's so funny. It's slumped. Alright. Let's see what happens. What a mash. By the way. Air to air JS. Air to air JS. Oh, you like have it. It's like right there, bro. Air to air JS. The only reason he gets out is because you didn't stick a button out. What it is I can see it. You always try to like air throw the jump out like right here, but you don't have to. That's the thing you're not realizing is you just don't have to. The hard part here is everyone wants to jump because it's good, but if you're close enough as Dizzy, you can deny it like every time. It's really funny because like you are actually getting the D-Fish set up like perfectly a lot of the time. And then you just get a mix-up, right? Like, it's exactly what you want as Dizzy. Oh, I love that you don't air dash back here. Something in this matchup you need to internalize for sure is like, in this spot, in my opinion, you're gonna do air dash back again, like, 85 to 90% of the time and only do air dash JK back in like 10% of the time. Because that's not what you actually want to do as Dizzy. It's like the Baiken thing I said a lot earlier at the beginning of the stream, where it's like, you want the summon. You do. So it's like, you just always want to autopilot full screen, get summons started. And the only reason you would do air dash back in is to scare people from chasing you. That's really the only reason. Otherwise, yeah, like, always do this. It's so much better to, like, you always want to, like, default to, like, this. And that way of Ogi-chan, like, does anything, right? Preemptive 6P because he's scared of the JK or whatever. Peem is fine or whatever the fuck Johnny thinks he's supposed to do here. When he fucks up and gives you the distance, you get free fire bubble pop, right? Oh, that sucks that it was outside the spacing of it. That's just unlucky, I think. Oh, scary tech. Scary tech. I'm a big fan of, like, sometimes I just don't tech Johnny OTG coin. You have to be, like, pretty confident they're not going to throw another coin or do something. And when they had the lead like this, it's pretty spooky. It feels shitty to tell yourself not to tech, but you just have to tell yourself not to. How does it say it? Hold on. Oh yeah, you have to do that. Okay, never mind. You can't do it. You can't do a burst save string there. Oh, that sucks. Seeing Danger Time pop as Dizzy when you have no summons to begin is so trash. It's so fucking scary. Honestly, my personal advice in general is if you're fighting in Danger Time Dane and you enter a scary situation like this, where you're like, God damn it, like, I don't want to deal with this. Something I'm pretty sure Ray does a good bit is, like, he'll probably try to run away, but once somebody gets within, like, a certain distance, he kind of just turns into, like, down back mode, and if it seems like it's gonna hit, he'll do Ice Spike YRC, like, on reaction. Like, he's just looking for Ice Spike YRC, because it's super safe to just down back, and you don't have to worry about, like, random shit like this happening, basically. It sucks because, like, you don't want to just accept, like, that you have to block here, but the big thing is, like, Dizzy is not built for Danger Time. Not like the other guys. Not like the other ones, right? Because it's like, all her kit isn't really about, like, abusing Danger Time, really. She doesn't like the concept of, like, now every poke just fucking combos, right? That I think Ray is pretty good about, like, not engaging, and if someone is kind of close here, like you would maybe... Ray is the kind of guy where he'd probably do, like, air dash back, land, and then just crouch block. And, like, if you're gonna overextend into him, he's gonna just do, like, Ice Spike YRC. Because at the very least, Ice Spike YRC is gonna let him either, like, summon for free in the slowdown, or he's gonna jail you and he's gonna try to kill time for Danger Time, like, with him in control, you know? You think the only time you take games off Dane is because of Danger Time? That's fucking funny. But yeah, just realize that turtling behind Ice Spike YRC is pretty legit. Nice stick throw. Boom, boom, boom. You don't have to worry about bursts. This is the good Oki. That angle's out. Something I would do more of is, like, because Ogi-chan in general, like, I think because Johnny is a character that doesn't, like, when he gets here, Johnny isn't that... I mean, I'm actually kind of surprised he didn't gamble. Maybe it's because he didn't have the lead. I think you underestimate how fast H-Fish YRC comes out. And, like, Johnny's not going to be able to, like, ever dash out of that situation, really. Where it's like, in some ways, you can take a gamble. Not necessarily here. Not necessarily here, but in general. Like, the same way you did earlier, like, sneaking in H-Fish makes it so that it's a lot scarier to do dead angle, because the fish will maybe actually just help you. When H-Fish moves a little forward, it might just eat the dead angle during the mix-up, right? Or, like, the Ice Spike YRC into pressure reset. Like, a good thing that Ray does, I want to say, a lot in this situation is he doesn't always... he does, like, what I do with Answer. Where, like, sometimes he just does Ice Spike YRC like this. And the moment he does it, before he even hit confirms the situation, he just starts summoning. Because the block stun of Ice Spike YRC is gonna last long enough that you'll get, like, a summon out a lot of the times. Maybe not versus Johnny, though. But I know he does it a lot in general. It's, like, pretty good. Because it incentivizes people to mash into Car YRC. Or Car YRC, Ice Spike YRC. Tomato, tomato, bro. Same shit. Back off here. Oh, you gotta back off there. You gotta back off there. Ice Spike YRC isn't great here because you already whiffed the button. So you have to like backdash or run away instead. If you had hit that button, Ice Spike YRC would have been fine. But the fact that, like, he could move forward is what makes it scary. See, like, the big thing here, Dane, is, like,
it's not like, obviously it sucks because you missed the spacing on the hit, so like the JP just wasn't delayed enough. But the point is, like, if you think about it in the inverse, it's like if you do air dash back again here, and he does round start 2D, you just get a summon. Like you just get like fire bubble for free into probably a summon. And Dizzy wants to play neutral versus level 1 Johnny a lot, right? Where it's like it's not just the fact you messed up here, but it's more like even if you hit it like and he blocks it, for example, like you don't have bar yet, like you're gonna have to do a block string, and block strings are the thing about Dizzy is she doesn't want to do block strings. I always talk about this, is like you don't want to do block strings as Dizzy, you want to do mix-ups, and you can't really do that shit without summons, and you can't summon in pressure, at least not without resources, right? So it's like that's like kind of the reason why it's not worth interacting early. Dude, this is so fucked. You have like no burst point. You have to burst this far slash as it hits you because he's probably gonna do 2H and that hit is burstable. But it's really hard to tell yourself that in the moment because like he could also just not do that. Like he can technically, I think, P misfiner and just spend some more coins and get a shittier combo and deny burst. But by this point, most Johnnies will take half of your health bar and be like, yeah, I'm cool with that, and do the 2H and give a burst point. Right? It's different from this one because this one is space. This one like jumps into you and you can see how close you are compared to them, and this one you have to like fall into them and coin hits you. So like when you burst the coin, he's like farther away in general. Like you're just higher up by that point. It's the difference between bursting the normal that's going into this situation versus bursting the hit after it hit you before the 2H. It's kind of weird to explain. Also, coin's cheap, so like it just recovers really fast. What are you really getting versus just a summon? The big thing you have to tell yourself, Dane, and like internalize honestly, like as a concept that I think will maybe make Dizzy better for you, at least in matchups like that, is that in a matchup where you're like, even if it's scary, you're like favored to win the neutral, right? So I'm thinking characters like well, we switch the characters, right? Like it's not versus everybody. Obviously versus a character like Chip or Millia, you have to be ready at all times, right? Because air dash back is not as big a deal to those characters, right? But like Soul, well, Soul's kind of fast, but same idea, right? Soul, it's like you want to play neutral versus Soul usually. You want to play neutral versus Kai outside of getting sniped by the enhanced projectile. You want to play neutral versus Mei. Millia's too fast. Zato, yeah, you want to play neutral. Pa, all you do is zone him. Chip, he's a pixie, he's the exception. Foss, you want to play neutral. Axel's also kind of the exception, honestly. If you can't get like truly out of the range. He's a character that, in general, everybody kind of doesn't mind being close to Axel. Venom is a character that's fine to just run away and summon versus. Slayer is a character you want to summon versus. I-no you want to summon. Even Bedman you kind of want to summon versus. Ram you want to summon versus. The only thing you're worried about is swords. Sin you want to summon versus. Elphelt Sniper is actually kind of scary, so you might be more incentivized to not just always like double air dash away. Leo you want to summon. Johnny you want to summon. Jacko I think you want to summon. Aegis is not that big a deal, man. It really isn't. It's 10 seconds and then you just spam projectiles after that. But maybe I'm wrong. Jam you want to summon versus. Coom you definitely want to summon versus. Raven you kind of want to summon versus him, but you don't get carried away. The mirror. Baiken you want to summon versus. Answer you want to summon versus. Although he's like iffy. Either one's fine. But I would say about half the cast at least based on that. You're like telling yourself, yeah, most of the time the risk reward of running away and putting a summon is in my favor. Your character doesn't want pressure. Something like I'll talk about like in general to express why like I'm being so like firm about it is because like think about it this way. Dizzy doesn't tell herself it's okay to summon usually until she's like this far, right? There are some matchups where as Dizzy, you don't even want to summon until you're actually full screen. Where like even like 80% of the screen doesn't feel good. So it's like, think about it this way. If you don't think that summons are worth doing until you're like 80% of the screen away as Dizzy, when you do block strings, the farthest that you can push somebody out with Dizzy is here. That's not 80% of the screen. Look how much farther, like, I have to go this far. Like, I'm still pretty far from where I consider it's safe to summon. Right? So the point is, like, yeah, I can't summon at this distance. It's too close. It's too scary to summon. Right? The idea is that I don't want to do block strings as Dizzy necessarily because block strings are, ironically enough, going to leave me close enough to somebody that I'm in a weird spot. Right? Like,
this is a weird spot for Dizzy. She doesn't want to be here. And really, that's kind of why I'm like, yeah, when you have like round start exchanges or whenever somebody sneaks, whenever you're in mid-range and they let you get this, take the other air dash. Because you do want summons. Your game plan fundamentally is they need to come out on screen. And you don't honestly have to tell yourself to change that game plan until people really start to chase you. Like, really start to chase you. And then there's still some levels to it. Let's say Johnny wants to do 2 air dashes, or 2 dashes, right? So, like, let's say he commits like this. All you have to do is, it's a lot like Baiken. Just press JH a lot of the times. And if you're, like, slightly closer, right, like this. Oh, shit. Then, like, you get the 2D after, right? So something that happens is, like, let me see if I can time this a little better. Ah! This is weird to time. Oh! I've, like, never had to time this. Oh, it's so much earlier. Okay, I had to do it, like, as I'm air dashing back. No wonder they thought this move needed to be fucking attack level 4. It's so dumb. Fuck me. One more time for the one more time. I think I got it here. So, there, right? This is what you want. You can also stick out JH, right? You can stick out JH here, and this helps still stop people from running at you, but it's way less risky than moving at them. Because the idea is, let's say you're, like, panicking, and you're like, you know what? I don't think I can, like, air dash, like, air dash back, bubble. I'm gonna do this. You're still full screen if they didn't chase you. If this guy only does, like, 1 dash, this is so good versus a character like Johnny specifically, or characters with, like, limited movement options. Because let's say this guy is, like, worried or whatever, that you're not, like, maybe they only commit a little bit, right? And so you're like, you do this, that's not a big deal. Like, yeah, you didn't get to get air dash bubble out off the second air dash, but, like, you're still really far. You're pretty close to where summons are guaranteed. And oftentimes, you kind of just start supplementing your meter here. So, like, I'll give you an example. Let's say this guy is really good at, like, timing his dash, right? And what I mean by that is, like, let's say he does, like, 1 dash, waits, and then he does another one. And it'll hopefully look like what I'm trying to do, right? Yeah, that's pretty close. So, like, this is what Ray does. He does, like, panic YRC like that. And it's good. It's good. Because the idea is, like, this is so hard to play around. Because what's gonna happen is the slowdown, like, no matter what, even as people get better at deliberately checking you, that stop sign is eternal, right? That stop sign is eternal, right? Because this guy's like, we'll run through the situations. He does dash into dash, and if you do the JH right and you do sweep, he's cooked. Even if he blocks the JH a lot of the times, which, like, let's say he gets that, I Spike YRC is, like, this is one of the spots where Ray does I Spike YRC a lot. Because Dizzy is about stability. She uses it just like how Answer does, funny enough. They use it really similar. They use the tool exactly the same, because both of the characters really prioritize, like, resetting as a concept. Like, they need the time to put things out that make them better than everybody else in that moment, right? And so, even if this guy blocks JH and you're like, oh shit, I can't sweep because he blocked it. A lot of the times if they block JH, I Spike YRC just hits. And then, like, you just jump at them, and then you can do, like, a mix-up or summon D-Fish or do whatever you want, right? You could probably honestly just watch Ray and see what he does there, right? So even if he blocks it, that's fine. Now, if the guy dashes up and he waits, I Spike YRC owns him. If this guy does, let's say he gets even more patient and he waits out, just period. Because this is what I do versus Dizzy. Is I wait for her to do panic YRC like this, right? Because it's like she kind of has to do it if you didn't dash in. Because, like, if you look at just the spacing, think about how awkward this is for Dizzy. I'm already kind of in the corner. And if I move, like, I don't want to move forward into him. And I can't summon. And I don't have screen space to run away into. The thing is Ray tends to do the Ice Spike a lot because it's just objectively good. If he waits and he doesn't do the delayed, like, second dash, during the slowdown, just summon. Because now he's too far to stop it, period. A really common thing Ray will do is, like, he'll do this. And if he didn't see you get hit, he, like, autopilots H-Fish, and it's go time. Because, like, if you waited and didn't react, you're, ironically enough, like, too close to Dizzy. And so, whoops, I did the wrong one. Shit. I'd, like, never do this one.
Look at the situation. Boom, boom. No matter how you look at it, you will, off of this slowdown, you will produce something Dizzy wants, right? Because the big thing is like, when I do this, let me just like see if I can pause it. And summon D-Fish and then start running forward. When you summon here, the big thing is, the problem here, Dane, is that I don't have the room to run away with anymore. Remember, I already covered, like, basically everything doing this. Like, if he does insta-dash, like, dash, you know, like, he would probably... No, he would lose to the JH, right? He would lose to the JH, right? If he dashes, and then he dashes a little later, he's dashing straight into the Ice Spike, right? If he just dashes and waits, because he's waiting for this option, you YRC it, the slowdown guarantees H-Fish, like, for sure. Maybe not versus Johnny, I guess, because K-Finer exists. But I doubt most Johnnies are honestly ready for that level of interaction. To, like, really be like, he's going to do H-Fish. Let me rip K Miss Finder. Like, so many people just don't expect it here. That you're probably going to sneak the summon out, right? Like I do, like here. The big thing is, what I always tell people is that if Dizzy's kind of close to you when she gets the summon like this, she's going to move into you and force a mix-up because you're so close. So what I'll usually do is I will up back here and just run away from Dizzy to deny the mix-up. Because the ice, you're not close enough to do the JS. You should still do it. You still should move forward and try to air JS in case it works for whatever reason. But the big thing is, think about it. If I'm like the Johnny player here and I jump away and like run away from you, you get all your space back. Because I have to respect the summon or you're going to force a mix-up. So essentially you invest 25 bar and you got what you wanted. You have a ton of space to like run away and like do more bubble into like actually summon, right? And think about it. These are all like, what would you call them? These are like backup plans. Like you're not even doing this as level 1. Like your level 1 is doing bubble. This is like the insurance policy. This is like what you do when people are actually good at stopping bubble. Is like, that's what you have to do. But don't even worry about that. Just do this like 90% of the time, you know? This is a really important thing. In general too, like if you find people are being respectful, it doesn't take long to set this up. Honestly, a lot of people, if they don't know how Dizzy works, like, this shit is really fucked up. I'll flip it real quick so you can see it. But, the air-to-air JS is, like, super important. Funny enough, I thought a lot of the decision-making in terms of, like, your offense and things like that were actually pretty solid. Funny enough, like, Dizzy is a character of, like, capitalizing on opportunities. So, you just missed a lot of potential mix-ups. And Dizzy doesn't win without mix-ups, man. Like, she just doesn't. Because she's not necessarily high damage a lot of the time. She can be if she hits like a crazy starter. She just randomly deletes you. But like most of her mix-ups are pretty low damage a lot of the times. And like you can't kill somebody off Dizzy Strike throw. You just can't. And mid-screen throw Oki isn't like that crazy anyway. Compared to like the rest of the stuff, right? But let's say you do something like, you wouldn't do an up-close slash. Like this. I think he does super jump. I think he likes the timing more on super jump. It probably also just it gives him probably like better spacing. Oh, I hate super jump. How would I do this? Super jump. I'm on hitbox, so I gotta think this shit out. That's also the other part of this that's funny whenever I do. There we go. That's probably fine. Actually, let's just use regular air dare. I don't think anybody would super jump here. Let's do regular air dare. Probably fine. Ah, shit. I missed it. The big thing is, so, as you get better at this, right? I did it too early. Oh my god, you have to do it so late. Okay. As you get better at this option, in general, right? People learn to sit still versus Dizzy, because they have to, right? You can't jump out of that. It takes all your meter when she does 4S, etc., etc. So people will learn to, like, try to react to stuff instead of always being preemptive. And all you need is, like, 2 seconds to do this. I jump, and then, let me see. Like that. Boom. Laserfish pops. Mix it. Usually, all you really have to learn is, like, the timing on when they up back. You don't want to be too early. You don't want to be too late. Just whatever timing they usually do it. Like that. What's he going to do? Mash a button? Dizzy's doing fish, right? It's pretty great. That's, like, not a whole game plan, but versus people where you're like, damn, how do I go? Because this is also a problem for Dizzy, right? It's like, how do I go from far slash to making stuff happen? Because Dizzy doesn't really do that well.
right? Like, if you do this all the time, remember, like, I don't want block strings as Dizzy. That's not what I want as a character like Dizzy, right? Oh my god, this is so delayed. Right? If I run up, honestly, like, if Dizzy does Ice Spike YRC versus me, it's not good, but I would rather deal with this than blocking H-Fix mix-up if I had to pick. Because if she doesn't commit to strike throw... Hey, what's up, Karma? She pushes herself into the same awkward situation, and she's either running away from me again to do it all over again, or she's doing, like, fake, not super rewarding block strings. Like, I don't care about... What if it's forward fireball? Yeah, it's on punch. Right? Like, she's either doing this, and it's like, this isn't a big deal, really. Like, I'll probably just, like, IB and hold up forward into it, and, like, nothing is changing, right? The idea is, like, eventually Dizzy will summon a thing she's not supposed to, and I will get rewarded for holding up forward versus her, right? But, like, yeah, does that make sense so far? It's about, like, using Ice Spike and pressure to set up respect so that you can use the meter for cheeky mix-ups instead on the fly. Right? And then as you get better at that, people will start to let you do some faker stuff a lot of the time. And then eventually, as Dizzy, learning to just back off and, like, do it all over again is big. She's very big on, like, trying to get that H-Fish going and then jumping on you and forcing a mix-up off of the usual, like, H-Fish plus, what is it? H-Fish plus, like, this game plan, right? That's the classic. Dizzy wants this to happen from neutral, so sometimes she'll just reset, and that's okay. Definitely does feel like feeding your that post Ice Spike RC has been too basic with dash up. Try to add in more JS. H-Fish makes a lot of sense. Yeah, basically, like, if it feels like they're probably gonna respect it, do H-Fish YRC, and if they hesitate even a little bit, you can usually air to air JS most of the characters preemptively after it's out, and then just force the mix up. And you have to think about it from, like, I've jumped out of this before. I've played Ray enough that, like, he'll do this, and I will already be holding up, right? Like, I see Far Slash, and I do this, but you still have slowdown. So, like, if you're Dizzy, you can just throw. Like, that's probably what Ray does most of the time to me anyway. And I'll usually eat that. I'll eat the throw back to the middle of the screen a lot of the time versus Dizzy, personally. But see, like, even when they jump or respond to the situation correctly, it's fine. The big thing you have to tell yourself is nobody's gonna mash on this setup. In fact, he's really far, so it's hard. But, like, nobody is gonna mash versus you because Ice Spike YRC exists, and it's insane to mash after that, right? To mash versus that. So people will hesitate just long enough that, yes, you can sneak out that option where, like, it's easy to tell yourself as Dizzy, like, no way they sit still. But it's like, yes, they will. If you use Ice Spike YRC, I am not gonna fuck with you anymore, bro. Like, you can have it. You can have it. It's good. You got it, bro. Like, yeah, it's really that simple. You just have to think of it like that. The last thing I will say is this is really subtle. Let me see if I can show it. I'll have Johnny burst and then mash dash after. When you're in a post burst situation as Dizzy, when they burst you away, make a habit of doing air dash back and then bubble set. Do not instantly bubble set. Answer has a similar thing on his kit because I also want to get shit out. So, like, let's say, let me see. How do I do this? First hit and then make him dash. It's a screen positional thing. So, like, basically what's gonna happen, I'll show it, like, with him bursting first, just so we can see it, right? So when he does this, I am full screen, right? And so it's easy for a lot of people to go, oh, I'm full screen, tech option, right? Tech option that I want to do at full screen. But the issue is, like, let's say that this is gonna be really weird to set up, but oh, I know how I'll set it up. I think I can do, let me see, the recording. I'll do, okay, let me see if this will work. Okay, good enough. So let's say he does this, right? Let's say, actually, no, this is good. Let's get hit and then do it. If he does, like, let me see. Ah, shit, I'm gonna fucking it up. And I do this, notice, it's really subtle, but notice that, like,
before he even does the second dash, we weren't that far off of the first dash, right? That's the takeaway. Like, we weren't that far. The big thing is versus a character like you, like Dizzy, you can safely assume people do not want to let you be full screen. So the initial dash is going to ruin, if we both land here, like if I unpause and like don't let him move. Wait, fuck. Why didn't it? Oh, I'm pressing the wrong button. Okay, I think I can set this up and change it to look like what it's supposed to. It's the bottom button. So look, okay, we got it. Look at the like literal distance between us. Notice how we're not full screen. And that's like, I might sound like I'm nitpicking, but it's like one more Johnny dash and he's right on top of you, right? The difference is if I do air dash back and I tech and we both stop, we're like way farther, right? The idea is like you move with the screen as he moves the screen, right? Because if I move and he moves, the distance changes. Like, that's the idea, right? You basically move with the camera preemptively, and it doesn't really change your option as Dizzy, if that makes sense. Right? Like, because the idea is, like, now pretend that he just does regular burst. This looks exactly the same, right? Notice, like, how fast, like, you can hardly tell the difference between, like, buffering an air dash and then like tech air dash this. It's the same outcome if you really think about it. You don't honestly lose much time adding an air dash there, but you do plan for people that move into you a little better, because now see, like, I can react to him moving on me and like play around it, right? The extra distance is helpful. It really is, because the difference is, like, if I do this and I do this, I'm like, oh shit, he is close to me. He is close to me, right? He's just dashing, and, like, I'm gonna have to just keep running away. Where it's the difference between that versus, like, oh, he's, like, getting close, but he's, like, not close. I can stick shit like this out if he keeps chasing me. I can use my secondary air action, and Dizzy's really cheap, because you get another whole air dash anyway, like, after you do bubble, and you can just react. But I think this is really nice. I do this with Answer, because when people burst me away as Answer, I'll usually tech and then do scroll set immediately, because it's free. It's free as fuck. It's like wanting to do set with Dizzy or bubble, right? Or you know what I mean, like summon or bubble. But the thing is like, people will pick up on that when you do it too much, or just know that your character does it in general. And so post burst, when they burst you, buffer your air dash like that, and it will ensure that they, even if they move forward, they can't force you to be close to them. And even if they don't, it's the same spacing. You're gonna be basically full screen no matter what. It's cool. It's a cool little camera trick. I love doing it with Answer. It's pretty good with Dizzy too, I think. But I would say focus on that. The burst thing is subtle. Focus a lot more on all those spots when you can force your offense a little bit more. Tell yourself to default to running away a ton until they chase you. And when they chase you, revisit that segment on like, okay, how are they chasing me down? Am I supposed to do like air dash back JH? Should I do like you know what I mean, where you start using the, once they're better at playing around it, then you start to do the ice spike where you guarantee the summon, or they block it, or whatever ends up happening happens, is basically the takeaway. Is how you want to think of it. And if you do that, like, you'll just end up in more situations that you already have probably practiced, like, in training mode. Alright, this one's kind of funny. We can vibe out a little bit more on this one, because, well, I guess it's up to you. It doesn't make a difference, I think, for MKJ, but technically, Chastity isn't here, but Chastity did submit, and they asked, they're like, I told them, I said, like, I can go over your submission if you're not here if you want, and they were like, yeah, that's fine, I'll go through the VOD. But if you would rather be first instead of the non-existent Chastity that we're gonna do right now, that's up to you. It doesn't make a difference to me. Or you could just be like the last slot, and it's like the same thing basically. I'm also, actually, this is like halfway through already. I don't think it really makes a difference one way or the other. Would you rather go now, or would you rather go at, was it 6 p.m. or 5:40 or whatever the time is? I think it's 6 p.m. is what it is. Great stuff to show on. Yeah, and then the burst point, I didn't cover them actually, but I'll show them really quick actually. Because I think they're still the selected characters. Yeah. Burst point with Johnny is like, let me see. I'll show you the timing for it. Oh wait, fuck me. Oh my god, hold on. It's been a minute since I've done a Johnny combo, let alone on player 2 side.
Okay. Might as well do yours now then. Okay, we'll do it like right after. I know what I'm supposed to do. 2D. Wait, I'm a dummy. Why am I doing the harder combo? Yeah, I can just do it off this. Yeah, this should work. This should work. It's just like I just have to delay it. Well, I guess let me do the string he did, which is like it's kind of good at baiting burst, but like not really. This is good. This is good for everybody, by the way. This is like, at the moment, it's like, I hate calling it my favorite burst point versus Johnny, because it's like not even a great burst point. But it's good at not letting him, we don't care about the knockdown. No, I didn't record it. It's good because it forces Johnny to make a decision, is how I think of it. So like, hit, he has to jump cancel here. And he can't get that burst anymore. The JP, like, it just doesn't work. Even if, actually, let me just record him doing JP nothing. For the sake of, like, the example we're talking about really quick. I'm not pressing anything after JP. Oh, shit. I pressed not my burst buttons. It's fucking funny. See? Even if he's not pressing anything after. The idea is basically like, the moment he like, I burst now, essentially. Like, I basically burst like right there. I'll pause like when I burst. I burst right here. The moment he has to jump in, I'm not even really hit confirming the button, honestly. I'm at best like just confirming that I see Johnny double jump into me. And then I burst. That's like basically what I'm looking for. When I see him do his little double jump, because I don't know when he's going to do it. But when I see that, when I see him lift up into me, I just mash burst. And, like, he has to drop his combo or hard read it. Like that, see? Because remember, that is recorded as just JP and then hold back. Like, and it's still not working. Right? Even if he, like, let me just in case the recording ran out, I guess. See? I like that burst point a lot versus Johnny. It's okay, is the way I would put it. Because he has to drop his combo. Or he has to do something that, like, doesn't combo. You can't do, like, jump cancel. Well, I guess you could do, like, jump cancel throw OS, but, like, they don't do that yet, is the way I'll put it. I'll wait for the Johnny player to grind it out to make me regret that, and then, I don't know. I'll look for another burst point. But until they do that, like, you're good. I like that burst point a lot. That's the one I was talking about, specifically. And then the rest of that is, like... I mean, Zwei, don't forget, like, grounded Zweihander. So, like, when he does the semi-burst safe, like, coin, 5H, and then he 5H's straight into Zwei, that Zwei is burstable. I'll burst that Zwei too. There's other situations. It's hard with Johnny, because it's so spacing dependent. It's like really hard to find. That's why I like that burst, because it's not really spacing dependent. So it's easy to tell people to just do it. But the idea is, like, same with this, where it's like, you can burst this into this, but, like, not really if he's hitting it, like, at the max distance. And, like, he can always change the combo route. So it's hard to teach people to burst Johnny, because it's, like, kind of vibes-based, unfortunately. That's, like, one of the most guaranteed ones I've found outside of, like, ZYYRC. And then, obviously, like, OTG coin is solid if they show they haven't, like, gotten to the point where they're gonna bait it. That's, like, also not bad, I think. I think it's, like, solid to show. Might be my favorite old Pokemon song. The lake theme is so good. Oh no, it's a regular Twitch VOD. It's fine. Luckily, this browser that I use, the Brave like ad blocker built-in thingy, is pretty good about I only usually get like the first ad and then like nothing after. I want to say. Oh, and I forgot Twitch is whack, and it'll notice if it's not in focus and it won't play the ad, so I have to like wait for the ad to finish. I really dislike the concept of that, like, it knows when it's not in focus. Okay, no notes. It knows when it's not in focus, so it'll basically just like pause the ad, and I'm like, that's fucked up, man. I can walk away from television ads. So like, the logic there doesn't line up. It's fucked up. You can't force people to watch ads, bro. Like,
Just stop it. Oh, this is versus Ava. I was like, who the fuck is Ayave in Photoshop? It's Ava. It's Ava. Let me switch the capture and then start the timer. Oh my god, I can't. It throws me off that I can't like tap to unpause in Twitch. That's good. It's a tricky knockdown. Good tick throw. I would take Pineberry Space. Yep. Good awareness. They just like are like willing to check with DP. I will say, if you're really worried about it, something I want to say that's like pretty solid is like, you toss Pineberry, assume they're gonna block Pineberry, because it's a pretty safe assumption. And in my opinion, you should do Microdash, like as the Pineberry's beating, Microdash 2D shot, and it's pretty great. It's pretty great at punishing people that like to wait, instant block Pineberry, and then DP, right? Because that's like the layer that it looks like you're on right now, where you let it meaty and then you see if like they're gonna rip the DP right away or not. Oh my god, I fast forwarded. I forget the shortcuts aren't the same on this. So be careful. But yeah, doing this immediate microdash 2D like as it's meeting will keep it a true block string and deny the DP possibility. And off the 2D, you can oftentimes just go straight into shotgun, right? Shotgun, if you want to be lazy, you can just do shotgun shot if you don't feel comfortable hit confirming the 2D on its own because it's kind of hard. And then it'll pop and you'll be shotgun stanced up at least versus them in the corner. Look at microdash on their part. Nice. I like that faultless defense. Yeah. You should just do it because it's still skewed in your favor, because the way I would put it, not to like talk about the situation forever, but it's skewed in your favor because the timing especially with high level players, a lot of high level players are pretty down to like let you meaty them and get as much as they can out of it. In other words, like they'll play the level 2 like right away if with you. They'll be like, no. Like I'm not gonna burst. Like we'll play this RPS like off the rip, you know? And so you can make that assumption. You can assume a lot of like better players are down to block instead of immediately gambling. Even though obviously immediate DP would hit the run up 2D. I think at least. It's just that it's a really scary decision to make there compared to just blocking and seeing if the Elphelt will give it up for free. Because that's a thing. I would say something important to try is you can try with other normals. Obviously sometimes you just don't have the frame advantage, but picking something like, let me double check this loop actually. I'm kind of curious because I want to say that she can't, not to like stop the analysis really quick, but this is like a fast thing to double check. 427. 745. 2P is faster. If backdash, high level players, you don't really have to stick the low there because it's like the low isn't really always gonna do what you want, which is like catch them holding a back or something. Sometimes you can just pick a button like 2P far slash because 2P is so much faster in its total duration that something like 2P far slash might be fast enough to enable you to at least like trade or win versus this. And in a block string, you would just get 2P far slash. It would be fine. But one of the downsides to a button like 5K is like it's a little longer in its total duration at least compared to something like 2P. Nothing crazy, but the frames add up more than you think in a spot like that because you are basically playing like frame per frame there essentially. Do it more when you're running up off of like, I guess we'll make like, this is like a thing you could probably actually make like an active note of is like, if your Oki is gonna look like this, like it's fine. A lot of people aren't gonna blitz a character with a run up 5K. Like think about it. This is a better player. They're not gonna do wake up tap blitz versus a character that has a built-in low. Like you can safely assume something like 2P far slash here is probably fine. And my guess is it's probably pretty good versus Kai backdash compared to like 5K and having to like watch him press far slash. It's awkward. IB. Okay, she's minus there. This is like a pretty chilled spot to like assume you can jump, like super jump here versus Kai. He is minus on CL. He's -1. And Elphelt's a character where you can do like as soon as you see CL. I'm not saying to mash here because Kai has amazing counter pokes. That's not really what you want to do on the -1. But -1 means that it's hard to stop you jumping now. So if I was you, I would just buffer like a super jump Pineberry load out of the corner and force Eva to at least see that you're gonna just preemptively try to run out of the corner. Because if you super jump and she does 3H, I don't think it catches it. I don't think it catches it, and you'd probably just get out. It's not guaranteed, but the point is a character like Kai with the nature of his pressure is like, and how your character is really good at getting out of the corner, you want to early on especially show that like you're just down to call out something that's like slightly minus or has a gap that's big enough for you to like super jump, air dash, load Pineberry, and just reset. Otherwise you end up here and the situation isn't that great for Kai. Look at delay. Weird hit, but kind of fix it. So this is a good example of like, you can't do the 5H thing here. Here you just kind of have to deal with tech buttons like, because like it's just hard to get away from it. Like on this hit, you're like right next to them. You don't really have like a great button here as Elphelt for tech buttons. And backdash is inconsistent on like getting out. It's hard to time. Honestly, I would tell myself to block here a lot as Elphelt. If you want to be funny, you could try 6P'ing here and seeing if the upper body invul will save you. Because other characters will 6P there. And she has upper body invul on 6P. Yeah, backdash is okay, because it shows recognition of the situation. You know that you can't deal with tech forward buttons, so you try to get out of dodge. You should, like, jokes aside, you should try pressing 6P here, maybe. Because you might actually win. You might actually, like, invul through their tech button and 6P them. It's worth looking into. You should try it, in my opinion. It's a subtle thing, but it'll give you another option. Otherwise, yeah, I mean, like, sometimes you just block. If you're really confident, you could do tablets, but it's hard to tell people to just do something like that. It's not a game plan, it's just like a super specific check. That angle immediate, it's kind of fine. Same situation, by the way, like, they're just, like, playing for backdash off of, like, spaced out Ogi. Here. I will also say another thing to consider. So, like, we'll talk about some of the far Oki in general, I think. Far Oki, like, mindset. The big thing about far Oki in general, and we'll talk about it more in training mode, is you can assume people are not going to block your meaty because that's your only option. And you can start to structure your offense to just play around the most common defensive options. And it makes your life a lot easier after that point. Oh, that's tough, dropping that. Hero burst. Oh, I forget. It's fucking Twitch, man. It skips 10 seconds. I love that on YouTube, whenever you see slash, you can tap forward. And the in-between rounds when people are mashing is about 5 seconds. So you almost always skip to this exact moment. It's just, that shit's sick. I love it. This is what I mean, man. Sometimes you just need something stable, man. Not that this is me, like, trying to enforce my mindset, but it's just like, you could just do JH toss and get rid of it. And you would get a knockdown. And you wouldn't have to worry about extending. Because it was a weird hit. But I get it. I mean, that's usually pretty stable. It's like, whatever. By the way, like, you can't really... Well, Elphelt's an exception. But something like this, for example, for Kai, when she gets this hit, notice that she presses 5K, 5H. If you did backdash here, maybe Elphelt gets away with it. This is a string that's built for catching a backdash. You can tell. Because you don't actually want to really go into H that early as Kai compared to like doing maybe like a close slash or more light normals. But that string was built to help with backdash. You can tell. So the point is like you can also do things like that with your character. Everyone a lot of the times has things like that on their character. In fact, Kai 5H is godlike because he needs to be able to play around backdash really stably in his offense. You can tell that's why that move is that good. But she recognized, like, the situation, which was, like, all I get is a meaty here. Like, backdash avoids the meaty. I need to plan for backdash without giving up my offense. Microdash catches the backdash. This is a good extension. I like this decision. This is a weird height, but I think it's low enough. Yeah. Oof. That's a tough combo to extend fully. Wow, that hit that damn stun dipper really. I guess it's the fact that 5H is higher attack level, so it gives it extra time. But like, holy shit, I can't believe 5H stun dipper still worked at that distance. That's great. Kai is very good, bro. CL again, right? And notice she even waits this time. By the way, she's probably just played this matchup a lot, enough to the point that she's like comfortable with the concept of it. But like, this is sort of like the thing that you want her to do more of, because when she starts to second guess her offense is when you do start to like try to fight out of the corner. If you microdash far slash here right away, she would have blocked it, right? But she's playing for like the escape, right? She's trying her best to like preemptively assume like, oh shit, I'm minus, like Elphelt's gonna get out. Makes a stun dipper. So something like this isn't actually as crazy at catching backdash. Although maybe the 5k would reach. But like, this is a string that like she would rather do probably. Something like this. Although that might catch Elphelt backdash. But the point is like, you can see her meaties are changing. They're not always the same. Yeah, Aether waits a lot too. You have to as Kai, because you're minus there. One, like, if you mash a button immediately and they mash a button immediately, technically you lose. So you do have to respect that every now and then. -1 means that Kai can backdash a lot there if people mash, and it's pretty good for him. But the point is more like, characters like Elphelt can just get out when he's minus, like, really effectively. That's a good 5H. Once you whiff this 5H, I'll try not to do too much, like, play-by-play, and try to, like, focus more on general ideas, but, like, you're kind of too close versus Kai Kisuke once this happens, because his far slash hits and yours doesn't. Air dash back would be pretty great here. Like, air dash back recognizes that this is not the range mine hits, but his does. And I can air dash back, and even if she jumps and does that, like, air dash back would be unpunishable, basically. You give up a lot of screen space, but you're in the middle of the screen, and you have a lot of screen space to give up, is the way I would put it. It's okay. Oh shit, I didn't even notice I rewinded. My bad. Nice. So here, I think she tried to backdash again, and she missed it. By the way, on the far, like, hit Ogi. That just wasn't meaty, so it catches backdash. Boom, boom. Good faultless defense. Good fuzzy jump out. Defense is solid. Honestly, like, so far the biggest thing has been, like, you're not entirely sure where to interact a little bit more with Kai offense when you should consider doing it every now and then. And your offense, especially like the stuff we'll probably talk the most about is like the mindset you should have when applying far spaced Okizeme off like your 5Hs hitting and stuff, and how you can play to like get more value out of it basically. Like, because you're getting this a lot basically. See? The situation is like happening nonstop basically. And Elphelt is pretty, unfortunately for everybody else, she's like pretty good at dealing with that. She's like pretty alright at like playing around that. There you go, that's a good one. I like going back in the corners, good awareness of the situation. Careful overextending too much into Kai. CL on hit is a burst point. And you can oftentimes, like, you can get this more than you think, because when he 6Ks, he kinda has to CL if he wants better Oki. He can link 2K 2D instead, but yeah, the point is like, it's a lot easier to react to this than you think, because you're like waiting for Kai to do this move. And if you kind of look close, like Kai doesn't recover for a while. It's a little easier and safer to burst that than you might think. But I'll talk about the other one that's pretty common, which is like DP. DP is also a good burst point to take versus Kai. So is Stun Dipper. They're both good. The big thing is like neutral isn't necessarily bad for you, but the worst part about this matchup for sure for your character is blocking. That's the thing you want to do the least. You're kind of okay playing neutral. Obviously, your offense is mostly fine versus Kai. So you're trying to avoid like blocking a lot whenever you can. And so learning burst points can be good at resetting the situation on little hits. Something we'll talk about is, I'll do it as it comes up. This will be like the other thing we talked about, is using the space people give up when they're cornering you. In other words, like fighting out of the corner is like a very hard thing to do in this game. But it is about understanding how you should probably interact, if that makes sense. That was a really good jump air there from her. Dude, 2D hit confirm is so nice for Kai if you can do it. That shit's gas. Dive kick, YRC, no, JD YRC. I'm surprised that the close sash killed. I guess it was like, there was only like a tiny bit of health, but I don't usually expect Kai close slash OTGs to kill. Like, super rare. Yeah, I like that. I like that more.
One thing I will also say is, like, if you're gonna do this and then sometimes roll, and, like, it's gonna turn into, like, she can mash, don't pick the roll most of the time. If somebody shows they know how to, like, preemptively roll more, just take the pressure. Because they're already mashing. Just carry them to the corner. It's a free hit. Don't overthink it too much if you're gonna try to force something there. Because it's kind of already, like, a cheeky situation to begin with. CL is minus. She has to respect. This is, like, the situation she's playing for, and even when she tried to, see? This option remains pretty good for Elphelt. CL is like I said, it's a thing he has to do because he pressed // he's really minus, so he needs to move into you and be less minus and space around it. But this option is just hard for her to catch if she doesn't commit to it fully. She's slightly off, and so she doesn't catch you and you get out. That is like an important dynamic to just keep in mind. That's funny. Meaty blitz. Here I would take the space, but I would take the space with air dash back. Take the space with air dash back because... Oh, you tried to throw? That's funny. It looked pretty intentional because of how much bar she had, so I couldn't tell. Air dash back would be solid here. The big thing that Eva has been good at throughout the set is that she just waits for you to whiff 5H, basically. And she can't punish you, but you have to be minus. Like, you just have to be minus every time, and so you're either giving up space always, or just like getting put in block afterwards if you stand in place. The takeaway is, like, yeah, you're using 5H a little too much. Once people start to kind of not get hit by 5H, you just have to take a little bit more time to have confidence and run up and press //. A really bad habit Elphelt players have with things like 5H and // is that they never want to commit. They just don't want to do it. Like, it's a bad habit that they have, is they never want to do a movement where it's like, oh, but if I run forward and they press a button, like, I get hit. And it's like, yeah, man, like, that's the game. Elphelt players are really bad about it because normally her situation... Dang, that was a really aggressive earth, though. Normally, she doesn't, like, have to do that versus players that just run into things that knock down. And she doesn't actually get punished, so it's really easy for them to go like, well, I'm not dying, so I'm just going to keep doing it. But it's like, you're just dying slower. The idea is, like, it's not even really doing what you want it to anymore. It's actually just putting you in disadvantage more. Once somebody learns to play around 5H. And unless it's a matchup where they just don't have counterplay, right? Like Potemkin or some shit like that. Then, like, there is downsides to it. Like, she's just waiting for you to be minus, and she's trying to play off of it, right? And then she's really good at just playing the Oki here, basically. It's like what keeps happening. You keep getting far hit Oki the way that, like, the situation plays out. And so she's getting a ton off of it. Oof. That was a really greedy run up. Yeah, so I think it came up, but oh, never mind. I thought she got a stun dipper there. Don't ever want to burst early in Kai combos because you never know. So like this, you keep doing it. You keep doing it, and it makes sense because like you know Kai // is bigger than yours, and you tell yourself like there's no point in pressing // anymore, and it's like that's not true. Like because when you do this, it doesn't really do anything, and you're kind of minus, and she's out of the range of it, and like on average, it just kind of hasn't been working out for you. Is the way I would put it. So this situation's pretty gas though. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, missed the combo. She gonna stun dipper? Oh, I would have stun dippered. I think stun dippering with explosion up is so funny. You just do like button, like boom, stun dipper, and it's like hit, pop. CL. Also, like, I'll admit, like, I'm not that great at like dealing with Kai pressure, honestly, because like most of the time I don't have to when I play Baiken. But I think this is the right mindset. I do think the more re-staggering like this happens, the more you kind of have to faultless. Like you have to keep paying attention to this and faultless more, or look for like those like 6H moments, and like if she's committing to the 6H and you IB it, or she's trying to throw the timing of the IB off by doing immediate CL, things like that. This is a burst point and she doesn't have meter, although that stun dipper was kind of far actually. It's probably not a burst point. Delay tech is a lot better here. If you know somebody doesn't get a combo anymore, once they do this, they're not going to combo me anyway, really. Like, once you're past a certain altitude, if they drop their combo and you delay tech, you're actually in, like, a better spot than them in this game. Faultless, yeah. You kind of just have to, like, faultless defense there. And she throws you like she throws you. It's a good tech. Damn, Kaido 2D is really good to mash after. Yeah, I mean, their timing's hard. It's the right mindset. It's just hard to hit. That's guaranteed. There's a fat starter. Plus tons of meter for the... So, like, there, right? The idea is, like, you can wait here, and you can kind of, like, try to punish her for doing this. If you notice, like, a lot of better players will take the meaty, IB it, and if you don't play around it, they'll DP after. Where it's like, you just have to adjust your mindset and tell yourself, like, it's a better player. They're not going to gamble on DP immediately, and if they start doing it, then you can, like, play to wait and let the Pineberry meaty happen. But if you do this toss, microdash, 2D, pull out shotgun after that, you would have baited this exact option, and she would have died for it. The big thing about what better players tend to do to, like, intermediate players on average is that they recognize how over-reliant you are on the safety of never committing immediately, right? Like, telling yourself, like, oh, I want to do the Pine meaty there because, like, I can still bait DP after. It's like, that's not really the point. Like, you're losing the value of your meaty option because now it's just turning into RPS after it hits instead of being RPS on wake up. It's the same shit. Like, you're basically giving up the control that you normally have, where if you were to start a block string right away, she would just get owned, basically, right? She would have waited too long, or you just catch the DP input if you time it right, honestly, a lot of the times, because they have to do it so preemptively, that, like, you're still enforcing how much control you have with your projectile. It's just not free. It's about learning to just play for interacting when it seems like it's time. And then sometimes you do just bait, right? Like, look at this, right? Like, look at you. This is, like, a similar concept of, like, I'm just gonna have faith that you won't DP me, right? Like, that's a reasonable thing to do. It's like, I could get DP'd here if it was immediate DP, but they have to pick immediate DP. Immediate DP is risky, right? So you just force it every now and then. That's how you're supposed to play projectile Oki, like that. Unless your projectile Oki is like Secret Garden or Dizzy Fish or some shit, you don't get the privilege of just, like, always being reserved in a game like this where defense is so good. Dead angle, backdash again, same mindset, like, same situation. Boom, boom, boom. She keeps doing a lot of CL. Blitz is never right. You never want to CL. You never want to blitz here, because if at this point, like, it doesn't make sense. Like, if you're gonna do anything, you have to mash, like, 2H, I guess, and I think you might go under far slash maybe by the time you press it, but honestly, I'm not sure, because she's not minus a lot. She's only -1 there, so to be respectful of it. Better Oki. Oh, she actually did take the backdash. I'm surprised. Yeah, but the timing is weird. She tries to air throw. That's safe, isn't it? Mash Faros. Oh, they had 100 bar. She had 100 bar. I didn't even notice. Oof, that's tough. I would have only taken the initial sniper shot. You should have... It's easy to say in retrospect, but you should have taken initial sniper shot into runaway, I think. Because if she moves forward here, it's hard to catch it. And if you move away and she stayed on the ground, you can just sniper shot after. It doesn't really change the outcome necessarily. It's about the same. Watch one more. We'll talk about the rest of those situations. Oh, and then I have to add one thing to note. Yeah, you have to respect it, because the fireball's going to be safe after the explosion no matter what. Nice, that's a good match. The big points of interaction, so, like, a lot of pressure happens, so, like, we'll talk about it maybe. The thing about Kai is, if you're blocking Kai's pressure, eventually you're probably going to run into, like... So this situation runs up. 2HCL will whiff here if she autopilots it, and you can press far slash kind of like as it's happening, and you'll punish that before this happens. You kind of have to assume that she'll do it, but for what it's worth, you have to realize, like, once this happens, CL is gonna whiff, and this move is minus. So it's like, she kind of has to stun dipper here, and then RC it, in order for her to have, like, an actual pressure extension here. The only thing I can think of that you can do here as Kai is stun dip or Roman cancel. And then it's up to you. You can either leverage your burst on the combo that baits you pressing far slash preemptively, or you can just eat it because it's gonna scale a lot because it's stun dipper. But the fact that she got that is a really big deal. The other thing is this button, learning to interact with this, not by pressing a button, but like by learning to like, ideally you want to IB 6k, but that's hard, like easier said than done. She can, like, Kai can do it out of most normals, although a lot of the times you can assume it's going to be 2k or close slash. Most of the time, a lot of Kai players will do 2k 6k or close slash 6k. It's like almost always one or the other. Let me double check before I like give misinfo on accident. I think, what's the time at? 10 minutes. We'll talk about it. Actually, we'll just talk about some other stuff because I talked a lot about the set. We'll just like let the set finish and then I'll talk about some other stuff. This one took a while. I was pretty bad about like on the spot analysis, but I should be able to like summarize the actual points really fast. I think it ends like right here essentially. Actually, we got everything we need. There's no reason to watch anymore. I already have all my points. The big thing to start, and I've already said it like a bajillion times, so I won't, is you have to commit on your Oki, man. If people have some kind of counterplay like DP or anything like that, and they show that they understand they can do like instant block into that option, just sometimes do your pressure immediately. You can't sometimes do immediate 2D and pull out the shotgun, or sometimes do immediate 6p. Just do it like normal Oki. Like, just assume they don't have DP, and you will make it scary to do instant block into delayed DP. It's as simple as that, but you can't avoid it. The big thing is that if you're always doing this and you're not like super ahead, right? The idea is if you're super ahead, then yeah, there's no reason to take any risk. But if you're like relatively even, or you need to progress around or do anything, like, you have to make use of your advantage, no matter if they have something they can beat it, right? If the reasoning behind I don't want to do my Oki is just because they have DPs, then nobody would do Oki ever if they didn't have projectiles, right? Because it's like, I can't save jump, they have blitz, right? Like, you have to put yourself in the shoes of other characters, right? Obviously, you don't have to do that, but you're not making good use of what makes your character strong, which is being able to actually force a fucked up situation, potentially. So internalize that. And it's mostly like versus better players, man. If somebody, you're gonna know the people that match DP, trust me. The other thing I was gonna say, and this is more important, like in general, is like, I think I have the reversal tool open, funny enough. So this should actually work if it's still like loaded in. Oh, it's set to jump. It's funny. Oh, because I re-recorded it. This should fix it. Yeah. So like, something important to remember is like, you keep getting a lot of like these because you just mash this button a lot at a distance. Is like, something like this is pretty solid. Like 2p into Vapor Thrust do against Space Shotgun. Forget how Vapor Thrust works. I'm not gonna lie, man. I don't know, but I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that good. But it's decently big. It's just small. It's just like low profile looking. But I don't know. The point is that you have to represent it. The thing I was gonna say is like, one, you use this button a little too much, and that's like a problem that you should get used to. The big thing is that far slash feels, or 5H feels great because you're like, sweet, I can press a button that knocks down here, yada yada yada. Problem is, anytime somebody crouches and they see you miss it, no matter what, you're minus. If this guy, if I do one shot of it and he crouches, I don't know how I would even show this. That's the thing, is like, it's hard to even show because I can't show the frame disadvantage. But the idea is, let's see, recovery frames, 28. You're really minus, right? This is less about people actually punishing you and more like the moment you whiff this shot, it's over, man. Like, you can't whiff this shot and then press far slash. How the fuck is that gonna work, right? Because they're gonna like wait for it to miss, and as soon as it's over, they're gonna take space. And so what you end up doing is like, you just keep giving up space. You just do this and then you give up because you're wrong. And you're like, oh, I gotta give up space. I did it again. Oh, I gotta give up space. And like, people just wait. People just play neutral from further out versus Elphelt. And what you end up doing is you autopilot this a lot, and then you do this, and then you do that. And you're just like giving up a ton of space. Pineberry is godlike, but it will not win you the neutral like that well. Even in a matchup like this, where you're like, I don't want to block his poke that's better than mine. I already talked about it earlier. Kai's options out of this are pretty limited. So it's not that big a deal if you block at this distance. And even with Elphelt's run speed, you should look to try to play dash up footsies with far slash, because it's better on block, because it actually hits people crouching, right? I get the idea. It's like, you don't want to do it because in your head you're like, well, what if like this happens, kind of, but like it's not really gonna happen because you can just time around it. This is what playing footsies is, bro. Like, you just play neutral with people. If somebody's gonna whiff a button, you let them whiff the button and you run in and press your poke, right? And what ends up happening is you're waiting to be more deliberate now. You're like waiting for that spacing, right? That's why people FD break, is like to engage like, oh, this guy's moving forward, I need to react, right? Like, you're trying to force a response. And people will respond, right? It's just Elphelt players don't like doing it because they're like, oh, I get something from over here. And it's like, it kind of turns into a bad habit where it's like, I get it because if somebody waits and you're wrong, you don't get the thing, right? You're like, oh shit, what if I had just fucking stood over here and then pressed 5H, even though that doesn't like really work, right? You're in your head, you're like, I want this to happen, but that's not gonna happen once you fight good players. So you just have to like play actual neutral, where like you want it to feel valuable when you actually get in, and you're okay with sometimes like maybe they like fuzzy press like this, and that's okay. Because that's not a big deal. Most of the time getting hit by a poke in this game by characters that are not Elphelt or Johnny is like not a big deal. So you can just run forward and have some more confidence. Elphelt's run isn't like super fast, but it's pretty alright, man. The idea is like you just gotta learn to actually engage, and like this thing is good, bro. This shit hits from mad far. And the idea is like people have to press buttons versus you. Even Kai, right? You just have to do it from farther. Even Kai has to press far slash. You just have to press from farther. But yeah, learn that mindset. Do that more. And then the other thing is, the last thing I'll talk about is like, if you're gonna get far hitting Okazeme like this, where like you are just pressing a lot of like this, right? So you run up, you really need to just assume people will backdash, and start to pick things like this. Look at this. Look at this timing compared to this. Look how fast this is. See how fast this is compared to this? It's like twice the speed almost. Right? So when you get hits like this, your Oki sucks. You can assume most people will not want to fuck with you. And so when you get this hit, pick as best as you can, try to keep the 2P like out of throw range, so like there. But make sure you buffer your far slash behind it so that you get this situation like that. It's really tricky to get a feel for these because you have to like learn how your character slides like that before, so that you can line up the slide with the spacing you need. But do this. Like, you keep pressing 5K there and you lose out on that situation where you could do this. And a lot of characters, especially like Kai probably, don't have a fast enough backdash to press a button versus even far slash after that. So you're either going to get the counter hit confirmed for free, or they're going to block spaced far slash, which is also okay, right? Like, let's pretend I'm running up and it's like same situation. Let's do it from like over here. I know I have the frame advantage to actually like, actually it's about the same now that I think about it. All right, so like run up. This, so whoops. This situation is good, man. Like, he's blocking far slash, right? The trade-off is like you can get blitzed or whatever, and then it's like once they start doing that, then you can do like 5K. Can backdash be buffered in this game? No, you can't. It's like a 3-frame window or something like that on the reversal timing. I forgot. But does that make sense? Like, you get that hit a lot, and you just whiff 5K, and 5K is actually kind of like long total duration. You can just adjust your block string. And if they don't move, you'll just get something like 2P close slash. You just have to internalize that concept more. This is funny because this is like the opposite of the other thing, where the other one I'm like, you got to give people credit, man. Like, people aren't gonna just like DP versus Pineberry always if they know how the RPS works. This is like the opposite, where it's like you can assume most motherfuckers are gonna mash backdash here because people are fucking monkeys. I'm one of them, where it's like even if somebody makes me block the far slash, I might keep doing backdash. But that's not always true. That's not always true. But the point is like, you're just guaranteeing your offense. The only things that stop this are like DP, obviously, or like wake up, blitz in place. And that's it, right? That's a big deal because you can still space this out of throw range. Like, you can space 2P out of throw range like that, right? So it's like the fact that you can hit your 2P out of throw range means that, like, yeah, the even throw OS won't work versus you. And you're covering the next best option, which is backdash. Like, you just need to do that more, basically. And then what you'll realize is, like, yeah, people will start to block you more or give up space. The other thing I love about shit like that is people give up space every time they do that, man. Like, you give up a little bit of space when you backdash, and Elphelt doesn't really care about you getting farther versus her. So it's like, whatever. A character like Kai, maybe you press far slash and then you back off because you're like, well, what if he presses far slash? Like, you have to play footsies with Kai a little bit. Even if he has a bigger button than you, it doesn't matter. You have to play footsies versus him, right? And, like, the idea is, like, if you show a willingness to interact here, then in my opinion, like, theoretically, the Kai will stop, like, just mashing shit all the time because you're actually actively looking to stop stuff in neutral, right? The idea is also, like, Elphelt's fucking cheap because if you start to play slower neutral, like, in this range, you can just do, like, micro dash 6H sometimes, and it will connect. And you will get Pine Pull. You get Pine Pull -1, toss, and it's like, even Kai doesn't want to match far slash into that, right? Because, like, even Kai far slash doesn't reach, right? Elphelt still ultimately wins grounded footsies versus people because this button exists. The problem is, like, you never want to press this button because people are moving around or sticking things out preemptively, right? Like, you don't want to press that as Elphelt because you're like, well, I want to press it, but, like, I'm going to do, like, Elphelt players will get, like, this, and they don't want to press it. Oh my god, dude. They'll get this to happen, and then they're like, I don't want to press it. And it's like, if they're pressing a bunch of far slash, then you need to play for the situation after it. No matter what, making contact with a good button means you are in control and you get to pick whatever you want to do. Whether you want to hit spaced 2H and just YOLO it a little bit, because you can do that as Elphelt, or you just want to respect. But the idea is, like, yeah, I mean, Kai far slash is great, but a thing to internalize is he doesn't really mash it out of block. That's not a thing he does. He just presses it in neutral. And everybody psychs themselves out about it. And so it's like, you just play slower. And part of also playing slower means that they might slow down, and then you can actually just run away and do a lot of the things that people hate. Right? Because the other dynamic is, like, if you're always fishing for stuff like this and you're always running away, people just position for it. And you give up screen space, and they're either going to catch you messing up on the approach, or they're going to reset and do it all over again. And nothing's actually helping. You're never actually forcing any real interactions. You're just, like, throwing stop signs out. It's a very big, like, maturity kind of moment for Elphelt players, I think, because it's learning that concept. It's like, oh, I guess I do have to, like, run up. And the really fucked up part is if you get really solid at pressing, like, dash up far slash in some matchups, and they learn not to, like, fuck with the concept of that, then you can do dash up 5k and you get all your pressure, basically. It's super messed up. But yeah, mostly that stuff. Playing the mid screen Oki differently, do the different block strings. If they blitz you back, then just 5k it, man. Don't be scared to interact with people when they show interactions. Just adjust your decision making, whether or not it seems like a good idea right now to gamble, right? That's all it is. It's just like, oh shit, I'm really behind. You know what? Maybe it's not worth getting blitzed. I'll press 5k spaced away, and if they backdash, they get out. It's fine. Like, stuff like that is like where you make adjustments in your decision making, in my opinion. And that's like where you'll continue to get mileage. I want to say that was it, yeah. And then, like, I think I didn't end up showing it, but fighting out of the corner is a lot about just, it's honestly kind of like the same concept, where it's like, you're just, like, playing footsies, but you don't have any room for error. But it's the same idea a lot of the times. Where it's like, the poke they're gonna press probably isn't that great. In terms of the pressure afterwards. The only exception, most of the time, is just Johnny. Johnny's, like, the biggest exception. Alright. Last one of the day, cue it up. I will say, full discretion, because I think Chastity wrote, like, how the fuck do you win neutral in this matchup or something like that. It's like here. No, it's Sammy. Did Chastity really submit that early? Oh shit, they did. How the heck does I-no win neutral in this matchup? She doesn't, right? And so, like, there is something to be said about Xrd players wanting to essentially toot their own horn and be like, see, she doesn't. But it's like, that, like, she just doesn't. I don't know what you want me to say. Like, I-no does not win the neutral versus versus Millia. There's like no universe where she can win the neutral. But there is something to be said about learning to play matchups where you lose the neutral. I talked about it a little bit earlier with like Sammy's review, but the idea is basically like, as I watch, I'll skip around because these dudes play like a bajillion games anyway. But basically, as you, I think I put the timer. Yeah, as you move around as I-no, your mindset should always be, how do I position like defensively so that Millia doesn't own me? Shitty burst. By the way, Daru burst like shit the whole like set, I'm pretty sure. Which is the other thing I was gonna say, which is in a matchup like this, and I'll talk about it, I'll show it in training mode. If they know how to do Secret Garden Oki, and you know they know how to do Secret Garden Oki, do not burst Millia until she gets to Secret Garden Oki. And I like mean that. Like, don't waste it. Because if you burst early, let's say Millia gets like the first hit. Don't burst like Daru, got it. My point is more like, in general, my advice for anybody versus the Millias that figure out the Secret Garden routes is like, let's say you burst the mid-screen hit. It's like, cool, you reset. Millia is really fucking good from neutral. So it doesn't really matter that you reset neutral versus her. She gets in, she hits you, again, she puts you in the corner, you get hit, now you're in Secret Garden, and the round is like probably over. I'm the kind of guy where it's like, I don't like to assume I'm going to block 3 mix-ups in a row, right? I would rather fight Millia, let her combo me to the corner, try to guess right once. Just got in, who are these match analysis for? They're for anybody that plays the game. I do bi-weekly VOD reviews. I'll talk about it. If you stick around after this, I'll talk about it more. I don't want to waste time of Chastity's review right now. But you don't have to pay for it. It's free. Just know I do them bi-weekly. It's fine. If you want to submit, I'll talk about it at the end. But sorry, my point is like, think about it this way. If Millia hits me one time, you know, I'll talk about it in training mode. Because I'll just show it as an example. But anyway, Daru bursts like shit, and it does matter a lot. Because you already lose the neutral, so you can't burst like shit. A big thing is, like, I think jumping back as a default is, like, way more important. Like, you're probably not going to catch Millia, man. Like, you need to stick out, like, a lot of, like, air dash back JHs and walk forward a little bit. And, like, you need to learn to play defensively, I think, versus Millia in this matchup. And I'll talk about, like, some of the angles, I think. Let me write it down so I don't forget about it. But there's, like, certain angles, to look for. I don't know. We'll watch like 10 minutes of these games. I do think that's cute. It seems like Daru is pretty cognizant of when Millia presses 2S. It's probably a fuzzy input, but it might be instant. Stroke the big tree, crosses up, and gets you out. And would probably hit a lot of the roll follow-ups that are not Digitalis, if I had to guess. And Millia doesn't have 50 bars, so it's like, she's probably not going to Digitalis. Getting out of the corner is big, you know? Still doesn't have burst, by the way, because he whiffed it. Yes, I actually just like shit like this. I think pressing a button without, like, moving forward into characters that are fast is good, like, as anybody. In fact, she technically recovers off of this, I think. No. Oh, no, it's fat. I thought she has a super jump. Okay, man. There's a knockdown. I will also say, as a rule of thumb, it feels really shitty, but I don't think you should ever press, like, a crouching normal. I think this is a tangent, sort of, because I think he gets hit out of crouch. Yeah, that's different. But it made me realize this is why you have to be careful pressing crouching normals at stopping Millia specifically, is because if you get hit crouching, she just gets the freebie. She just gets air dash, fucking hold that. Boom, boom. This is not, I'll talk about it if it comes up. A thing I like to make an RPS out of personally is if a Millia player is going to autopilot IAD, JH, pin toss, let me do it again. If I have 25 bar as any character, right? Like, let's say I don't have, like, Kai 2H or something that, like, might trade versus this pretty well. I'll just blitz, bro. I'll just blitz and walk out of the corner. Like, it's not... Millia's a character that wins off of, like, close, like, RPS-y interactions. And I'm sort of okay with taking like some more risks versus a character like Millia because I don't need to be right as much. Let's say I blitz her and I like walk out of the corner or like dash at her and she mashes 4H or she gets hit. I get a hit, it's gonna do probably like 20-ish percent, 25% of Millia's health, even with the scaling probably, and I get a knockdown. Like, she's not good on wake up. So it's like, I'm okay with introducing a gamble there if it means like, oh, that's like how I'd get out. Hey, wouldn't it be sick if you had burst right here when you can burst Secret Garden startup and not have to block 3 mix-ups in a row? Sorry. I like being sarcastic because like, when you play a shitty like feeling matchup like this, where it's like, I do think that Millia probably like beats, you know, I don't see how she doesn't. It's like, you gotta learn. You're saying the same thing about verse. It's funny. Because it's true. When you fight disadvantageous matchups, you need to make sure you don't waste the only resources you have at your disposal. And even if it makes you kind of predictable, like, you just have to... You can burst right away when you see Secret Garden. Yeah, I'll talk about it in training mode. It's guaranteed. I've heard that there are supposedly, like, mystical routes where you can get Secret Garden farther away somehow on some characters. Like, outside of the range. Like, I think Leo, when he gets 6H'd, is too far to burst the Secret Garden, maybe. But, like, most characters I've seen when they do the Garden setup are, like, close enough for it. So, anytime I have ever been Secret Gardened, on God, I've always been able to burst it. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I'm not gonna lie. We're, like, 4 hours in. My brain's a little fried. Sorry. But, look, okay, see, again, like, the big thing is, like, Daru is moving forward, like, really fast, really aggressively, and it's like, you get clipped once, boom, boom, it's over. It's over. I know that it's not worth committing, because the way I would put it is, like, I play Baiken into Millia. When I play Baiken into Millia, I still never approach. And the neutral's actually pretty alright for me. But the point is, like, fuck that, dude. I don't want to approach Millia. That's her job. That's not my job. That's her job. Right? Gets a hit. Sneaks out. He just fucked up the Oki. That's the hit. I hate that. This is sure. The fact that she can do this upsets me a little bit. Gets the hit. Knockdown. Tries to gamble. Not really worth it. But I kind of respect it. I mean, I respect like a good wiggle out attempt every now and then. That other blitz is kind of whack because you don't have another 25 bars. So like, you're not even going to be able to RPS versus the disc in the next hit. Like, the disc in a disc moment is like essentially like a guaranteed mix up there versus a character like, you know. Again, like, I don't like trying to chase Millia. I just don't like the concept of moving forward. Because when you slightly whiff, like, she's going to have an easier time hitting you. Because you just moved closer to her. I think everybody should generally just stick shit out for her to run into. And then, when she slows down a little bit and tries to play for, like, whiff punishes and stuff, you can play with a little bit more confidence in your decision making, I think. This is a fucked up situation. Damn, picking 2D there is kind of brawling. This is burstable distance, by the way. That was kind of brawling. I'm not gonna hate. Because that shows that it's not a lot of confidence because it's not like 2D's punishable, but 2D is just like a better starter. Like, it's gonna do more damage than pressing a low there. That's a 2K or 2S. That's why I was like, damn, he really believed that he was gonna go low there. Or like that this shit was gonna hit. Not really, because it's like, it's not punishable, but it's more minus and it's not as good as getting a block string. That's gonna trade neutral? That's so funny. Gets the hit, gets the hit. Like, even here, it's not worth it, bro. It's not worth it. Because it's not... I like that Daru did the note wire C, but honestly, here, I kind of, like, back up and let Millia probably get hit by it. But it's just, like, you don't want to scramble versus a character that's going to have infinitely better scramble options than you. You need to maintain a distance where, like, you're only going to get hit if they, like, actually time, like, an approach correctly. That's tough. Daru also wastes a lot of his bar in weird spots. That's a pretty interesting burst. I don't even hate it. That's a good idea. Force the mix-up. That's okay. Like, here. Yes. Yes. Just run away. Like, run away. It's okay. Here, you can, like, walk forward. I don't like that he dashed. The hard part is, like, my mentality when playing matchups like this, where you're kind of, like, you're just, like, the submissive bitch in the matchup, dude. Like, I don't know what to say. Like, you're just a little submissive and Okiable / pressurable. Like, it is what it is. And, like, I think the game has pretty strong core mechanics where you can kind of, like, hope to catch them off guard. in their offense, or like them slipping up in neutral in specific spots. And so you just play for that. Like, you just play for that over and over, because getting greedy is just the fastest way to lose. Like, it's really easy to tell yourself, like, I need to get a hit because, like, I need to win off, like, the hit or whatever. But you don't have consistent ways of creating it. So it's like what I told Sammy in the other matchup, where it's like, kind of like Elphelt, where it's like, you have no business actually winning the neutral. So, like, why would you try to play neutral taking risks, basically? Just chill. Because it's like, he's going to reset a lot, or he's going to do, like, that's kind of a lazy blitz. This is tough because she can RPS. Gets the knockdown. This is tough because she can RPS. See, like, even this I don't necessarily like, because, like, what if Ranger just dashes and doesn't jump here? And he's right underneath you, and now you have, like, no options because you moved forward. Right? Ranger hasn't really stopped, like, changing how he's playing the neutral, but I do, like, small tangent, I do get the impression both of these guys are kind of like fuck-ass motherfuckers that are, like, kind of, like, just doing whatever they want at this point. they're both kind of, like, trying to shout louder than the other guy, and the person with the favored neutral / matchup is gonna get to shout louder all the time, basically, always. Because it's just the matchup. That sucks. Yeah, good no tech. I don't like the hard bait. I also think in a matchup that's hard, just take the burst, bro. It's gonna happen eventually. Like, if somebody's actually good at the game and not impatient, they will just wait to guarantee the burst. This is fine. You waited too long and it wasn't a real combo, which is why I don't like it. But, like, if you have burst safe routes, that's fine, if you just feel confident. But I just dislike the concept of this, because it's like, that was just a shitty burst from Ranger, right? Like, those are just poor decisions in my opinion. If you have a lot of confidence in the read, then sure, but it's not a game plan. It's just, especially because you lose tech scrambles and the neutral period, right? That's tough. Oh, that fucked up the hit. Backdash is fine. I like that RPS. That's the thing that Millia has to deal with there. But, like, look at, why would you do this? Like, the idea that upsets me here is, like, look at how awkward it gets when I-no is not right. That's not, like, what you need to focus on here, right? I get it. Millia jumps out of your pressure. It's really hard to stop. I get that. So you jump and you try to air, like, jump forward or whatever. What are you gonna do here? Why the fuck did he press 4H? Dude, I hate both these players right now. Basically, pretend Millia decided not to randomly mash 4H here. But the point is, like, think about it. I-no has to, like, land into the opponent. This doesn't feel good. Your options are, like, really bottlenecked right now into, like, a handful of things. You can basically double jump, which will dodge, like, an immediate 6p. They will recover, and then they will just run up under you again, because the double jump's going to keep you in the air longer. You can air dash back, which is usually the strongest option here, but if they commit to the chase, you just die. You just die, and, like, if they run up and you press a button in place, like, you might still die anyway, and most people with common sense are not going to let themselves get 6p'd for free here. So, like, it's just an RPS in the air situation where, like, you're just not favored. Like, you're just not favored as I-no. And even if you hit her, like, my big thing is, like, even if you hit JP, like, on block specifically, it wouldn't have really led to anything anyway. It's the same situation. There's no point, like, a big thing I will say is, like, if you watch me fighting, like, Ray, for example, I like the Frosty that just happened, I just let Dizzy jump, man. It's not worth it. Like, I have to just learn how to play to hit Dizzy overextending into me, and there's, like, no other way to play it, basically. And honestly, you just kind of hope that people get sick of you being like this. I like this way more. Like, this style's, like, really solid. Because look at how, like, look at the comparison between, like, look at how much more he has to double jump again, air dash. That's all of Ranger's air resources. And, like, yeah, Pin pastes it together. He gets the hit. Hey, thanks for the follow. I always have my notepad over, so I never see it. Thanks, Megaru, for the follow. Right? So, like, Ranger, like, had to spend basically a ton of stuff to chase I-no down there. And when people spend a lot of stuff just to chase you down, it means that it's easier to, like, anti-air them or play the situations after, basically. This is burstable. This, right now, you just press burst. Boom, and you don't have to block 8 mix-ups. Obviously, I would not burst here either, but that's the point, right? I also like it because when I play defensive, I find that I just don't get hit in weird ways. I usually mostly get hit by things that put me like in, how would I explain it? Like when you're scrambling, you get hit by like so much stray damage and so many stray situations. It's actually kind of hard to burst like correctly because you're just like getting nickel and dimed in weird ways. And I find that playing in a more calculated way with like accepting the risk reward of shit that's gonna happen is you're probably just gonna get way more consistent burst points in general. Oh shit, my Japanese ain't there yet. What is that? Ranju? Oh, it's Ranger. Ranger. What's up? Dang, I can't read that kanji. Feel free to translate in the chat if somebody is so inclined. Well, what's up? This is good. Oki. I like the 2D. I like the 2D a lot to try and chase jump. This is a little different. Like, when you have somebody cornered, it's respectable. It's respectable to air because now, like, you're still in a good spot to, like, keep them in the corner. And so, like, that's okay, right? Like, that's okay. I don't dislike that. Boom, boom, boom. You can't kill before burst comes back, technically. Try to be a little burst safe. I respect it. See, like, I like this so much more. I like this so much more. Look at it. It's projectile wire C, walk behind it so that you can see everything that's going to happen. It dissipates. Pin is out of the way. You can walk forward a little bit more because Ranger would have gone back in the corner again, right? Etc., etc. Here, just don't panic. Just don't panic. You have a burst and you have literally all your health. Just don't panic. Like, you just gotta chill, man. Millia has to give you a burst point eventually. Trust me, she does. Even her. That is secretly one of the things I am very grateful for. Which I think we watched like 10 minutes or so. Yeah, we're good. Let's talk about the matchup. Let's talk about the matchup. Let's talk about the matchup a little bit. So, I think that the big things I'll talk about and I'll start with, because I think when you're at a disadvantage and you're playing more for like openings defensively in general, it's good to know how to get good bursts out because you're gonna probably need them a lot because blocking is hard and being right defensively is pretty hard. Defensively also extends to like being defensive and neutral, by the way. Is how I think of it. Or my notes that I wrote. Oh, I'll talk about, so starting with Millia, right? The way I look at it is like Millia is basically gonna do this, right? Like she's maybe gonna get an initial hit where it's like boom, 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 H-toss, Oki, whatever, right? She's gonna H-toss, she's gonna do her little Oki. I like to wait. I like to, usually, not always, but a lot of the times, especially if I know they're gonna Secret Garden. If you can't Secret Garden, I'll probably burst the combo that carries me to the corner, because then it's actually just worth bursting a lot of the times. But let's say you can Secret Garden. I would rather wait and block here, try to block, because what's gonna happen is you're gonna do some combo that's like da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, boom, Secret Garden, right? When she hits her Secret Garden enders, she has to do them like right away a lot of the times, and she usually tosses pin like horizontally, like right here, and then lands. The whole time she is putting in this whack-ass input, you basically just tell yourself to burst. Like, if she's doing it even from like here, well, actually no, it's not. Yeah, so there are routes that do it. I think Leo can't burst this, is what it's looking like. But I don't know. It usually looks like this. I don't know the I-no one, but the point is, most of the time it's this. And kind of once like the initial YRC window finishes, look how long this move is. This move takes like forever, right? Secret Garden? Oh, I see. I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm not a Millia player, but thank you. Right? So the point is like when she does this, once you see it after a while, it just bursts. And the idea is you're bursting the worst situation possible. Essentially guaranteed, right? So it's like, you just have to like keep that in mind, right? I am saving my burst for that. Because either way, it's either like, you're either going to do that, or you're going to backdash and start doing real Oki, and at that point, I'm like, okay, I'll probably just burst the next combo. Like, I'll just burst the actual next combo. Millia doesn't do that much damage, so like, you'll find a spot to do it, and every Millia that can do Secret Garden will do Secret Garden. I have no doubt in my mind they will do it. Like, I've never fought a Millia player that ever stops doing this just because I burst it. And, like, that's respectable, because this is a really fucking good option. The funny part, too, is I actually don't expect a lot of Millia players to ever react and Roman cancel, even though, like, you can. Because they have to input the directions for Secret Garden. So, like, they're doing stuff during the animation. So like most of the time they won't even get it, honestly. The next best thing is like when she jump cancels and you can confirm that hit. In other words, like once you can confirm that Millia is like moving at you like this, I burst like as she has to move into me. It's essentially like guaranteed. It's maybe there's like, I mean, they could probably like air dash and do nothing and maybe it's a hard bait, but like, oh sorry, I do it on the JD, sorry. Because JD, they have to do that. And then I think if she does JD nothing, she baits your burst. But like, bro, the point is like... Let's see. Yeah, so like, she'd bait your burst, but it's like, you can just wait. You can also wait for pin toss, once pin toss happens. And so, let me see. Oh, you need an extra hit. There we go. Like, once this happens, obviously, immediate disc is, like, scary, but you can burst it. I don't actually like immediate disc burst a lot of the times. If she does routes that go into this move, you can react to Iron Saber a lot of the times, and she's in end lag for, like, a long time, see? So, like, it would hit me, I would burst, probably, like, right now, and she's still in end lag when she's recovering. So, it's actually pretty good burst Iron Saber, too. But mostly it's like burst the air dash, confirm, because they're probably going to do it. Never burst the launch, because every Millia player and their mother just presses jump P, doing like the lazy like burst safe OS type thing. And they can do IAD, delayed JP, JK, H-pin, and it baits burst at the air dash portion. Sure, then she has to do that, is the way I would put it. That still doesn't really change my mindset. She has to do things, if that makes sense. Like, because I'm usually bursting like right away. Don't worry about it. The point is that these are stable burst points for the most part. You can also burst Millia mix-ups as they're happening a lot of the times. She's just like Dizzy. If she did a low damage confirm and you want to get out, you can burst a mix-up, so it'll reset. Resetting is important because you're already at a loss most of the time anyway, and you can't afford to rely on winning neutral. The thing I was going to talk about is like, I would try to hang out like really far. I would basically always want to run away and try to get this out. And then take space behind it, like kind of like seeing what the Millia player does. Maybe dash, maybe do whatever. Not too important, honestly. The big thing is like, when you're this far, it's going to take a lot to get to you. It's going to take an air dash or two. It's going to take a super jump drift, air dash, air dash. You can position. I usually like to try to get like here versus Millia, where I'm like in a space where if she tosses pin, it won't hit me. And so she has to either air dash away and throw away the pin to punish me trying to like 6P or anti-air, right? In other words, if she does something like this, this is like something important to look for, right? Because it's like, oh, they're gonna land. Let me block forward and probably be closer. And they like to run up and they do this, right? So it's like, oh, I want a 6P and like, wait, I'm doing the 6P the wrong way. And you get hit and it usually counter hits, don't worry about it. Runs up, gets the hit. That's fine. A lot of times you'll just like try to jump into them instead and try to get an air throw. And I think that's also fine. Because like you'll usually just miss your air throw and like get hit. And the Oki isn't like as clean as they want it to be. Which I'm cool with. The big thing is like I'll usually just kind of walk and like do a lot of like preemptive air to airs. If I was or short dashes, honestly. The big thing is like you always, for me, it's like I always want to have a distance where if for whatever reason she gets lazy and she just does like IED pin toss, which is like a classic. Right, a lot of Millias eventually get lazy and they do this. I don't want her to be like point blank when that happens. I want her to have to run up to do it so that she doesn't get like point blank strike throw, high low, you name it, right? I think it's actually just worth like just being like mad defensive and like waiting around, and when Millia runs at you, like just fishing for different stuff. So like she runs at me and I'm doing stuff like this and it's like, ah, shit, I probably should cross directions with her because she's already committed to chasing me, right? So like I want to do something like this and I see her moving at me and then I cross up, and I'll probably with I-no do something like similar to what I would do with Baiken, which is if she randomly stops and chases me the other way, you stick out your descending button the other way. The reason you want to air to air is so that if she's randomly doing things in neutral that are like it's like now you're actually positioned, in my opinion, to guess better. Like, you'll do this, and you're like, oh, they always double jump. They always do dash, jump, double jump, and then get on top of me and use pin. It's like, okay, I'll do this, and I will jump into that range. Like that. And, like, that's not a great feeling, to have to tell yourself, like, you have to do that. But the point is, like, now they're going to actually try to do other stuff. And I'm going to, like, jump into this and go, like, oh, it didn't work. The good thing about this type of, like, playstyle where you're, like, playing to position to air throw in, like, really safe spots defensively is, one, you're only going to get the air throw, like, when they move into you like that, right? So, in other words, like, it's on them. If you just jump and they wait, then that's your sign to know, like, okay, it would have been fine to actually try to play like regular neutral versus her, like get note out and then move forward like this, right? Is like what I would probably try, right? You get her to scramble, you get her to panic. The reason it's scary to do shit like that is because she always is like, well, why wouldn't I just run at you? Like, why wouldn't I just run and jump at you and then like double jump and then I have another air dash, right? That's a really like common pattern with like a lot of Millia players. And so you preempt like a jump and you can see her double jump. And because of how air throws work in this game, you're gonna get it. Like you essentially drift into it, right? Like you drift into the spacing where they would double jump into you and then you'll throw them. And the thing is because they're already like spending stuff to get there, let's say that she does like jump back and then like air dash forward or something, right? It doesn't necessarily matter because they're gonna have to spend a lot of shit to like get to you. If I do, like, let's say I do like air-to-air JP, and then I position for, like, what if he double jumps at me and tries to do that thing I'm air throwing, right? Okay, then I do this, and then, oh shit, I'm, like, missing the timing. Do this, I didn't get it, I'll probably just press JH on the way back, and I can see that you gave up space. If you want to take the space after you tried to bait the air throw, right? Like, she's jumping back. Oh, okay, like they're trying to bait me into the double jump where I'm trying to get the air throw. Like, whatever. I'll just stick a button out. How are you going to punish it? You already moved away from me. So it's like, it's really easy to just tell yourself, I'm going to stick this shit out. And then just get a hit. Right? And so, like, Millia's great because, like, she's one of the characters where, like, I'd imagine she can just do things like, maybe this will work, I guess. Let me see. Right? But you guys can see the idea is like, I'm basically, yeah, that would work pretty well, right? Where it's like, it would hit me, and then she would run up, and she would get Oki, but she'd get like kind of shitty Oki. And the idea is like, dude, she had to go really out of her fucking way to throw that pin. All I have to do is rotate my options a little bit, and then just be like, you know what, I'll block this time. Millia wasted pin full screen, and nothing happened. Right? I'm losing the neutral here, bro. Like, all my options are not as heavily skewed as hers, but the point is, like, because I'm just basically being safe as hell, and Millia's primary way of engaging is like dash jumping, you just kind of like occupy a space where you're like sticking shit out, and like if she tries to like get above you or do things like air dash back, air dash forward, like you're not like as worried about it. You just find different ways to play the neutral. Like if she's doing something like that, I would just do air dash back JH earlier like that. And it's like boom, counter hit. Okay. Right? You play, in my opinion, matchups where you have shitty neutral, you have to abuse how good the defensive air options are if you make sure you're really far. And what it'll probably do is they'll like wait for you to jump, right? They'll probably like wait for you to jump and they'll do something like this, right? Right? Because it's like, I'm always just air to airing. And so she's going to do this, and she's going to try to time JP, right? Let's say like I do this, she tries to chime the air to air. Keep in mind, I'm like full screen, right? So I do this, and then it's like, cool. She, like, she has a hard time doing this. Because I could probably... I wonder if I could just do this. No, I wouldn't be worth it. I was going to say, what if I could just do air dash back HCL, and that's pretty good, too. The idea is, like, you have to deconstruct the neutral from, like, reverse. You have to look at how she's getting on you in these situations and just be, like, really defensive. If Millia's going to commit to running super hard like this the moment she sees me, like, jump, like, let's say, it would probably look like this, timing-wise. That's too soon. They would run probably like right now, right? So it's like, cool, she's gonna be able to run at me. One of the safest things I could probably do is just like jump back, cross her up like this, and then just like FD on the way down like that, right? The other thing is like, if she's already engaging in that like mindset of like, oh, he jumps, I'm always gonna do whatever. Guess what you can do again now? You just air dash at her and find whatever button might hit her. Oh my god, maybe I-no doesn't have one. JK maybe? Oh my god, this is really fucked. Hold on. To do like, actually, I guess you would just cross her up. Fuck it, dude. Do VC. This is probably a really bad interaction. I won't sugarcoat it. This is pretty shitty. It means that you have to like go over her a lot like that. But honestly, you could also just FTC. FTC is good. I try to avoid saying FTC because I think FTC is kind of hard. What's up, Greeny? This would probably be the most obnoxious part of it. is like if she runs forward. And I wonder if you could honestly just do like S-dive in place. And it wouldn't be the worst thing ever, actually. Because what if she does like this? And I don't think I lose that. Oh, maybe I do. Yeah, I mean, I don't expect to win most interactions in this matchup. Oh, shit, I'm doing it from the wrong spacing. Yeah, that's not bad. I'd probably do something like that. But the point is, like, I have to adjust my options as she does. But at the very least, if you really think about it, she's playing around what I'm doing, right? She is better equipped by far to win the neutral than me, right? So it's not like my options are like uncontestable or anything. But my point is, like, there's a very clear mindset here for me where it's like, you just kind of like focus on protecting yourself. And like if like I said, if she's like doing a lot of like, let me do an initial JP and it doesn't hit and let me double jump and do whatever. Like this is a common thing, right, with Millia, where they'll just like do air to air, they'll do this, and they have a lot of options. So you space around it. You're like, you just always autopilot that. I'm not gonna let it happen. I'm gonna like position preemptively like this, where we'll line up, and then whatever you're using here, which is usually like double jump through people, this is like the most common thing, is you just like, you have to learn the time. You can like record it, honestly. This is like a good like replay mode or replay takeover type moment, honestly. If this comes up in a match and somebody practiced it, is like practicing this timing on the air throw. You can honestly react to that more than you think, because air throws are frame 1. So it's like, you basically just like set yourself up to be here as you see it happening. And when she gets there, you just throw her. You can do this as like anybody, by the way. It's just like only characters with like really shitty neutral versus her have to like constantly look for this. Or characters where the air throw is like honestly not a commitment, like Soul. But you can see there's like a learning curve to it. Like you really have to learn the spacing and timing on this. And the big thing is like, this is countering her like trying to be like super aggressive. And if she does something like, I don't know, I don't think they would even do this, but like if you do this, the big thing is I don't really input the air throw until I see her. So I'll probably double jump, and if I was wrong, I just accept my fate, man. I just let her do a block string, right? You're gonna lose neutral no matter what, but you have to, in my opinion, look for like big openings, like not big openings, but like specific spots like that. Get her to slow down. Even a smidge of slowdown is enough for you to be like, you know what, like, what is it, like, quarter circle back. Get this out, and then I would probably, me personally, I like sticking it out at this angle with I-no, because I would walk and see if Millia takes the run, and if she does something like, oh, I see no jump, double jump, you can basically play for like diagonal angles. An angle that you have to be careful at is you don't want Millia like this versus you. You need to position in a way where this is not an angle that you're at versus Millia frequently, and it kind of doesn't matter how you do it. Let's say like she jumped into this spacing and I see it's happening. I'll do like, me personally, I'll do like jump back air there. I can't let her get that diagonal spacing because it's too good. It means that she can throw pin without like any consequence, and it's gonna hit me for sure, and I have to deal with it. Or she can do things like this now, right? Like she can play around that mechanic, or she can just air dash normally, or she can air dash, like double jump, etc., right? The idea is like she's really well built at the angles that it naturally hits at, and so you want to be kind of like farther out in a way where like, or is it like, it's usually like here, where it's like pin will at least hit like very far, or it won't hit at all if you see this like happening and you move out of the way like that, right? Is like a big thing. You don't want Millia to get that. A lot of characters that have better movement can run the moment they see this happening, and if they do it correctly, a lot of the times they'll like go through it. I-no's is shitty because she ends up in an airspace that Millia occupies a lot, but even I-no, if you see it happening, you can just do like stroke like that, right? You can do like stroke Y or C is probably what I would do, or like just commit to the H stroke and see if they get caught after the pin toss, right? And that's okay. Or you block, right? Like this is something Daru actually did quite a bit when he wanted to be aggressive versus the option, right? But a lot of times I'm like, just default to being safe. It's fine. You want to try to avoid that spacing as much as you can, in my opinion. And the easy way to do it a lot of the times is to be in the air a lot. If you can avoid like that sort of trajectory from Millia, it's good. But if you notice, like backdashes don't move that much. So like if I'm here and I backdash, pin still hits me, right? If I'm like here and I backdash, like pin still hits me, right? Even if I'm here and I backdash, like pin still hits me. The big thing is like, one, you dodge it in the air really well, but when you're in the air a lot, like even if you were like in the air here, an air dash clears way more distance than a backdash does. And so it becomes trickier for her to use pin specifically to try to like always just end up on top of you the way that she generally does, right? And what it often does, in my opinion, is it makes the Millia actually think more about positioning on the screen and like being more careful and like trying to deliberately play around your options instead of autopiloting all the time, which is like what they usually just get to do, honestly. You want them to at least have to think about it, and then if I'm being real, fundamentally, this shit is not in I-no's favor. It's just not. But there is, in my opinion, like a better way to play it, if that makes sense. Like you're looking for moments like that. It's fucked up because if this did hit, let me see the hitbox on this. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. It just doesn't poke beneath I-no. The big thing that sucked is that she doesn't have this as an option. This being consistent would be pretty cool because Millias will eventually try to like snipe your approach. Like they'll try to like do this and chase you down off of all your defensive shit. And having a good, like, oh, I think you're gonna do that finally button is really good. But it seems kind of hard to do it with I-no. Because it doesn't seem like Millia gets hit that easily on her run. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Chastity's not here, so they can't give any input. But hopefully they give them some ideas. Maybe they'll even message me. Feel free to message me about it, Chastity, if, like, I wasn't too clear on any of that stuff. Or if there's, like, specific examples of, like, this is one of those where, like, if it was sets of you playing, I would be able to be like, oh, this is a spot where you could do it, or this is a spot where you could do it. But you can see that mindset and look for those positionings a lot in general, I think, versus Millia. It's the best you can do. And if it slows her down, fuck it, man. Like, maybe HCL YRC is a little better now. Maybe Notes YRC is a little bit better. Those options are bad because most people don't know how to stop Millia from just running at them. And I think that's, like, the best way to do it if you had to try as I-no. Alright. That's about it for today's VOD review. We did do a whopping 7 VOD reviews. They haven't filled up in like a long time, funny enough. But it seemed like everybody was itching for VOD review this time. VOD reviews happen, for anybody who's curious, VOD reviews, I do them like bi-weekly, ish. If I'm busy that weekend, I don't do bi-weekly VOD review. The best thing I recommend, because I'm kind of lazy and not super consistent, and I don't really care that much. I like helping people, but I'd like to try to be lazy when I do it. Is like, I would usually just recommend, if people like the idea of VOD review, basically just follow that link, make a bluesky account, or don't. I guess you don't even need to, technically. That's my bluesky account. On Monday, sometimes Tuesday if I'm too lazy, but usually on Monday, check kind of later in the day, and you will see if I posted the form for bi-weekly VOD review. They look just like this, basically. It'll be a post where I say, time for bi-weekly VOD review again. I rotate the day, or I try to as best as I can. Some of them are on Sunday, some of them are on Saturday. They always happen on the weekend. They generally happen every other week. It's super simple. You just click on the form. There's not any form because it's closed to submission. But the form usually looks like this. It explains the idea. It's exactly what you guys saw. I basically just go over matches that are linked. Technically, they don't have to be your own. Chastity, I believe, is the first person to ever submit, like, not their matches and talk about it. But I'll do that. It asks some basic info just so I know, like, how to contact you and stuff like that. And then you just show up. I do bot review. They're also posted on, like, I wonder if I can even find, like, Baiken player YouTube account. They're on my Baiken player, like, YouTube account. Can YouTube, like, let you search users? I think they can, right? I honestly don't remember what the account is called. I was about to type YouTube, holy shit. Is it, like, space? We'll find it faster. No way, man. Come on. Channels. Here it is. Ah, shit. It just looks like mine. Damn, maybe it's harder to find one than I thought. Fuck, alright, I'll just switch accounts. It doesn't matter. I'm just lazy. I don't like switching accounts. If you guys want to, the VOD reviews are always where's your videos? They're always posted on my thing, you know, my channel. I don't even know how. There we go. View my channel. Cool. So they're posted on here. Don't look for actual content here. Literally, these are basically just where I put bi-weekly VOD review. That's like all this shit is. But if anybody wants to go back, they're always like submitted here. Literally just the Twitch VOD. If anybody wants to go back, if they didn't write stuff down. So I always post on here. The VODs always end up there. You just have to submit, and that's it. That's it. It's that simple. I do them bi-weekly. No, I don't charge people money because it's not like so fancy that I think I would charge people money for it. But yeah, it's that simple. I don't think anybody else is streaming Xrd, and I also have to cut it here because I have to cut the VOD so I can put it on YouTube. I don't know this person off the top of my head, so I can't vouch for them, but somebody else is playing Xrd if you guys want to go check that out. I'm a little gassed. I might come back and do some of the Japanese practice or something like that late night, but having full submissions is it made me a little more tired than usual, so I'm gonna like decompress a little bit. I might be back and play video games, but I wouldn't count on it. Otherwise, I'll catch you guys later. Appreciate everybody hanging out. You guys have a good one. Peace. Wait, is Nora on the bed? No, she's not. All right, never mind. Peace.